I don't have to worry about anything. You guys are basically like on your own pipeline. And that's how it is at the YCS as well. They always have their own time. When you're done, they're both going to sign the slip before they leave. You will take the winner here, so you're going to have a winner interview, and then you'll just walk the slip personally, and the death goes, I'll give it to you, and you can just drop them off there, and that's it. And so it's just that loop. The main thing is you are judging on camera, and people can't hear you, so just say professional stuff. Not saying you wouldn't do anything like that, but this is not a good time for hanging out, right? But you won't be on camera, you'll be behind the camera, basically. Because this will be one player in the red chair, that'll be the other player in the purple chair, but no one will be able to see it. Yeah.
How would I go about it if I would say, like, hey, I see it's like actually how would
you just stop it just like a normal way because you're the table judge here. It's a little different than a YCS because we don't have like 25,000 viewers and all of Konami just like breathing down our neck. But it's still important to go ahead and police gameplay. So if you see an illegal activation, you can just stop them right there. Correct the game state, issue a time extension if appropriate if it took more than a certain amount of time. So. Yeah, and you still would. You'd still do all the same stuff. Procedural error minor, legal activation. You would still ask them, have you received this penalty earlier in the day? So it's just normal judging. It's just there's an extra step of you having to pick the players up. But make sure that, and we'll need to go do this actually now while I'm thinking about it.
Also, the question about the chat,
I can see the chat. I will communicate in the Facebook chat for the Game Guys group if there's anything weird. If there's like, hey man, they activated Dominus Impulse and you're letting them activate a light launcher. That's a real thing that happened on YCS Orlando stream. So if something's like that, just watch for pings in the little Facebook chat. So, and I think they should have Neuron set up in there too. Do we have Neuron on the screen? Maybe we don't. You might be helping them keep track of life points. Export it, turn this off. Let's go out and pick us some featured duelists.
Yeah, this is probably the first time I make the
You're fine. The main thing is, it's not about getting it all right this very first round. It's about learning whatever it is that went wrong in the first round, applying it to the second, and then applying that to the next round. So it's okay to make a mistake. Dude, I have made all the mistakes. It's the only reason why I know how to do everything is because I've screwed up on everything at least once. So, yeah, I think we're good.
Tenemos un table como like real beginners, like real small, like something. It can be even a box. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's fine. Yeah. Push and then go on. Do like a check. Jordan, Hey, can I get a laptop charger over here? Yeah. All right. My uncle is on a walkie now, so if you want something, let him know. Matthew, where you at? Matthew, where you at?
Hit Facebook, go to
Yeah.
Pheromone.
No?
Hey.
Hey Matthew, what's that one thing called? Like ninja videos, or shit like that? I can share this screen right to another remote screen share into OBS.
That for creative program.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Which one will be better?
Creative program. So you can share the code to the PC.
It is Saturday, February 20th. Good morning. Good morning, duelists.
So I was thinking about doing Discord screen share, but what's it called? I heard that it wasn't too good for this. I can message him. Just to share link.
Oh.
Huh? Nah, are we letting them use our restrooms? No. Yeah, we're gonna get that. Real quick, actually, since we're here, can we put this on and run it through, and we actually need the keys to lock that?
It's gonna run here too.
Okay, I'll get it. No, hurry.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
I'm doing the social stuff, so you got a sec. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Good morning, duelists. It is Saturday, February 22nd,
I
2025.
don't feel like shit. I'm
Good morning,
killing this one.
duelists.
I think I'm gonna leave it alone. Oh
No,
shit.
you got it. You just gotta put the camera in.
Copy. Where's the camera? Yeah, because I think I made it as a host instead of trying to do it myself. I may have fucked up though.
Oh, yeah.
The guest can see directors, but not every guest directors can see.
Yeah, the directors, performers, yeah.
Uh, Going to participant. 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 Wait, so I guess that one I do
let's take a little talk here about the Game Guys Regional Championship. So, again, we are going to have 9 rounds here of Supreme Darkness format. But it's not just 9 rounds. You can hear the cheers from the back of the crowd there as the head judge announces that we've got over 300 players. But it's also Structure Deck Blue Eyes White Destiny. And you might be able to hear the voices in the background. Let me go ahead and switch over because we have got our duelists in attendance right now, sitting down. So let me go to our main screen here as we are getting everything set up. All right. Just getting everybody set up here again for another beautiful day here for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. If there's any audio issues, you let us know because we're just getting everything set up now. But again, it is going to be a wonderful day, although it is cold out here. Cold, cold, cold here in Houston, Texas. A little bit of sub-30-degree weather is what it sounds like. But we're not here to give you the weather. We're here to give you the forecast of the future of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. I'm Pheromone, and you're going to be listening to my voice one way or the other for the next 9 rounds. My apologies, right? It's a bad day if you don't like the sound of it. But if you do, chill, relax, kick back with me as we enjoy some good old-fashioned Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game gameplay. They will be getting me the deck list here soon, but we've been seeing a lot of the same and a lot of new stuff too, you know, as we were going through. A lot of events were held over the last weekend, so we got a little preview of what Blue Eyes is about. But we also know that there's just a lot of great Malice gameplay still out there, a lot of great Bestial Rizel gameplay out there, a lot of Fiendsmith gameplay still out there. A decent crowd out here again, 300-plus duelists on a blisteringly cold day. Coming in here from Dallas myself, pretty cold as well. But yeah, it's we're here. So it looks like we are going to have our deck list brought up here soon. But duelists are going to be on their own timer. We're also going to get Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron hooked up here, the official companion app for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Listening to the head judge make their announcements out there. I don't think we have the camera set up to where you can see the crowd here, but just what a venue. What a venue. It's very FGC, very fighting game community style with arcade machines, kind of low lighting and stuff. Don't worry, you can see your Yu-Gi-Oh! Card just fine. But duelists will be on their own timer here, so they're just going to get started just right off the bat here. And heavens to Betsy, is that a Sword Soul Emergence? I think we're doing this. Sword Soul still really good. Yep, grabbing that Sword Soul of Moye right off the top of the deck there. And going to go ahead and play Sword Soul of Moye, revealing one of the various Tenyi, but unfortunately don't even need to reveal there because we are going to get hit with the Infinite Permanent, so no token of any kind. Certainly a slowdown there, and looks like we're just going to have a set. And that might be it for our Sword Soul player here. It is very difficult to recover the combo if you do not already have the Sword Soul Strategist Long Yuan. But starting on the other side, oh my goodness, it really is. They got it. Okay, so it's Live Twin Lila right off the top of the deck here and being used to special summon out the Live Twin Kiss-a-Kill. So Live Twin Kiss-a-Kill going to go ahead and get its effect over. And think we are going to go Kiss-a-Kill Frost, by the way. Let me correct that. She's in her alternate costume. But we're going to perform our first Link summon of the day here, and he's going for the Evil Twin Kiss-a-Kill. And the order in which you play your Evil and Live Twins obviously is very important. But remember, they're fiends, both Evil Twins, but Kiss-a-Kill's a light fiend and not just a dark fiend. You know what light fiends mean, of course? That's going to be access to Fiendsmith and Fiendsmith services. It looks like we're doing that immediately now. Going to go ahead and convert that Live Twin, or should be Evil Twin Kiss-a-Kill, over to Fiendsmith's Requiem, and doesn't look like the opponent has much they can stop there. So, going to go ahead and proceed then, tributing the Fiendsmith's Requiem for using its effect to bring out Lacrima of the Crimson Tears. Lacrima is going to go ahead and use its effect now to send something to the graveyard. Looks like it's going to be Fiendsmith Engraver. And if you can't see, but you can hear, you might want to refresh to make sure that you can see, because we're live. This is happening. So Lacrimosa is going to also get linked off with Live Twin Little, and I love this because the link materials for the Evil Twins are pretty flexible. It's 2+ monsters, 2+ effect monsters, including a Lila. So great way to get the Lacrima out there, send the Fiendsmith Engraver to the graveyard, and then still end on a genuine Evil Twin board, right? Don't know if we're going to end up on Trouble Sunny here, but we are going to draw a card off the effect of Evil Twin Kiss-a-Kill. It was special summoned when a Lila monster was controlled. But now we're going to go for another link here
So sending 2 monsters to the grave, and it is Evil Twins Trouble Sunny. I only just found out yesterday from the concept art that her imposing manager standing behind her is Luna. So, of course, we got Luna and Sunny there, but going to go and use the effect to tribute send to the graveyard. That does mean we're special summoning Evil Twin Lilla with that card. Now, we get to see that face down destroyed card. Ooh, wow, a triple tactics talent. That tells a lot about the previous turn where the infinite impermanence was used to stop the Sword Soul of Moye. Well, I mean, that triple tactics talent isn't doing much because infinite impermanence is a trap card last I checked. And a hearty Yu-Gi-Oh! To everybody just joining us in the broadcast now. Again, just a gorgeous, gorgeous day for dueling here. Why? Because it's a good day to stay inside. Oh, my heart's out for people who are fending themselves out in the cold weather. Maybe not. Maybe you're just chilling from wherever you are. Warm and toasty. Count your blessings here. Because we are freezing here, but we are going to perform another Link Summon. And got the finger on the Abawaku, thinking about maybe discarding some cards to perform one of its 2 powerful effects here. And looking back into the hand there, our players. Of course, we'll get their names in their deck lists soon. But we haven't seen them just yet. But looks like we are going to go ahead and use the effect of the Abawaku. Going to go ahead and take a look at the card. It is new. I mean, Supreme Darkness has really only been out for, gosh, it feels like forever, but it really has only been like a month. So using the Abawaku to get out the Evil Twins Trouble Sunny from the graveyard there. It is a light monster. So using all the light and darkness powers intertwined. 3,300 attack coming across the board there over a 1,700 Moye. Should be 1,800 points of damage. So it should be 6,200 life points on the left side. The bow is not during both standby phases. It is just one. Again, nice to be able to hear the player audio. We don't always have that set up. It is actually pretty difficult there, so major shout out to the Game Guys staff for moving heaven and earth to make that happen. But this is the beginning of the very 9-round marathon that they are about to begin on. Looks like we're going to try the Sword Soul Emergence again. I see an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring just jumping right out of the hand. That triple tactics talent would have felt pretty nice here, but instead we're going to use the Tenyi Spirited Vishuna. So go ahead and special summon it to the field there, kind of threatening the ability to bounce. And it seems like our Evil Twin Live Twin player is concerned, maybe trying to do something new. Remember, Evil Twin Live Twin is definitely in vogue right now. We've got that great Master Duel 3rd anniversary event happening on Wednesday. And that's going to be exciting because VTubers from HoloLive are going to be clashing. One of them is an Evil Twin Live Twin main. But it looks like we're just going to go ahead and go to Game 2 here. Just a little too many stutters on the starts from our Sword Soul player. It's really, really cool to be able to see Sword Soul in tournament play for sure. But if you can't get everything going on, it's difficult, right? How are you going to synchro summon if you can't get a tuner and non-tuner monster on the field? So as we're getting ready here, you got to think about what are you trying to do if you are on the left side and you're trying to just get ready. You want to have, something that you can insulate your plays against, but these are commonly played cards. Maybe a cross-out designator would help. We did see the Droll and Lockbird in his hand as well, so have to find out soon what all they've got under the hood. We do see a couple of cards coming out there, and this is really just kind of a preview. We've got a couple of YCSs coming in the future there. And speaking of shout-outs, shout out to the chat. We do see a fan. This is one of those where I can be like, hey, I actually see and hear you. But we do have Team YCS Las Vegas coming out, and there is going to be a new set that drops in between there. You may have forgotten, but Maze of the Master is going to be legal on March 14th. And last I checked, the Team YCS is the very next day. So that's certainly interesting. You might get some power buffs up to Rizel. You might get some other cool stuff. We've seen a little bit of preview of some of the OCG cards that will be available from just the Yu-Gi-Oh!-card.com website. No spoilers here, right? They spoiled the surprises already. But that's not going to revolutionize everything in terms of like brand new decks being played and all that. It's one of those things where we still are going to see, I think, approximately the same decks. Of course, Blue Eyes is going to be the new stuff. Speaking of new stuff, we did get our deck list here, so let's talk about who we have on the field here. It's going to be Alpha on the left side, and Alpha is rocking out all the cool Sword Soul stuff. Jared is on the right side, taking the first game with an Evil Twin Fiendsmith matchup. And again, it's just neat to be able to see Evil Twin, Live Twin gameplay when this is a big week for them. Again, Wednesday, pretty much all day, it's going to be that 3rd anniversary tournament where HoloLive's Fuamoko and Koseki Biju are going to collide. I think the matchup should be Eldritch the Golden Lord versus Evil Twin Live Twin Sprite. So pretty cool there. And we also have the 3v3 that's happening, and it has World Championship competitors from both sides representing both teams. So Jesse Cotton made it. And if you don't know who that is, it's one of the world champion members of the World Championship team for Master Duel, as well as Mike Thomas, Trishula TV, another World Championship competitor. So going to be a really good one, but that's then. This is now. And we are getting started here finally. So let's see what it is that Alpha is able to do with kind of a one-card synchro here, getting up into the new Tenyi stuff. And it is cool to see the new Tenyi stuff. That's the one thing, we can be excited, but it is just really, really cool to be able to see new cards actually get used for sure. All right, getting just a little bit of info from the judge there. And there is a judge in the room, too. I don't want you to think that these duelists are playing by themselves. Oh, that's interesting. They might be, yeah. I'm going to have to see if I can get that switched over. Trying to see. Yeah, blue side does appear to be on blue. Main monster zones. Yeah, we'll have our staff take a look at that, too. Because I do see what you're doing, seeing that the pink sleeves are on the pink side and that side. So we might need to go ahead and get those up. I wonder if I can do that. Player cams. All right, Pheromone's going to hit some buttons. And that could be a little weird. So, yeah, I'm going to have to call in staff real fast for that. So don't fret, but to make sure we get that fixed. Player cameras are flipped. If you see stuff like that, let me know. I do have some stuff. It wouldn't be me fixed. I'd love to touch it, but I also don't want to break the stream while you guys are watching it. So I will try to get that attended to. But yeah, that certainly is important to notice. No, I can, but I can't. I can't. It's going to be on another computer where somebody else is. So yes, that's the correct answer, but no, it's not the correct answer for me. The correct answer for me is focusing on the great gameplay we have here. We got our, really, I mean, the 1,200 damage on the Sinister Sovereign is nothing to sneeze at. But slowly but surely, we are seeing a bunch of Evil Twin Live Twin cards storm upon the field here. If only I could be everywhere doing everything. All right, but we are going to still see the same gameplay here. Nothing too changey. Oh, you're right. Then I guess we could just flip the field. You're right. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get brave. I'm gonna get the bravest I have ever braved. I'm gonna touch the stream while it's operating, and I don't need to flip it, but I do need to rotate it. Okay, so but gameplay-wise, everything is still going great here. that would be fun. Got plenty of 4-arm characters in Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, even Molcharmi Purulia could get it with all its tentacles here. But we are going to activate Fiendsmith's Tract, allowing for the search of that gorgeous Fabled Lurie there. Fabled Lurie, of course, getting discard likely right now. And then special summon immediately via its own effect, giving easy access to a Light Fiend and not having to risk anything happening to your Evil Twins or Live Twins. I love that Jared is, still rocking out this deck for real. And it shows you how powerful, when you pay attention to what cards have in common, right? Whether it is just so many different things. So. Hey, Mugen, I can see you right here, fam. Sorry you can't hear us. All right. But we do continue play through here. Looks like we're finally going to perform that Link Summon. And what shall we obtain here? Looks like actually it is going to be another Evil Twin Lilla there. Try to see what happens if I just... Oh, hey, I think I fixed it all by myself, except it needs to be flipped one more time. That's the only thing. I've got them on the right sides now, but the cards are flipped, so if only I can do that. Okay, so. And don't worry, we'll have our actual production crew come in and fix this soon. But at least we've got them on the right side now. So, again, if you've been paying attention since the beginning of the stream, Jared is going to be on the left side with the Evil Twin Live Twin strategy, and Alpha is on the right side with the 10-Yi stuff. So that does mean that Jared on the left did win the first game just by limiting all the options from Alpha's ability to play all those great new Sword Soul 10-Yi cards. But other than that, about time to see where this is going to go. So we are going to go ahead and banish that. It's going to be 1,200 life points off the top there. And technically we still got one more fix. It's actually backwards. All the spells and traps and the Monster Zone stuff is a little jammed. NA production jokes, I know. But that's because I was the one who hit it and not our wonderfully talented staff here. Gameplay does continue on. We get a special summon there from the hand of Live Twin Kiss-a-Kill Frost because that Sacred Lilla's on the field. Does feel a little bit like Sprite, right? You just get to keep dropping down body after body after body, but it looks like we're going to go ahead and return the Fabled Lurry back to the deck in order to special summon the Fiendsmith Engraver. 10-Yi definitely still out there for sure, and it's one of those decks where people just like forget how innately powerful it is. Do you get a little preview of the extra deck there? Do you see what appears to be a Myriologic Aggregator right there on the top, possibly hinting that there's an Ultimate Slayer somewhere, perhaps in the side deck, perhaps in the main deck, but we'll see if that plays into any relevancy here. But for now, we're going to see Fiendsmith sequence there actually being played face... or excuse me, in the main monster zone because of the linked arrow from Lilla. And beyond that, we haven't seen a whole lot happen. All right, considering linking it off, actually, maybe not a fusion monster of any kind, maybe just getting Fiends over to the graveyard. Not the weirdest thing to occur. All right, now maybe consider the graveyard after all, because I feel like if you put the time in to bring it out, maybe you intended to use it, maybe not. Well, we'll have to ask our winner, but it looks like we actually are going to go ahead and link it off, not going too hard into the fusions, instead making, wow, okay, preferring to bring out the Evil Twin Trouble Sunny there. So about to dox us some VTubers. right, so it looks like we might have had an illegal activation. The judge is issuing a procedural error reminder that's just going to be a warning, so you don't have to worry about any penalties deciding the outcome of this duel. But it looks like it was the Fiendsmith sequence was illegally declared there. So good stuff on that, and great communication from our judges here, getting minute-to-minute updates there. But other than that, and a brief time extension, play should be continuing pretty fast here. Again, we are in Game 2 here, so things are just kicking off for the day. And showing a pretty good showing from Evil Twin, Live Twin, Fiendsmith. I think we are just getting a little pause there from the judge while they get the penalty stuff done. Well, that just gives us a brief little break for maybe me to fix up the gameplay. All right, there's the vertical flip. Okay, so there's that. Don't want to touch that. Just need to find the rotation here. Speed of rotation. Looks like we are, again, going to have 8 more rounds after this, but we'll have a lunch break in between. I think it's going to be between round 3 and 4, but I'll chill with you guys while we are waiting for that, so you don't have to worry about anything in between. But yeah, it is a repairable game state, so I think we are going to be rewinding just a little bit here. And that's okay. Stuff like that happens. Even the Pro Leagues, even the World Championship, even in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. Grady, can you grab Jordan? We have a small tech issue. Oh, can you grab Jordan or Junior? We got a small tech issue. Thank you. All right, so we do have somebody coming in to flip the script so we can have our font playing. But speaking of playing, looks like we're going right back in the action here. So we are going to rewind and bring out... No, actually, it looks like we're just tributing that. So, wow. Okay, so it is going to be an Evil Twin Lila, and she is special summon with a Kisko monster on the field trying to destroy. Looks like we're going to try to swap things out to, because we've got those newer cards from Supreme Darkness. You're going to get locked into target on the token, so he's just going to take a little read there, and it might only be limited options. All right, so give me just a sec. We're going to get this tech issue fixed. So it was flipped backwards, so I flipped it vertically, but I still need to flip it one more time on the transform, and I couldn't find it. But to show you where it's at, so before it was showing pink sleeves on blue guy's side and the opposite, so I went in, and I just did that, but I can't get it to flip horizontally because I don't know where the transform application is. All right, our handy-dandy staff is here to go ahead and fix things up, so we're just going to focus on the gameplay till things flip over vertically. That way, that blue deck should be on the bottom left corner. But as we continue... Oh, yeah. Well, nope, now the blue is over on that side, so we still need to get that. Blue should be on the other. That's good. Okay, so we are getting that fixed, so don't worry about that, folks at home. But now things are really improving, and everything's looking good, yeah. And speaking of looking good, check out that field featuring both Fiendsmith Sequence and Fiendsmith Desiree, and, of course, the Muckraker of the Underworld, reporting live to you now from Fiend Paradise. Because that's what it feels like. It definitely feels like Fiendsmith in Paradise here. But, again, thank you for helping us get through our kind of rocky start here. But we are back to normal. And again, let's talk about everything going on here. So, of course, we've got the Tenyi Spirit, Mula Adhara. That's going to be that Synchro monster in the center in front of the Muckraker of the Underworld. You already know Sword Soul, Sinister Shav, Kishing Long Winds effect because we saw it banish a monster and do that 1,200 damage. Pretty good. Pretty lock, stock, and barrel good. But talking about the newer edition of the Mula Adhara, if a non-effect monster is on the field, the card gains these effects. It can't be destroyed by the opponent's card effects, which is what protected it. You cannot target the monster with card effects, which is why it couldn't be targeted. And it can make a second attack during each battle phase. Pretty good there. Pretty good indeed. And, of course, that's newer, brought to you by Supreme Darkness. Supreme Darkness, quite a set, honestly. There's a lot of hidden treasure, I think, in it. A lot of cards that still could get a lot of cool use out of them, and I'm glad to see that we are doing that just now. All right, so we are totally plugged in. Thinking about what to do next here with our Link monsters. Looks like we got a question there to the judge. Oh, that is an interesting question. Does equipping sequence count as targeting Desiree? That's going to be an interesting judge question there because that's coming off of the 10 Spirited Sahasrara. And again, just while you control a face-up non-effect monster, that is the token, monsters your opponent controls cannot target effect monsters for attacks. And also your opponent cannot target effect monsters on the field with card effects. So go over to Desiree. Well, actually, it's not really Desiree. It's really Fiendsmith Sequence. So you go over to Fiendsmith Sequence and take a look at the card text of Sequence. So it looks like they are going to just make sure they're just going to hit the timer on that. So during your main phase, Fusion Summon. Oh, yeah, target a light, non-link Fiend monster you control and equip this card. So just a really interesting interaction. You actually can't use the Desiree targeting effect, so they may have to rewind again here. Just one of those things that's a little wild, but yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! No, you ain't time travel. This is modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Featuring brand new cards that just came out in the latest core booster pack. But it does feel like weird because it's almost like, you know, both decks got a DLC patch there. And feel pretty good. But yes, you can't target that, of course, because you can't target period. Something you got to get used to if you haven't played in this matchup before. There's a lot of cards throughout Yu-Gi-Oh! That say neither player can target cards on the field with card effects. And you wonder to yourself, why? Why is that relevant? Well, now you know, because weird stuff like that happens. So our judge is currently working that out. And I guess we're just waiting on them to go ahead and move things on here, getting instructions from the judges. Yu-Gi-Oh! Again, difficult thing. Now, it's okay to get a second PE minor. I see those of you in the chat. The PE minor has to be for the same thing before the head judge can consider upgrading it. So let's talk a little Yu-Gi-Oh! Judge talk, shall we? Let's say you will legally activate Pot of Greed, right? And I don't know what situation it might be, but maybe Joel Lockbird was under its effect and controlling the duel, and you couldn't draw cards, and you illegally activated Pot of Greed, but you didn't try to draw any cards yet. That is fine. PE minor, right? Couldn't do the card, you activated the card, going to rewind the game state, hopefully you didn't draw. Right, we're fine. But then let's say later, Jinzo is on the field. Actually, no, Jinzo's a bad example. Something that prevents you from even activating spells. So, oh, anti-spell fragrance, and you activate a spell too soon without setting it. That's also a PE minor, but it's not the same PE minor. So hopefully that's some news you can use. Again, it's okay to make mistakes, and obviously you want to do your best. But it doesn't mean you're getting kicked out of the tournament or kicked out of this duel because you made a different same mistake. Just waiting for that to get resolved, though. Of course, I'm not the judge here. I'm just a common spectator just like y'all. But as we are waiting for the judge to go ahead and resolve things, we'll just kind of chill here. Again, the game state looking pretty decent for either side. Might end up going to a game 3. Again, time is paused here, so we are fine. But until then, Don't think it's going to be an upgrade, but again, that is going to be up to the head judge. But we are just chilling here. So while we're waiting, why don't we go ahead and just cut over to this side of things, since it may be a second before we actually get the judge there. If you're wondering what's going on, we're just waiting for a second procedural error minor to possibly get upgraded or not. It's not the same kind of procedural error minor, but you still have to follow your chain of commands, and we're just kind of hanging out until then. But it's, again, 300-plus players here. We're going to be here for 9 rounds of Swiss, and that's pretty exciting because, again, as you've already seen, Supreme Darkness is making an impact on this duel. But it's not just Supreme Darkness in the field. It's also the brand new Blue Eyes Structure Deck White. There's going to be Structure Deck Blue Eyes White Destiny. A little bit of a tongue twister there. But in a moment, we should be cutting back to our duel here. I'll go ahead and do it now, but just kind of give you guys an update. We'll be having a lunch break at some point too today, but I want to make sure that you guys know what's going on. So let's go ahead and pop back into our screen here. We're still waiting for our judge. So we are just kind of hanging here. But I think they are sending some backup support there just so everything's good. The players being patient again. They're going to get their time back so you don't have to worry about anything going on. In terms of how much time is left generally for the tournament, I'm looking for the clock over on the wall. And, oh, it's just out of range. I just can't see it. It's a little too far away. But I would imagine since we started here at about 10 a.m., we're about 37 minutes in. So they probably have some time, but remember, we are going to have a little bit of a time extension here, too. And this duel could end here. Remember that on left side, Alpha lost the first game, so Jared on the left side won the first game. So we should be fine in terms of time because it could actually wrap up here depending on how commanding this game state is. All right, so I do hear some judgery in the background, so we should be getting this wrapped up pretty soon. But it's just one of those things when there's an appeal or when there's an upgrade situation, you do have to wait, of course, for that head judge to arrive. And the head judge could be anywhere because he's the head judge. He's a popular person, got a lot to do. Heavy is the head that wears the crown of the king of judges. But it is a great staff here, so we're just making sure that this all gets resolved correctly. And again, the first procedural error minor was for the incorrect and illegal activation of Fiendsmith's sequence under the time. The second one here is a different procedural error minor for the activation of the equip effect of Fiendsmith's sequence, a different part of the effect to latch on to Fiendsmith's Desiree. Why? Well, actually because of the 10-year link monster. Whenever there's a non-effect monster on the field, you can't target cards on the field. So our head judge is on the way there. So and most of the duels you can see, they're chilling just like you. If you're just like, come on, I want a duel here. I want to see some cool duels. Look at Jared. Look at Alpha. They think the same thing. They're just like, man, you know what this would be a great room for? What would this be a great room for? It would be a great room to duel in, wouldn't it? If only I could get some duel action here. But don't worry, don't worry. They'll be back before you know it. But yeah, for the most part, we are just kind of stranded here. I'm leaving them on the gameplay stuff so we can all kind of cheer. There's also a crowd here, too, who is enjoying the lovely scenery of this duel. Funny just catching 2 duels hanging out, you know. It's kind of an elevator thing here. He could, but we still have to determine things like rewinding the game state, etc. So that's, again, that's not up to us. It's so easy when you're sitting here, right, and you're not wearing the judge uniform to be like, do this, do that, etc. But it looks like they're going to pack it up, actually. And so I'm listening for determination here on what happened. Yeah, 3K. 3K is pretty huge. 3K is going to be a little too big to get over there. But it looks like the duelists, I don't see a match slip here, so I think we are going to go ahead and upgrade that game loss there. So that means that if I'm correct, if I'm reading that correctly, then it was upgraded. Okay, cool, cool, cool. So I got info from the judge because of a second illegal activation of the same effect of Fiendsmith sequence, then that has been upgraded by our head judge, which is a game loss penalty. So what that means is that we got ourselves a match. It's 1-1 here. Now, there is no time extension whenever there is a pause in the game and it ends as a game loss. Remember that from your Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament policy guidelines. So that is going to be exciting there, because that means we're going to have very little time. I'm going to determine how much time is left by asking our friendly judges there. Because we definitely are going into game 3 here. I love that, since there is live twin references throughout the duels here, we do have blue and pink and blue and pink. Definitely difficult, definitely difficult. And it shows you there's still a lot. There's new 10-yi cards. All right, so looks like it's going to be 11 minutes left on the clock about when they get started here, which is plenty of time for a full solid duel. We've seen these duels throw hands, so I think we'll be okay here. All right, so now we get to see if Fiendsmith Evil Twin Live Twin is able to bring it back, or if we're actually just going to see 10-yi Sword Soul just knock it out of the park on round 1. And that's exciting, because one of those things, people are like, oh, my deck needs new cards. And then the new cards come up. And then no one uses them. That's not fun. Come on, you wanted something new? Play it. At least give it a shot. And both of these duels are doing exactly that. We do have, announcing the OCG, I know there's one new Link monster for Evil Twin Live Twin. And speaking of Live Twin, let's get right into the game. We'll see if they even need that. And that is consistent with the loss there, because, we're going first here on Jared's side. Normal summoning the live twin Kiss-a-Kill. Special summoning a live twin Lilla from the deck. And then going to go ahead and perform the Link summon there immediately. I think this is, well, I guess it could be a Kiss-a-Kill. That seems to be the more popular opener for this one. Going to go in special summon. Alpha taking just a quick look at the hands. Anything they want to do? No, maybe not. It shows you, always take the time to read your opponent's cards, too. Don't get yourself in this pit trap where you're too proud to admit that you don't know all 14,000 Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I don't know all 14,000 Yu-Gi-Oh cards. So it's okay to be like, hey, bro, what does that do? Oh, wow, that's good. Yeah, it is good. Speaking of good, we are going to go ahead and see the Evil Twin Kiss-a-Kill, make the Fiendsmith Requiem, be tributed for Fiendsmith Lacrima, go ahead and send the Fiendsmith Engraver to the graveyard, equipping the Fiendsmith Requiem to the Lacrima. I think we're going straight into Necroquip Princess here. Now, I'm not sure what kind of card effects from the hand they might be activating, but they could just be trying to get 2 level 6s on the field to make something like Triple D, High Wave King Caesar, or Wave High King Caesar. High Wave would make too much sense, but Wave High King Caesar. So speaking of recycling here, we are going to put that back into the extra deck and grab out copy of that. Immediately overlay. Yep, there it is. Triple D. Wave High King Caesar, giving you 2 special summon effect negates there. Very, very powerful, and certainly something you could play through on the Sword Soul 10-yi side, right? It doesn't take too much to just activate a couple of effects there. Immediately activating the Droll and Lockbird on the Fiendsmith Tract. And so that's going to prevent any extension here. Looks like they're just going to set and pass, so it's just going to be the Triple D. So Triple D, Wave High King Caesar, threatening, I can activate this Fiendsmith Tract next turn. Now is your time. I think I see a little bit of a trap card there, possibly an Infinite Impermanence. Maybe able to drop that down and get the plays started. Would really crack this turn wide open for Alpha, considering their options as they rock back in that blue chair. The next decision's a big one. I do not blame them. All right, so actually, looks like we're going to use, I think that's Shathana, the water 10-yi. Need to pay more attention to Duel Academy. And not doing too bad. All right, so going to go in special summon. So we do see Shastana. And immediately going to link some of that off into the Monk of the Tenyi Spirit. So Monk of the Tenyi ready to rock there. We do see an Ash Blossom in hand. Doesn't seem like they want to activate anything yet. Obviously, the Fiendsmith Tract isn't going to be doing much here. All right. I think it's time. They got to do something. So we're going to normal summon Sword Soul Amoye, activate the effect, revealing Sword Soul Ataya in the hand, but wasn't able to stop that. So going to go ahead and negate and destroy. So that's painfully difficult there. Using the Monk of the Tenyi. So there's a little bit of life gain here. Remember, when you are playing against Evil Twin Live Twin, it is a live twin themed deck, right? It's all about VTubing. So you're subscribing. Got to pay that 500 life point monthly fee to get only the best in attacks against Evil Twin Lilla. So yeah, they are going to go ahead and try to use the effect of Shathana there because, again, it's going to be able to banish from the graveyard, target a destroyed monster, special summon, and then destroy a card the opponent controls. But you can still negate the activation during the damage step here, and that's exactly what happened with the Triple D Wave High King Caesar. Those two powerful negates and infinite permanence would have been so good right then. And it is nowhere to be seen. Looks like actually a Sword Soul Blackout is the trap there. They are able to go ahead and bring out the Arc Nemesis Protoss, locking things out of certain attributes. Looks like we're calling Dark there, destroying the Dark Monster. Would have been nice to destroy the Water Monster, but obviously you wouldn't stand a chance to bring that out, right? So, as we keep things going here. So it's still a big monster. I mean, that's the thing. Having Arc Nemesis Protoss, calling Dark, locking things out of Dark, that actually is pretty huge. But we still know the Fiendsmith Tract is there, so that might be really difficult as we discard. There wasn't an opportunity to call Light there. You can't call any attributes not currently on the field with Arc Nemesis Protoss. So going to go ahead and add Lurie, discard the Lurie, special summon the Lurie. It's a Flurry of Lurie. Now that's a powerful trap card. If you caught that in Jared's hand, I definitely think I saw a Dimensional Barrier. And that is huge against a deck that is predominantly synchro-centric. But there's still a lot of links in Sword Soul Tenyi, right? That's what the Tenyi is for. And I mean, Dimensional Barrier was a card back then too, so obviously people were equipped for that. They knew what to do. Speaking of equips, we are looking over at the Necro Equip Princess. Also considering some other options here. But it looks like we'll bring back the Fiendsmith Engraver, sacrificing the graveyard effect of the Lacrima. I guess recycling it maybe for later use. Depends on how many Lacrimas you're running. Maybe it's not that important to go ahead and put it back into the deck there. But being careful there, going to go ahead and link one off, bringing out the Fiendsmith Requiem using Fabled Lurie as its material. And then going to go ahead, and we already know the Lacrima's there. Probably still need to shuffle the deck, right? Good on Jared there as they pick the deck up to send the Fiendsmith Engraver from the deck to the graveyard with Lacrima the Crimson Tears there. So starting to break through. Obviously, you know, it's kind of a chaos deck, right? There's good light monsters. There's also good dark monsters. But locking out the darks was not enough to prevent all these plays from happening. So Alpha is just kind of caught staring until they flip over the trap card. And it is a worm monster. And so it won't be destroyed because it can't be destroyed by card effects. So we're going to bop 2 there. Think about a Fiendsmith Engraver and the face-down Fiendsmith in Paradise, which is kind of unfortunate because now you put Fiendsmith in Paradise in the graveyard and it wasn't going to be there otherwise. So it could be used to be banished for its powerful effect to send Desiree to the graveyard, maybe send another card on its way down. All right, normal summoning the Droll and Lockbird. This has got to be for Fiendsmith Sequence, and hopefully we can get this one as the rules dictate here. Because they've got 2 monsters, 2 effect monsters there, including a Fiendsmith monster. But I don't know what else we can grab. I mean, Muckraker is cool. But your Fiend locked. Not a problem for a deck that prides itself on Fiends, including little bit of side burst here, but yeah, we're going to go ahead and perform a link summon. Materials to the grave. What do we end up with? It's Fiendsmith sequence. So still not doing too bad. Kind of a simplified game state here. Got to be very careful. No dark monsters coming this way. You can't commit another procedural error minor at this point. That would be unfortunate, right? So we are going to say goodbye to those 3 fiends. Goodbye, Fiendsmith, Engraver, and Lurie. Kind of an honorary Fiendsmith at this point, right? And that's going to make the Desiree, and I'm pretty sure Desiree is light. Kind of hard to see it on the field there, but all the Fiendsmith cards have been light so far. All right, eligible for that targeting. Going to go ahead and equip there. So Desiree's got the double non-targeting negate in a single effect. Going to set the dimensional barrier and pass turn. So it's going to be a little difficult. Obviously, Alpha could walk into the wrong synchro trap here. Looks like they're going to immediately use the effect of the Arc Nemesis Protoss Call Light. We're going to chain the Desiree here and negate it, but that's good because that means it's already used up its effect. So with the normal summon of Sword Soul of Taya, we will banish something. Oh, but we're calling out synchros? That's okay. You still get your token. So put that in defense mode, but it is not going to perform a synchro summon at this time. That could be a little scary here. All right, I think that may be all she wrote. Offering up the handshake, not able to pass it back over. So I believe Jared on our left here wins and advances with an unblemished record in a round 2 using Evil Twin, Live Twin, Fiendsmith. And it shows you again, greatest thing about the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. People are like, oh, why can't people run the themes together? We haven't been doing that since like 2003 when the Gravekeeper Spy was made. And it was a great tribute bait for so many different cards. It might have been 2004. Grandpa's getting old. It's been a little while. But that was time on the round 2 there. So it looks like all's well that ends well. And really good start there, again, to see that this sort of off-the-beaten-path deck is still working, right? It's not just for Master Duel, it's also for in-person dueling here. And so I am seeing them sign the slip. This is always just a great way to preview who it is that won. And so winner on there. Okay, so yeah, Jared is going to be the winner there. There were some penalties there in the red. But yeah, Jared wins. So in a moment here, we're going to get to talk to Jared about some of the difficulty of facing a deck that you don't know, maybe some little hints for dealing with the pressure there, but sticking it out, coming across with a Game 1 win and a reminder to just behave themselves when it is Fiendsmith sequence time. But good stuff so far. Great attendance here. The room is just electric in terms of just duelists waiting for the next round to be posted, and that's really the vibe. That's really just everyday duel, and it's just showing up and seeing your friends, being like, hey, what'd you do? Oh, man, I was doing this combo, and then he activated this card I'd never heard before. What was it? Oh, well, gosh, I don't even remember the name, but it was this Tenyi thing, right? Oh, man, is that new Tenyi Link monster? Oh, it was. Well, that's the vibe. That's why I live for this, because it's just Battle City incarnate, so going to go ahead and hand off these fun deck lists to our judge here. And then Jared, if you want to go ahead and have a seat right here and pop on your headphones, we're going to go ahead and hit this commentator button so we can get you. If you'll just come on screen here so we can see you. We'll be able to hear you well until you get one of these on. Yes, you got it.
All right.
So, hey, yeah, we're live. If you want to pull in here so I can actually see you.
Oh, yeah.
So that was a little bit of a squeaker there. Talk to me about what it feels like to just play against a deck that you're like, oh, no, they're stopping me from targeting my own cards?
Yeah, I never read the new Tenyis, so I didn't realize what they did. I was just like, oh, yeah, it's Sword Soul. It's just a Sword Soul things. And then I never realized about how strong the new Tenyi stuff was. And once I realized, oh, I'm getting essentially Saint Enemies the enemy.
Yeah, Saint yeah.
Against myself, and I'm like, oh crap.
Well, you held it there just fine, and I think it was really cool to see all the Live Twin gameplay. Obviously, like the official Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game page has just been covered in Live Twin stuff this whole week because they've got that event coming up. Was this a deck you were already playing, or were you just like feeling the vibe of the Evil Twin Live Twins?
I've been playing it since it came out in 2020, but I've been on and off after it like stopped being good, which was like after Sunny came out, and then I switched over, but then I came back to it once the Fiendsmith stuff came out, and then I really got back into it once I saw the alt art for the new call by, because all the tactical try stuff was being announced for the OCG, and so I was like, oh, I gotta rep it. And since Lytron is one of the few decks that ethically makes Fiendsmith, ethically, yeah, it's got an in-engine light fiend, so
it does.
Ethical.
It's not just, you're not just moon to the closed heaven and through the moon from there. You are just like, this is a light fiend, you know.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. So is this a deck that you intend to like keep piloting? Because we do have events coming up like the Team YCS or YCS Houston.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever get that high because I work so often, and I've told myself that I'm not going to go to a YCS unless I'm just naturally free, like I don't take it off, but it just so happens like the stars aligned, like for the Houston YCS, or I managed to top, which who knows if that's going to happen.
It's a good start to the day, right? You got to keep your card effects in mind, but it's a good start to the day. Well, with that in mind, hopefully we get to see you up here again, but just in case we don't, do you have any shout-outs to anybody at home who just got to see you go through that?
I don't know about at home, but my friend who couldn't come, his name's Lewis, at Yugi Lu on YouTube.
Oh, we saw Yugi Lu in the chat. Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, there he is.
13,999 Yu-Gi-Oh cards. So
yeah,
good stuff.
He's a good friend of mine. We used to work together, and then he said he was too tired to come, so unfortunately he's not here, but at least he sees me winning.
He is doing it. He is doing it. Well, good stuff, Jared. We wish you the best of luck in the next couple of rounds. We're going to take a brief break, but we'll be back before you know it, so don't go anywhere. We're still hanging out here for just a little bit, but I wanted to kind of turn things on because pairings have been posted. You know what that means? A lot of duelists who are off camera there are just flocking to see either a QR code or the same thing to be like, there I am. Hey, man, can you check me? Okay, you're at table 6. Which one? Right, and so on and so forth. But so far, some really cool decks that we saw. Not sure what we'll get to put on the field, but we might be cooking. Hint, hint. Or we might get to see the impact of the great new structure deck. It just depends on who declines, who says yes, etc. Again, we're going to have 8 more rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Swiss action here. There's not going to be a top cut for this regional because we want to make sure these people get home safely. We'll just find out our standings from there. And certainly important because the North American World Championship Qualifier was announced recently. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but it's going to be July 11th through 13th in Indianapolis, Indiana. And great city for Yu-Gi-Oh! And card games really from all walks of life. So I'm excited to see everybody gathered there for just another great event. I think the last YCS we won there was also an international affair. I want to say Paulo from Brazil, a very famous player, won that one. So good Yu-Gi-Oh! In the future. Good Yu-Gi-Oh! In the future for Houston, but also good Yu-Gi-Oh! In the future for you guys as we continue to take a look here. So, good morning again, but we are still waiting for our duelist to get here, so we can just hang out. We're good. We got time. But there is not only this event going on this week, I definitely want to shout out the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel 3rd anniversary event that's going to be Wednesday on the official channels. Not only is it going to feature World Championship competitors going at it in a 3v3, but also VTubers fighting, and there's that cool hashtag contest. And people aren't just playing for nothing. There were giant cards on the line, Steam decks, codes, everything else. There's also like the Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days collection, I think, comes out, my math, Thursday, February 27th. So there's just so much of the game to enjoy, right? Like we just get to like just bask in the glow that is Battle City. And that's kind of nice because Yu-Gi-Oh! Has always been really active, but this is a wild universe where we're literally getting to play all forms of it. Taking a quick look to see if our guys have been moved over there yet. Nope, looks like they are still waiting for them to get in. But don't worry, soon, friends, soon. See our judge in the very far distance, getting stuff done, running around with some deck lists now. But we do have a bunch of other rounds that we'll be just trying to pick as many as we can. The final round, of course, we always reserve for our top table. That is like table number 1, just so you guys get a peek at what is undefeated, right? Like which duelists brought a deck here, piloted it perfectly, and just didn't drop a single game. So looking forward to that as well. But again, that is at least 7 hours from now. So enjoy yourself. We're going to be here for quite a while. Beyond that, we do have YCS Houston coming up, as you heard from Jared, our previous interviewee, the winner of round 1. Maybe he'll be there, maybe he won't, but hopefully you will. If you're coming in from the Houston area, it's great that we have big Yu-Gi-Oh! Back in Houston, right? We've had big Yu-Gi-Oh! Back in Texas, which was the NAWCQ in Austin last year, but now it's actually right here in Houston, and that's going to be, I think, at the George R. Brown Convention Center downtown. I want to say around the weekend of like April 6th or so. So still a little bit of time on that. Still certainly a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Left in the gas tank for sure. Format's feeling really good. When you look out in the field, there's still a lot of Mitsurugi, still a lot of Rizal, still a lot of Malice and stuff like that. But there's also a lot of really interesting experimental stuff, especially early in the rounds. We'll see if those get sifted out of the machine, but hopefully they stick around because I'd love to see more Sword Soul. I'd love to see more just wild stuff. And as we saw from YCS Birmingham, you'd be like, I don't even know where Alabama. No, YCS Birmingham in England. That was 2 weeks ago and was won by Dinkabui with a Fire King deck running Pot of Extravagance and just like 3 copies of like all the major Xyz and Link monsters they could eat. So that, just Pot of Extravagance. Sure, I banished those. Doesn't matter. I'm going to get more. And what does that prove? You're like, Pheromone, why are you telling me about a guy who won a fire deck in England? Because it means you can go win a fire deck at your locals or wherever, because, again, that was a 2,500-plus entry event. And if Dinkabui can do it, you can too. You just need, little luck, heart of the cards, and everything else on your side. Taking a look to see, I think they are pulling the tables. Not yet, actually. Okay, so we may maybe just you and me hanging out. But let me double check just to be sure. No, we didn't miss it. Okay, so we're just chilling here, which is fine. I could do this all day. Not like the Steve sense. I understand the name comparisons there. Beyond that, we do have the early days collection coming out, and so if you're kind of like an old school Yu-Gi-Oh fan that just happened to turn into this, be like, these aren't my cards. Good news for you on Steam and the Nintendo Switch. We are going to have that, I think, 14 different game collection. Looking forward to things like Dungeon Dice Monsters, Destiny Board Traveler, the World Championship Game Boy Advance games. You guys can shout out in the chat the ones you're looking forward to as well. But there's a lot of stuff. And there's the thing. A lot of people think, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has changed, right? We had to overinvest in the game now. Actually, I'll tell you, way back in Grandpa's day, a Mystical Space Typhoon was like $50 each. So just saying, things have always been like that. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! What changes is the card effects, but the personality, the vibe, and the enjoyment we get from the game, and the work that we have to put in to get the most enjoyment out of the game. That's the same and has always been, friends, which is fine. It's okay. It's been a while. It's been 25 years, right? We've been celebrating that 25th anniversary all year long. Trying to see, just double checking to make sure they didn't give us any heads up here. Okay. Still waiting for live stream players being ready to go. So, yeah, okay. They're working on getting them pulled. I'm not sure what's going on there. Okay, got the info now. They're going to go ahead and pull them. Very awesome, very awesome. Okay. So, yeah, because we're still waiting on the whole tournament to start until we start. So, sorry, fam, we're holding up the show. But, yeah, no, there's just been a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Going on. We're about to get more Yu-Gi-Oh! Here. I'm really excited because we get to pick the deck that I'm hoping that we got to pick. That could be good. Looks like I even think we've got deck lists maybe coming up. We've got slips being passed down. I love how I'm narrating this because we don't have the bright camera. When we do get the bright camera set up, but we should have an overhead feed of the entire venue just so you guys can chill out and, well, see what's going on back there. In the meantime, hopefully we get a chance. If you have any local players that you want us to try to take a peek in, depending on what's going on with the record, we would love to do that. So be sure to let us know. We do also have a sign-up sheet. So if you have some friends who are locally here and they want to appear on the stream, just have them fill out the sign-up sheet. We'll be up the registration desk, and so they are good to go from there. Looks like we've also got our players finally moseying on in there. Yeah, I don't see their judge with them, but that's okay, so I'm going to go ahead and flip on. Thank you for vamping with me. That's the technical broadcast term of just hanging out. But we're not hanging out. It's time to duel. We're going to go in here and see our players enter those chairs shortly. All right, there's their voices. Everybody's getting sat down.
First feature? Mm-hmm. What about you?
Oh, look at that first feature.
Oh, man, dude. Oh, I'm actually
Might be a little warm in that room. A little bit of language there. They don't know they're being recorded.
That's what's getting to me. It was like some guy from Louisiana, bro.
All right, beautiful deck box, by the way. Just proudly representing. Is that?
Nice deck box, too.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Even the chat is like, nice deck box. Even the opposing duelist is nice deck box. That's why you show up and you show your love of Yu-Gi-Oh! It's one of those things, duelists are so bashful. They're so shy.
Not like the audience. Yeah.
But we'll go ahead and let our duelists get started here as our judge is about to enter the room with them. So looks like we are going to rock out. Oh, it is going to be the good stuff. So.
Now you good.
Got Kwan Ho running Blue Eyes White Dragon with Primites. And his opponent will be, get this, Ethan Nash running Blue Eyes White Dragon with Primites. So this is going to be a preview of the Blue Eyes White Dragon World Championship. And I'm praying that we have. We haven't had one of those since 2016. You know, and what is the Blue Eyes White Dragon World Championship? Well, every anime fan wants it to be like the anime. To be like, wow, it's my favorite cards, and they're really good. Well, good news. You know, sometimes Yu-Gi-Oh cards, they go up, they go down. But right now, Blue Eyes is down to just obliterate the competition, Exodia style here. We are finally getting it. So it is going to be a mirror match there. And looks like everybody's shuffling up. Going to go ahead and roll there. Ethan rolling a 9 to an opposing 6.
Good luck. Have fun.
Duels just at their own time. So, yeah, fam, it's time to duel. Now, it's been a while since the Blue Eyes World Championship. That's 2016. You can still find the VOD of that on the official Yu-Gi-Oh! YouTube channel, watching Japan and America face off to try to clinch it. But we're going to go and start off with Primite Lordly Load. Primite Lordly Load going to add a Primite card. So we're going to get Primite Dragon Ether Barrel normal summoned. Going to go ahead and use that to set a Primite card, and that'll do exactly that. So we're going to set a Primite Drill Beam. It's a quick play spell card. You're not going to be activating it this turn based on the rules of the game. But off to a great start if you're controlling a normal monster. Speaking of normal monsters, we're going to go ahead and link summon there to get the normal monster enabling monster. Dragon with Eyes of Blue. And Dragon with Eyes of Blue certainly going to be seeing a lot of play here.
On res, that's fine. New chain effective Lordly Load to call Blue Eyes White Dragon special.
All right, so the Spirit with Eyes of Blue, of course, is going to be sending to the graveyard. Or adding, excuse me, the, oh, that's interesting. Okay, so we added the Mausoleum, and then we just special summoned the Blue Eyes in defense mode and didn't do much else using the Primite Lordly Load. And that does mean if you use Primite Lordly Load to get that out in defense, you are locked in to, though, not using any special summon monster effects. So let's go ahead and link summon. Now we're going to make the Heretic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres there. Don't have to use its effect right now, so that's perfect. Setting a card and pass turn. Seals pass, still a play even after all this time for so many different dragon decks. Let's see on the opposing side what we get here. Going to start with the Infinite Impermanence. And that's enough. Seals is not going to tribute or do anything there. You won't want to bounce that back, would you? We are going to go ahead and activate Primite Lordly Load. And so no response there. So Primite Lordly Load going to add the very mirror-ist of mirror matches. Adding the Primite Drill Beam probably means that we are likely to have some Primite power in hand.
Normal. Okay. Yes.
All right, so we've normal summoned our Primite Dragon Ether Barrel. Of course, going to go ahead and use its effect to set another Primite Lordly Load. At least we get something for later. Remember, there's that Lordly Load power boost. Super important to keep track of the attack boost there. 300 for each normal monster on the field and in the graveyard. But there's none yet. At least not yet. Taking a look at the set card there for just a moment. It's still Primite Lordly Load. It hasn't changed. So then, what shall we do? We're going to go ahead and activate Wishes for Eyes of Blue, discarding the Primite Drill Beam. Able to recycle that later with a Primite card on field. And going to use that to add a level 1 Light Tuner. This could be Sage with Eyes of Blue from the deck to the hand. And a Blue Eyes mentioned in Speller Trap card. And we are going to get the Roar. So Roar of the Blue-Eyed Dragons. Definitely a powerful card there. Going to go ahead and cut. Certainly important. Let's go ahead and link summon ourselves. One Primite Barrel Dragon into a Spirit with Eyes of Blue deserves another Primite Barrel Dragon into a Spirit with Eyes of Blue. And it's good to see the Blue Eyes Mirror match. It's actually a very difficult match to play out because the deck is explosive and powerful, but it's very, very stiff in the way that Seto Kaiba is stiff, right? But we are going to successfully use the Infinite Impermanence there. Don't think there's a dimension shifter. They might just be keeping their graveyard to the side. But that is going to be difficult. Because now there's just a little monster by itself. That's the thing about Blue Eyes White Dragon. You're not Seto Kaiba just because you're running his cards. Oh, but now we're going to have that Roar of the Blue-Eyed Dragons. Special summoning a Blue Eyes White Dragon because you don't control a Blue Eyes White Dragon. And that's good. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and reach deep into the deck. Special summon. Yep, there's that imperm column. Certainly important to remember. Play as far away from that red pendulum marker as you can, friend. We'll special summon a Blue Eyes in defense mode here. Always fun to see what everybody's favorite Blue Eyes White Dragon is. Looks like we're rocking out the tablet Blue Eyes. We're going to banish the Wishes with Eyes of Blue. And this is really going to say if we're playing a Dragon Master Magia build or not as we attach the Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon to the Blue Eyes. And that's good because you can banish it, obviously, to stop targeting abilities, so still very powerful. But to me, shows that we're probably likely not going into a Dragon Master Magi at all. Oh, it looks like the deck is off camera just a little too far out there, yeah. So deck in the graveyard just off camera, but that's okay. We still know what's going on. We're duelists. We've been doing this since time immemorial. 5,000 years ago. Gonna set that Primite Drill Beam back there on the field. Remember, it negates and banishes. And so, gonna try to activate Seals. Remember, Seals negated, but you could still actually activate it.
That's fine. Yeah, response.
So we've tributed it.
Seal effect engrave.
Trying to use the Seal Effect engrave. Ooh, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring saying no to that. Considering the options there, looks like up next is going to be the Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon, able to be special summoned from the extra deck because a Blue Eyes Dragon, excuse me, Blue Eyes White Dragon monster was equipped with a fusion monster. So Wishes for Eyes of Blue, making Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon very powerful, very easy to use. But it looks like we are going to go ahead and banish that. But where's our Primite card to be revealed? There it is, Primite Lordly Load.
You still take the 34? Or? No, I'm on attack declaration. Okay, gotcha.
So he's not taking the 3,400. He's going to go ahead and do that before the attack connects. And so with that in mind, it's going to be negated, it's going to be banished, and you're just left there with the Spirit. So both players, you can see, they like the deck, but they're still kind of getting comfortable with it, curious about their own cards, right, even though they're running the same. And this is one of those things where, you certainly got to put the practice in, but also, cut yourself a little slack. The deck only came out Valentine's Day, and last I checked, that was 8 days ago. So we only had about 8 days of real-life Blue Eyes action here. Speaking of which, we're going to go ahead and perform a Link Summon here. A very synchro-heavy extra deck you see there, but still making the same Heraldic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres and pass. Practically an identical field here. So going to add that Primite Dragon Ether Barrel back to the hand during the standby phase because there's a normal monster in the graveyard. And then going to go ahead and normal summon the Primite Dragon Ether Barrel. Effect's good, so it's going to set something else here. Always shows how into the Primite package a Duelist is, but it looks like it's just going to be another Primite Lordly Load just for the resources. There's other great cards in the Primite family, whether it's Scream, maybe Howl, a lot of great trap cards involving making loud noises as a dragon. But Mr. Nash not touching that. Instead, reaching into the extra deck here and trying to Link Summon out the Spirit with Eyes of Blue again. And going to let that go ahead and go through to get the Mausoleum of White. And I think I saw multiple copies of the Mausoleum of White in there. Nope, just one. Okay. Maybe that was a different one, but adding the Mausoleum, activating the Mausoleum.
Yeah. Extra normal summon?
And so then going to go ahead and normal summon with the extra normal summon from the Mausoleum in white, the Sage with Eyes of Blue. Now certainly Observant Chatter's noticing that the Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon didn't get to use its effect. Maybe we're saving that for something else. Maybe not. That's the thing. You got to get used to how live the board state is as a Blue Eyes player. Your graveyard is doing stuff. Your field is doing stuff. Your hand is doing stuff. Even your extra deck technically can do stuff. So you mostly need to focus, right? Keep track of everything, and that can be difficult when you have a duel slinging cards back and forth. Taking a quick look at the graveyard there again, noticing, oh yeah, there is the Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. You've also got the Roar with Eyes of Blue, right? You can banish that for a fusion summon later. So there's a lot of different things that could be done. But right now, looks like we're going to activate another Primite Lordly Load. Primite Lordly Load, going to special summon. Nope, actually just adding right now. So adding another Primite Dragon Ether Barrel Really strong card for sure. We haven't seen Primite Imperial Dragon. I think it's worth it. Just like a one-off. If you're in a Primite mirror match, so you can banish all your opponent's dragons after negating their effects. That feels pretty good. And is searchable within the deck. But we'll see how the format evolves. Looks like we are going to use the effect of the Spirit with Eyes of Blue to special summon Blue Eyes White Dragon from the graveyard. This one's going to be the Dark Side of Dimensions Blue Eyes. And thinking about it, maybe bouncing that card. Be careful.
Battle phase? Alright. Before attack with prefer on. Okay, sure. So in battle phase.
So he's fine doing battle phase.
Use seal.
So we're going to use the seal.
Okay.
Certainly smart to wait until the battle phase because the opponent didn't have any follow-up plays. You don't want to do that during the main phase because if they did, oh, cool, okay. Well, here's some other Yu-Gi-Oh!
Sure.
But we'll bounce Blue Eyes White Dragon back to the hand.
Yes. You're good.
And we're going to go ahead and then special summon in defense mode a dragon monster. And it's going to be 0-0. We're getting a quick little preview there of some Nibiru the Primal Being, some Bestials. Did see a couple of different cards there, but we're actually just going for the Druid's Worm to have it in defense mode. Remember, 0-0 doesn't do anything, so you can't even clear that out with the Sage with Eyes of Blue. You just have to be threatened. The next time your opponent clears that monster, whether by Link Summon or something else, they're taking a monster with them. But now, we are going to finally see True Light. We have not seen True Light in this match just yet. So going to set Wishes for Eyes of Blue, flip Wishes for Eyes of Blue, activating immediately. I think I just saw a Mulcharmy Fuwalos discarded there. Certainly not helpful when you control as many cards as we see on the field right now. But we're going to grab Effect Veiler as our level 1 Light Tuner and then Roar with Eyes of Blue. Now, luckily, Wishes is going to go to the graveyard, freeing up that 5th spell and trap zone because it's getting a little busy on that side of the field. Activate Roar of the Blue-Eyed Dragons. Time to special summon a Blue Eyes from the deck or graveyard. So it looks like we're going to take from the... Oh, no, that's going to be from the deck. You're not shuffling the graveyard. So now it looks like we're finally going to perform a Synchro Summon. Didn't banish the Wishes for Eyes of Blue in order to put a fusion monster in the graveyard. May not be playing that line of using Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon's really good, but maybe it just takes a little bit too much space up. Some people run, you know, maybe 2 fusions. Some people run 4. And we're still very early into the format. I think it is not settled yet. I have friends working on things like Invoked Blue Eyes. You know, I'm working on Anime Blue Eyes. Everybody has their own unique twist to this. Speaking of twist, though, we're seeing 2 Spirit Dragons, and you might say that's redundant. Well, you're not thinking about Crimson Dragon and some of the cool level 12 synchros that we can pull off here. And it looks like a pass turn.
Standby. Yep.
So it looks like Quan is going to go ahead and draw for turn, but during the standby phase, we're going to try to swap out here. And looks like we're going to add then from flipping over the other Primite Lordly Load. Kind of reminds me of Dark Magician style gameplay because, you know, if you play Dark Magician, I can't tell you how many times I've had face-up duplicative copies of Dark Magical Circle. And Primite Lordly Load is practically the Dark Magical Circle of Blue Eyes because True Light's great, oh my goodness, but it's much more of an analog to Eternal Soul. They don't really have a continuous spell card that continued to just reward them for playing, and that's what pushes Blue Eyes over the edge in a way that no other anime strategy is right now, and no other Primite strategy is right now. So it looks like an Effect Veiler jumping out of the hand, stopping the Primite Dragon Ether Barrel, probably from setting a Primite Drill Beam to the field. And that was an Effect Veiler, so we get a quick look at Ethan's graveyard. So, gonna go ahead and on resolution, special summon the brand new Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon, completely protecting both graveyards. but also could have, and yeah, catching Quan saying, I guess I could have used this, but I just forgot about it. So we do see Ethan Nash take the first game there. And so far, so good. I'm glad that you're enjoying it at home. That's always my goal, is to make sure that, like, you know what's going on if you're not looking. You know what's going on if you don't know what's going on. So good to hear that this Duel Academy lesson is going as expected. Well, speaking of lessons, now they're going to have to figure out what to take out of the side deck. And it's always weird, too, because whatever it is that would stop your opponent would also stop you. So you can't necessarily use, Dragon Capture Jar, right? Just to throw a little anime in there. But the idea is you have to find a unique option that stops them but doesn't shut you out. So we'll see what they end up taking out here. I saw him eyeing the Nibiru for a second there. Maybe, if your opponent's not summoning 5 monsters, the Nibiru, the Primal Being's not doing a whole lot. Also, looks like we're taking out the Trap card there, the brand new one from the Structure deck, the Majesty of the White Dragons. But a couple of other options coming out there. Don't worry, Dark Magician Duelist, I feel for you. But right now, Seto Kaiba is the star of the show. Joey Wheeler hot on his heels when we get to Alliance Insight in May with all the additional Red Eyes Metal Morph support. That deck is amazing. I was actually playing Primite Red Eyes like the entire lead up to Primite Blue Eyes. And it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to toot my own horn here. But looks like both players are ready to go. Quan presenting his deck. Ethan still working stuff out. As we continue to cruise through here, again, we have a little over 300 players in our first regional championship of the year.
Yep, have fun.
All right, both players giving a hearty good luck and have fun. They play Seto's deck. They don't act like Seto, which is good because it is actually against the rules to act like Seto Kaiba. Taking a brief look at the hand there. Quan's got to do something, but it's a little difficult. But you got that Wishes with Eyes of Blue, and if you're staring down, that's what you got to do. Oh, there's the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, shutting that down. What a powerful card, but it is a 2-for-1. Now you can use the Triple Tactics Thrust. You are going to be setting the card since your opponent doesn't control anything. Oh, wow, and it's just going to be the Dimensional Barrier. I will say that for the most part against Blue Eyes, you can pretty safely call Synchro. Then they might fuse you, and then they might Xyz you. They can always link you. But that's it, just the set and known set card. So Quan passes back over to Ethan, who starts with Primite Lordly Load. So looking into the hand there, I think I see a Bestial Magnemut and a Bestial Druis Worm. That seems to be what he's shuffling back and forth through. And that could be really helpful, actually. That really could get Quan out of this situation. But it hasn't happened yet. So, no lights, no darks, no good eats for Bestials. But instead, we've got our Primite Dragon Ether Barrel staring it down on the field. Probably going to turn into Spirit with Eyes of Blue soon. Definitely been excited for this format. Certainly the OCG players all over the world have gotten a taste of Blue Eyes White Dragon before we did, but this is it. We're here. Your friends, you're like, man, I'd play Yu-Gi-Oh! If they had like better Blue Eyes cards. Get them. Tell them. Buy them the structure deck. Find them and drag them here because it's time. They can't run any further. It's time to duel. But jokes aside, we do see the Spirit with Eyes of Blue going to go ahead and use its effect to add the Mausoleum of White, prepositions. But it's certainly a powerful card. It's nice to see how far it has come because it gets that Blue Eyes White Dragon to the graveyard. It enables that additional normal summon. So it's still really being used for the proper effect, but it's just a lot more accessible with a Link 1 monster that can easily search it out.
Effect of Spirit. Tribute.
Looks like we're going to use it. Going to go in Tribute, and that's, wow, the Bestial Magnemut coming down.
So on some.
Oh, but he said yes. Yeah, you got to be really careful on that. So, looks like he'll instead do the Bestial Magnemut against. Oh, he can't target Blue Eyes from the True Light. That's what was happening. Okay, so it wasn't a sort of communication error. It was just True Light. But we do get rid of the maiden, so there's no additional tutor, and that still is very relevant here. Now, considering the next options, do have the additional normal summon, though. Just normal summon the tutor and be like, hey, it's level 1, it's light, it's coming out to the field.
Use a. Actually, I won't use it. I'll go to leaving main phase. Leaving main phase, yeah. Well,
All right, so leave the main phase. 500 life points. Beep, 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 beep. Believe that's first damage, so it should bring in this game 2 Quan down to 7,500 life points as Ethan continues to figure out what cards he'll play next in main phase 2. Opponent doesn't control any more monsters. They got their first monster into the grave.
that's fine. On summon, yeah. Synchro. Yeah, we should.
So we are going to summon there. And, oh, calling Synchro. Okay, yeah, so during the next open game state, calling Synchro with Dimensional Barrier, you're not going to be able to Synchro summon just yet. You still get the Maiden with Eyes of Blue out there on the field.
I'll go to in phase and activate Effect of True Lights.
Maiden of White, excuse me. I was thinking of the old one. Don't make the mistake. Don't pick up the wrong structure deck. Saga of the Blue Eyes White Dragon's not what you're looking for. It's Blue Eyes White Destiny. But now we're going to use the True Light effect, set the wishes for Eyes of Blue, and that could be pretty determinative just in terms of how many resources Ethan has access to and how much Quan is getting just sort of crowded out of this duel bit by bit, card for card. Now we are going to search with the Bestial Magma, grabbing out the Primite Dragon Ether Barrel. And so we kind of know where this is going next turn. Simple normal summon, kind of move things forward. So Ethan passing his turn. Quan going to go ahead and draw. And Maiden of White, certainly very helpful right now. But we're going to push it here first with the Primite Dragon Ether Barrel. And it's good. By the way, I swear I called an alternate art Ghost, Ogre, and Snow Rabbit. And if I really did see that, that could spell just absolute trouble there. Because, look at this, we're going to activate the effect. Now, you don't have to worry about it on the Primite Lordly Lode's effect activation, right? Remember that Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, you discard it or you send it to the graveyard from the hand to the field. Whenever your opponent activates a spell or trap card of a card that was already face up, and they're not doing that with Primite Lordly Lode, so not this time. But if they tried to special summon, that's huge. And we are going to see Maiden, because think about this in the mirror match. You can use that to stop an opposing True Light, blow the True Light up, and then have the True Light blow their field up. Remember, True Light, great card, but it does have the drawback that when it leaves the field, yeah, your field's leaving your field too. Those monsters are going to be destroyed. So I'm going to place that True Light face up. Wonder if Ethan is just like, this is my moment. Don't telegraph anything. Hope he can't hear Pheromone in the room about 50 feet away. Don't worry, I'm behind a lot of walls. They cannot hear me. It looks like we're going to go ahead and link summon here to make the Spirit with Eyes of Blue. Use the effect of Spirit with Eyes of Blue. It's good. Ethan doesn't even so much as check his hand. Quan reaches into the deck. Grabs the Mausoleum. Still could use the Ghost Ogre on the Mausoleum, though. All right, looking at that graveyard. Nothing too relevant yet. Unless we put something there. And there's still the Druid's Worm that I think we caught in Quan Ho's hand. Oh, there's the Ghost Ogre. Okay, so didn't get a gigantic explosion, but still was able to clear out the Spirit with Eyes of Blue and the True Light all with a single card. So just keep that in mind. Spell and trap removal, stuff that gets that done, can be very important for clearing out the field as well. All right, so going to go ahead and use the Lordly Lode. Can't use another copy of Ghost Ogre this turn, even if you had it. But it looks like we are going to consider using the Primite Drill Beam. You just have to reveal that the only card in your hand is that Primite Dragon Ether Barrel. Oh, but you also have the normal monster, so you have to reveal. So Blue Eyes White Dragon conquers again. All right, so just fanning out the grave there. Lots of great eats for Bestials. There is a light monster there. Just depends on whether or not they do want to go ahead and bring it out. Still thinking about what we're going to do next. Sun's getting real low for Quan as he runs out of cards here. Bestial Druid's Worm feels good, but remember, it does target, and True Light is like, you know about that, though. About that, though. We are going to go ahead and banish the Spirit with Eyes of Blue from Ethan's graveyard on the right side to special summon the Bestial Druid's Worm. We're going to go ahead and attack. Chose not to use the effect of Bane in white, but may not have actually had the materials for that now that I think about it. There may not have been another Blue Eyes floating around. And that's the other thing, too, beyond which art do you play a Blue Eyes? Also, how many, which number of Blue Eyes are you playing? But if it was targeted for attack, you could have special summoned a Blue Eyes for level 1 Light Tuner from the graveyard. I'm not sure that there was an extra one. Maybe an Effect Veiler was sitting there and you could have just put that in defense mode. But you just got to get used to all the new tools in your Seto Kaiba toolbox. Or I guess your dual box, right? All right, speaking of dual box, getting right back in. Normal summoning the Primite Dragon Etherbarrel. Going to use its effect to add another Primite card. Going to grab another Primite Lordly Load, set that to the field. Just taking a quick opportunity to look through the deck here. We get our handy-dandy deck profile there. Going to set it. Doesn't have a target, though, so not going to flip that up. Giving a little bit of information to his opponent.
That's a minor. That's a few minors. Yeah.
So Ethan Nash, a judge himself, actually someone who I've worked with, and he was like, yep, that's PE minor. Yep, I activated, I didn't have it. And it helps when you know your tournament policy guidelines. It means you never have to worry. You know exactly what's going on. And so he's like, yep, I activated it, I didn't have it, I messed up. Just getting that same confirmation from the judge there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No. That's my fault. I forgot I probably already won, but
just one of those things. It's not a big deal. Both Duel is just kind of humbly exchanging. We both play the same deck. We both are vulnerable to the same type of mistakes. Nothing to worry about. But now Ethan has to calculate a new game plan here, having only one available spell or trap zone. Doing a great job of hanging in there for sure, but you can't just hang in there, right? You got to actually close out this duel. So Ethan did win the first one. Not in a bad situation. We're going to go ahead and use that last zone to set the Primite Drill Beam because he controls a Primite monster. Flipping up the Wishes for Eyes of Blue. And looks like getting out a Sage with Eyes of Blue is the level 1 Light Tuner. Oh, man, and there is the Roar with Eyes of Blue, but we talked about those filled spell traps. So the good news is the Wishes for Eyes of Blue will go ahead and go to the graveyard, freeing up that one zone. But, man, just really, really spell trap heavy here. I'm going to use the additional normal summon to bring out the Sage of Eyes of Blue, and Ethan reaches into the deck to grab an Effect Veiler. Effect Veiler, very powerful. I mean, we know it doesn't get locked out of being used multiple times in a single turn, but it's searchable in Archetype by 2 different cards in your deck. And speaking of searchable, here's our next powerhouse that you can search out easily. It's the Blue Eye Spirit Dragon. Of course, it's so powerful because you can negate graveyard effects activation. And that's important when there's a Druid's Worm staring you down. Taking a look here, seems like a prime opportunity to banish the Wishes for Eyes of Blue to equip a fusion monster. We'll see if Ethan adds that to the laundry list of dragon moves here. A little subtle Dragon Maid reference, but is going to look at there, passes the fusion section, then stops shortly thereafter. So I think we are going to see Wishes for Eyes of Blue banished. And going to go ahead and equip the Neo Blue Eyes. Oh, and we are just using its summoning procedure of Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon. It's a Blue Eyes, it's equipped. So we are sending that powerful targeting disruption card. Just another way to get a little bit more out of your deck. So 3,400, obviously that's 900 across. On the Druid's Worm, going to go and target, and then negate with the Spirit. Oh, so good. Blue Eye Spirit Dragon doing another 2,500. And actually, I forgot about the fact that we have the Primite Lordly Load boosting everybody up for 300 each. So the math's off the charts here. If Quan isn't about to lose life points, I think, yeah, he probably is about down and out. All right, so the quest continues here. What can Quan do? Oh, we're doing it. So this is the double tag out. I still haven't gotten to see this on stream yet. So you make Blue Eye Spirit Dragon, or Blue Eye Spirit Ultimate Dragon. Level 12 Synchro Monster. You could still use the other Blue Eye Spirit Dragon. Oh, yeah, GG. He just shows the triple tactics thrust, and that's all she wrote on that. That's enough. The graveyard protection against the Bestials and the access to make a Crimson Dragon. We didn't even have to see it. Didn't even get to see it.
And then I get what you were getting at with
but both players are wrapping up here. Ethan taking game 2 here. Undefeated with Blue Eyes White Dragon going into round 3.
I would have just gone Spirit. Yeah. But like,
it shows you that this deck's got legs. We actually are going to see some Blue Eye stuff, but it's not cruise control for Duel. You do have to know what it is you're doing and get used to all these things that only happen if you do them because they're optional parts. They're detours. They're not part of your main combo. It's kind of a combo deck, but it's also kind of a grind deck, so I'm really just excited to see some high-caliber Blue Eyes gameplay as we continue on this format. Not saying this is all going to be an anime stream, but yeah, if we find some Blue Eyes players doing well, we'll be sure to bring them on back up here. But there's also some Ryzel, there's also some Malice, there's some interesting stuff out there, so we'll try to get as many interesting looks at what our Yu-Gi-Oh community is cooking with today. In a moment here, we will get to hear from Ethan, which is fun because I haven't seen him since 2023 NAWCQ. I think it's been about 2 years. So it'll be neat to catch up with an old judging buddy, but also just talk about his current career as a duelist. Both duelists have a great sense about them, just kind of backing up.
I wouldn't ask you to enforce it because that's technically that's a PE minor. Or, yeah, doing your job. Yeah, no, you don't apologize.
Yeah, look at that. The judge is very encouraging both the player, Quan Ho, and the former judge himself, Ethan, saying, hey, judge man, don't feel bad. That's part of the job. That's it, you know. And everybody gets mad at the ref, but it's the ref's job to referee, and it is the judge's job to judge. When somebody says judge is going judge, you're like, yeah, I'd hope so. And we'll get to talk to Ethan all about that shortly, but just good stuff. Great duel in action here. So we'll go ahead and cut over to here since we are back and live. In a moment again, we should be having our winning duelist. As I crane my neck over here. I've also got some stuff for our judge. We'll make the exchange here. Go and return these. Hey, buddy, why don't you have a seat right here? Yeah, long time no see. We were just saying, like, good on Ethan for representing the judge crew well and being like, I would have had you enforce that myself. But yeah, go ahead and get the headphones on, fam, so we can talk about the future of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Well, good seeing you, by the way, since I think it's been since 2023. But let's focus on the dueling.
Sure.
How does the Blue Eyes mirror match feel? Because we're going to have a lot of these in the future. So what is that like in the driver's seat?
I think it's basically who draws a little bit better. I had access to my drill beam early on, so that pretty much carried me, or at least the threat of drill beam very much carried me. And then I just opened up a little bit better, especially game 2, so that helped a lot. But in the grind, it's a very back and forth matchup. So it's just a matter of whose technical play is a little bit better in that instance.
I noticed that there were some things from both sides where there was like little detours you could take, or Quan at one point he had the Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon in the graveyard, but we didn't get to see anything to do that. Is that kind of a harder deck to play because the extra stuff you do just doesn't naturally come out of your combo? You have to remember, oh crap, I got to go grab this card and put this over here.
Yeah, so it can, and especially like it's a very layered deck. You have graveyard effects, you have on-field stuff as well. And then you have to remember with your Spirit Dragon, when it tags out, it's summoning in defense mode as well. So some people might try to be a little bit slick and summon in an attack mode or something like that. So you kind of have to catch them on that. And then you have to kind of, when you're playing with your wishes in graveyard, you don't want to use that too early, because if you do, then you lose the ability to make Tyrant Dragon later on in your combo. So it's definitely, it's not the hardest deck to play, but it's definitely one that you have to pay attention to what you're doing.
Well, keeping that in mind, we know you know what you're doing right since you're part of the judge program, but why did we decide to do this deck when there are other things out there? I'm not throwing any shade at Blue Eyes, but there is like Ryzel and Malice and Crystron, etc.
So Malice, I don't have enough practice with, so I felt as though it wouldn't have been a really smart call for me to play Malice. And then the Ryzel strategy, with the rise of pure Ryzel and also with Fiendsmith Ryzel being really big, I didn't enjoy playing those decks, and I feel as though, especially against the Fiendsmith Blue Eyes, that the Fiendsmith Ryzel deck, that Blue Eyes is actually a really good counter to it, because Spirit Dragon shuts down the Fiendsmith graveyard effects. So that's why I chose to play Blue Eyes, and like I've been fanboying over this deck for quite a while.
Ditto.
So like I wanted to play it at 2016 when all the support originally came out. So getting to play it now is just it's like my inner child is just so happy.
It feels good to play it. I think that's been the weirdest thing. Some of Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks are like, okay, so I'm winning, but I'm not having a good time.
Yeah.
Blue Eyes actually is like a joy to be like, oh, and then I'm going to do this. Oh, man, let me throw that out. Well, we know that Blue Eyes is going to continue to do well. Just speaking of your own personal adventures, are you going to Team YCS Vegas? Are you going to be at the YCS Houston?
I'll definitely be at Houston.
Okay.
Unfortunately, some things came up, so I won't be at Vegas, but
He's getting cheers from the crowd. He loves you, too.
If I could go to Vegas, I definitely would, and I definitely would be playing Blue Eyes there, even though all my friends are telling me, no, you have to play Ryzen. I'm like, no, I don't want to. I want to have fun, and Blue Eyes is a really good strategy.
Yeah. I think it's going to do good stuff. Well, hopefully we get to see you back up here at some point, but if not, do you have any shout-outs you want to give to your crowd, your friends?
Yeah, definitely shout-outs to all the locals I go to and all the friends who let me borrow cards. Definitely big help out there. And that's about it.
Okay, cool. Well, Ethan, we'll let you go. It's good seeing you again, fam. And speaking of seeing again, don't go anywhere because we'll take a break. We'll be right back after this. Listen to some Yu-Gi-Oh here as our judges and players are going to go ahead and enter here soon. Been a really good time here again. The energy at the venue is just fantastic as players are still trying to figure stuff out. The format's pretty wide open, right? There was a little bit more Malice in YCS Birmingham, but there was also a bunch more Fire King and Mermail at YCS Birmingham. So nothing is sacred. Nothing is solved. People are still figuring this out as we go. Yeah, Duel is just getting ready. We'll have our deck list soon here so we can find out which of our fine duelists made it up to the front. Looks like it's going to be Robert on the blue chair and Reynaldo on the red. And just good stuff across the board because really, you know, there was a lot of Blue Eyes White Dragons players out there in the field as well. And the deck list should be incoming, so we'll find out exactly what we got playing here. But nice sleeve representation just in general. Got those Yu-Gi-Oh! OCG sleeves, just styling. But it's more than just style today. We have to have form and substance. So shortly, we are getting our information about our head judge talking about the lunch break.
Sure. Let's go high.
5 on high. You pick.
I'll go first. Good luck.
30-minute lunch break.
Thank you.
So it's going to be 30 minutes after the end of round 3. So we'll find out what the actual time is. So you can, know when to check back in. But you need to get that Uber Eats order going so you got time. Well, now is the time to place it in.
I like this.
All right, so gameplay is beginning here. We're starting off with a Molcharmi Fuwalos here. And, oh, we're doing Ritual Beast. Normal summon in Ritual Beast Pengu.
It will banish a Ritual Beast monster from my extra deck and then send to graveyard a Ritual Beast monster from my deck with the same type. That's good.
So we're going to go ahead and banish to replace with a monster of the same type. So let's see who we banish first. Oh, just out of view there, so didn't catch that. But if we're going for the same type. It's cool to see Ritual Beast for sure. Again, a deck that, confounds a lot of people in a format where Dimension Shifter is good but not perfect because of the presence of Malice. We are still seeing a lot of duelists still rely on the fact that not everybody is playing Dimension Shifter. The problem is they are playing a lot of Artifact Lancia, so we'll see if that comes up here. Looks like we're going to go ahead and banish our own Lara there. Lara, of course, allowing for that additional normal summon. That's the other thing, too, is it's very Fluandaries-esque because it's normal summon after normal summon after normal summon. So you almost want to be using something like a Molcharmi Purulia in order to get that done. Because, again, Lara's effect, you discard it, and then you get that additional normal summon right after the effect resolves.
Okay.
So it looks like 1:45 p.m. Central Time is when we're going to start round 4. So what that means is, depending on where you are in the world, you might be watching and you're like, I don't know what Central Time is, Pheromone. Quit that out. Well, set your alarm for an hour and 25 minutes, right? Alexa, set my alarm for an hour and 25 minutes. Sorry if I actually did that to somebody. I always make that joke and I don't think about what damage I could be causing. All right, looks like we're going to discard. Or banish to search, excuse me, banish to search.
They put back in the grave.
Oh, and to search?
Yeah.
So from the deck, right?
Yep.
It's nice to see the Ulticanahawk 1-2 special. It's kind of weird to wrap your head around what Ulticanahawk is doing. So it's got 2 quick effects, and both of them can be used in tandem. But once per turn, you can target 2 of your banished Ritual Beast cards. Return them to the graveyard, and if you do, add a Ritual Beast card from your deck to your hand. But also, quick effect, you return this card you control to then target 2 of your banished monsters and special summon one Ritual Beast Tamer and 1 Ritual Beast Spiritual Beast monster, and then special summon in the defense position. So basically, it gives you a way to do both effects at one, and you just resolve as much as possible.
So that's why they don't have hard ones per turns on any of the effects.
So many different normal summons here, and just having a great showcase here. It's always nice when your opponent is willing to put on a show for you too. Like, hey, you don't know what this does? That's fine. Not a lot of people do. So here, I'm going to coach you through it so you understand what it is I am doing. So thank you, Robert. We appreciate you. Big 5Ds vibes with the big heavy blue coat and the splash of red on the shirt there. But what does this deck do? Well, it's got great negation ability. It plays around a lot of different things in the format. It is able to get a lot of things done in a pinch. It's not worried about a lot of your Bestial drama, right? It can banish. It can play under Dimension Shifter. It feels good to play Ritual Beast because you're just kind of unbothered, right? As everyone's like, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that. You're like, no, I'm just going to tag out and banish more. Almost like a different vibe of Gladiator Beasts where you're just approaching the entire duel in a different way than your opponent is. And we'll see if his opponent, Reynaldo, has any experience on that. And the Ash Blossom certainly helps. We did see a Nibiru the Primal Being in the hand. Reynaldo just kind of tilting that to the camera like a star poker player, letting us see there. So just more and more Ritual Beasts coming down there. So it is going to be Nibiru the Primal Being. So we will say goodbye to what I believe was Ritual Beast Ulti Kimon Falcos. And so you shouldn't be using the Dimension Shifter token. Yeah, you really need to be using like a real token card there, even a face-down sleeve, because you don't want to have it confused as a game element. It's just something important to note. Although that looks like a proxy of some kind because it is exploding out of the art there, which is really cool. Oh, yeah, okay, so they can't hear me, but the judge made the correct decision there, too. Yeah, it's just got to be something that cannot be confused for another game element. So, again, got to read your Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament policy guidelines before you get to the tournament so you avoid some of the complications we are seeing now. Oh, what a gorgeous little token. I think that's going to be Quattro from Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, who will do anything for his fans. It's the gimmick puppet pilot from the show. Now, on the other hand, I do see a bonfire. That means we're going two different ways. Maybe we're playing a Snake Eyes Azamina variant. Still possible, still powerful. But we also could just be playing Ryzel. And I don't know if it's pure Ryzel or Ryzel Fiendsmith, but this is going to be real important to see what happens next. All right, so quest continues. Finally, Fusion summoning out here. And that is going to be the Ritual Beast Ulti Nochi Udrego. And, you know, obviously it's out there. It's powerful. 2400 ain't bad. But the real important part is the quick effect, actually, which is return the card to the extra deck and then targeting a banished Ritual Beast monster and special summoning it, but it can't attack directly. So it gives you a little bit of a bounce, you know, a little tag out there just in case something comes up. And then also your opponent just can't target other Ritual Beast monsters you control with card effects. So it's got that nice protection. So certainly safe, at least for those Ritual Beasts on the field. Definitely stops things like infinite impermanence from going through, and it's nice with the additional normal summons that a Nibiru the Primal Being doesn't shut Robert completely down. Still hanging out there in the stool as he takes a look at his hand. Yeah. Oh, and he's passing. Okay, so Nochi Udrego by itself. We did draw into a Ryzel monster, so we are playing Ryzel. Can't tell if it's Fiendsmith yet, but I guess we'll find out shortly.
And then she's tagged out to someone from Banish.
So same deal, we just heard that. Can tag out to special summon somebody from the banishment. And protect your fellow Ritual Beast from targeting. But it looks like we're going to activate Bonfire, adding our Pyro monster. Always weird to think of the light Pyro there, but it is Ice Ryzel. So let's melt some ice. So we're normal summoning, now we get to special summon a Ryzel monster from the deck in defense mode. And we're not locked into level 4s yet because we didn't have to cheat out to the Ryzel with one of its powerful special summon effects. And we do have our X Ryzel getting shown up there and using that to search out Sword Ryzel. It's like the gang's all here, huh? But now, really showing that we are playing Fiendsmith, Ixie summoning out into Exciton Knight, or Exiton Knight, depending on how you want to pronounce that. And then that is going to bring out the Fiendsmith Requiem. Fiendsmith Requiem using its effect immediately, attributing itself to special summon Lacrima of the Crimson Tears. And so you can raise a toast to Lacrima of the Crimson Tears because she's about to drop it like it's hot. We got the Fiendsmith Engraver going to the graveyard. And Requiem is going to equip to the Lacrima of the Crimson Tier, showing you that this deck still just gets numbers done. If you already got your Fiendsmiths back last NAWCQ, might have been a hard card to trade for, but definitely worth the investment. I mean, we are months and months and months beyond that, and it's still one of the strongest and most consistent packages in the format. But we're going to say goodbye to those friends and bring out our handy dandy set of fusion materials here. And we're going right into Fiendsmith's Desiree, by the way. So take a look at the deck list here. That's starting to make a little bit more sense as we are seeing this is very much Ryzel Fiendsmith. I don't think I need to see the deck list to say that. But now we're doing the Agnum Day combo, and I really like this. I like to see more Fiendsmith cards, and I'm sure I just sent a shudder down the spine of everybody listening. Whoa, Pharaoh, calm down. But it is cool when you get to see more and more of the package. It's a really cool deck in and of itself. We did see somebody make top 8 at YCS Orlando, just running Bestial Fiendsmith, no Ryzel. And so when you do get into these sort of extra deck intensive combos like the Agnum Day, it feels pretty good.
You can only target Richard Beast Monster, or her for Richard Beast cards. Monster, sorry.
I'll do effective Desiree to negate it.
So we're going to go ahead and non-targeting negate, but then we're going to chain. Yeah, so Desiree doesn't target, so you can chain to banish, what means he still activated that. You're going to special summon the other one out. And so whatever it is on resolution, then you can banish that. So it's going to be a little difficult here. It's still cool to get it done. And now he gets to negate, so he's just going to negate the Ritual Beast Tamer Lara there. You know, Ritual Beast, they're a deck, I feel, this is going to sound so weird, duelists. I feel like it's another deck like Plants, and you're like, what does Ritual Beast have to do with Plants? Well, it's a deck that's really good and really potent and really powerful, and I don't know that every duelist studies it, because not every duelist plays it, right? But it's still really good, and this is what happens when you... Now, I'm not saying that, is a disadvantage to Reynaldo over there in the red chair, but eventually you just got to pull out Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron and just start reading along with these effects here so you can commit this to memory. Because I promise you, we're going to see Plants, we're going to see Ritual Beasts, we're going to see Mermails. These decks that you're like, yeah, I'll figure that out when it comes up. Don't do that to yourself. Start studying now. And study this. We're going to go Xyz summon a Ryzel Detonator and attach one of the cards from the graveyard to it as material there. And Ryzel Detonator can be pretty difficult to play through if your normal summon is the most important part of your turn. And it is for Ritual Beasts. Good news is they've got many normal summons, so they should be fine. Looks like we got Node and Ice Ryzel splashed down to the field. Going to go into Xyz summon again here, and we're going to bring out Duo Drive, actually. Oh, no, that is not a Duo Drive. That's actually just another Detonator. No, okay, it is a Duo Drive. It is a Duo Drive. My bad. All that bling from the Quarter Century Secret Rare, I'm just like, I think I can see the letters. Now, with Duo Drive's effect, we're detaching 2 materials. We're going to get Ryzel Cross, the field spell. Going to make it even more difficult here for Robert to play through. And it looks like another Ice Ryzel for backup on a follow-up turn. All right, now we're going to the battle phase. Big old beaters. And just some small tokens on the other side.
2K as well.
So 2,000 defense. Going to go ahead and swing for 26. Get rid of that Nibiru token. And then there's 31 over that, so that clears that out.
This one has
It's plus 800, plus
800 times 3.
Yeah, so 24.
So a big 24 boost there. Taking massive amounts of life points.
52. 42. Yeah. 47. Yeah, you're right.
47?
47.
So that'll leave him at 3,300 life points remaining for that first splash down to Robert's life points. Reynaldo's still at 8,000. Glad to see everybody catching up. Remember, if you miss any of the content or you happen to be watching on break, you can always go back and check the VOD. That is the magic of streaming on YouTube. You can still do it on Twitch too, but it takes like a few extra clicks. Not so here. Can't explain it here. That's just the way that they set up the camera, but I will see if I can pass that feedback on, Jarvis, so we can get that fixed up for you. But for those playing around at home, you can't see the field spell on the other side, and you can't see the deck on the blue chair side. So again, we'll see if we can get that fixed. That is not in my control.
Attacking defense.
How negated with crossing the resolution?
Sure.
All right, so quest continues here. But again, like I said, we'll see if we can't get staff to fix the fact that the screen is a little too zoomed in. But don't worry, just follow my voice and we'll get it going from there. It's just, you know, I would love to see the field spell zone too. But focusing on the duel at hand. Looks like we are proceeding here into Ritual Beast Town. It's a little difficult. Ritual Beast is a very non-linear deck. Some decks, you know what you're supposed to do. Summon this, summon that, summon this, summon that, and it's good to go. But here, instead, looks like we are going to go ahead and pull out into our Ritual Beast package to give a little friend there for our Spiritual Beast Apollo there. Who's he going to be partnering up with? Okay, so it looks like we've got another copy there. I want to say that's Winda, but I couldn't quite get a good look there. So, but again, technical support is on the way to just zoom that back just a little bit so they can see the field spell.
We'll go ahead and see.
All right, so yeah, just going to scoop it up. Robert has seen everything he needs to. Almost impossible to play through the Rizel detonator. So looks like they're going to be side decking for the next game, and it's a little difficult on Robert's side when you think about it because, get this, statistically speaking, the most played card, what do you think it was, chat? The most played card at YCS Orlando. Was it Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring? Was it Dimension Shifter? Was it Mole Charmy Fualos? If you answered any of those cards, I'm going to pause just to hear your answers, you might be wrong. And the most played card at YCS Orlando statistically is also a card that would just dominate this particular matchup if you were playing against the Ritual Beast. And so that is the problem there. Artifact Lancia exists. All right, so here we go. Getting back in here, and we're going to fix some stuff up for you folks. Clap once if you can hear my voice. Clap twice if you can hear my voice. So it needs to be zoomed out because there's a missing zone right there. So that's the main thing. Because what they're missing is the field spell zone there and then his deck. So his deck isn't showing the little blue stack of cards. There's one extra thing. Yeah. So this is the main thing. It just needs to be zoomed out. All right, friends, we are fixing it now. Yeah, there we go. We're helping you, fam. Don't worry, help is on the way. All right, but the duelists are still side decking here as we get everything fixed up on our end. And looks like Robert is going to go first there. All right. So the duel is about to begin. I think if you drop the purple frame, it's fine. All right, so we're going to start off with a normal summon of our Spiritual Beast Canahawk. And discarding that Lara for an immediate additional normal summon. Certainly helps Lara really like kick this deck into overdrive. Ooh, but now we're using Emergency Teleport. Going to try to special summon a level 3 Psychic from the deck.
What's up?
What's the effect on the end of the sun?
Oh, at the end of the turn it gets banished.
Gets banished.
So players confirming just at the end of the turn it gets banished. That's actually a plus for a Ritual Beast deck. So looks like now that we've got our 2 monsters, we're going to go ahead and banish those. Spiritual Beast Tamer and a Spiritual Beast. And hopefully y'all at home are happy because we moved heaven and earth, and now you can literally see Field Spell and Deck Zone. So thank you to the Game Guys team, because I cannot do this by myself. But now we're going to go ahead and see the Spiritual Beast, Ulta Canahawk there, doing what it does. That Lancia would be so good right now. That's the main thing, is that Artifact Lancia is just such an incredible card for sure. And we haven't seen it yet. You're still going to draw it, right? Just putting a side deck option in doesn't make you automatically win the duel. But it's true that, like, you got to be real brave to be playing a Banishment deck right now. And yet, Robert proceeds forward fearlessly. We do see some really great cards. And, you know, Crossout Designator serves a really good double intended purpose here, because he can just banish cards that he needs at the end of his opponent's turn in order to have access to them on his own. But he needs to come up with something here. He's got 1 loss in the book so far. Otherwise, both of these players are coming in round 3 undefeated. All right, going to go ahead and banish the Pengu there. All right, so up next then, going to go ahead and bring out another one of those fabulous Link 2 Ulti Kimon Falcos. And so again, with the Kimon Falcos, you get to return this card to control the extra deck, target 2 of the banished monsters, and then special summon them in defense position. But also, you can banish a Ritual Beast card from the graveyard and then normal summon a Ritual Beast monster from your hand. So just additional normal summons. It's really what the deck's about, honestly.
Yeah. When chain 1 targeting Pengu, or chain 2, which is banished.
So Rampengu definitely going to be coming back here. And then really just kind of, at this point, Reynaldo is what we call in baseball caught looking, right? He's used his Mulcharmy Fuwalos, but it's been banished. He has used his Effect Veiler. And the rest of the cards appear to be Ryzel Cross and 2 Ryzel monsters. So far, it's been a good day. If you're a fan of Seto Kaiba, we did get to have a Blue Eyes Mirror match on round 2, which you could always scroll back to for on break. We do have a break at the end of this round. Remember that. It's going to be 45 minutes past, or excuse me, it's going to be 1:20, I believe, is when we're coming back. So 1:20 p.m. 30 minutes after this round ends. But don't worry, we'll confirm that before we go. So continuing play action here, just nonstop. Apoleo going to go ahead and banish the Canahawk for cost. Everybody gets a little bit bigger, 500 attack and defense. So far, it's going to be Reynaldo up by 1 game. And over on the right, Robert fighting for his life. Both of these duelists have 2 wins, no losses. This will be the first blemish on their tournament record. That's okay. There's only going to be 1 undefeated duelist anyway today. That's usually the way things check out when you got 9 rounds of Swiss. But we're in round 3 here, game 2. Play continues as Nemesis Protoss. Excuse me, not Nemesis Protoss. I was saying Nemesis Flag. Nemesis Flag hit the field. There's the Nemesis Protoss, the Arc Nemesis Protoss. Now he's got to consider his next option. Making the Infernal Banshee very cool here, being able to continue the sort of trend of Nemesis monsters fitting so well into this deck because of the fact that it banishes. That's what it wants to do. So it's two great tastes that taste great together. It's your peanut butter and bacon sandwich. You're like, wait, what? I'm like, it's a thing. Maybe it's not me, maybe it's not you, but somebody out there loves it. And right now, Robert is enjoying a great combination of the Nemesis and the Ritual Beasts. All right, so you do get to bring back the Banshee because it was banished. And you do control a Nemesis monster. It's not doing a whole lot right now, right? We're reading it, but it's pretty much done everything it's supposed to do. So go ahead and return that, but just so many monsters on the field. You see that, like, 6 monsters. This needs an extra monster zone, and we do have those through the extra monster like that. I can't remember the last time I saw the dreaded U-board. This isn't Gumblar Dragon OTK, at least not anymore. So it looks like we will go ahead and link 4 there, and signed, by the way. Well, beneath that signature, that definitely looks like a Ritual Beast Ulti Ravatari. Ravatari. We'll go Ravatari. And it does have the ability to target a Ritual Beast monster you control, and a card your opponent controls, banish them. That's going to be huge against Ryzel. And you could target one of those banished Ritual Beasts, return it to the hand or extra deck, then immediately after the effect resolves, normal summon a Ritual Beast, which is what this deck's all about. You're like, that's not exciting. Yes, that is. Still going here. And looks like we're going to use the Canahawk effect. So grab 2 of the Laras.
It's going to put back the 2 ores from Banish to Grave to
Yep. So we're just doing the standard Canahawk effect. And who shall we search? Ooh, actually getting the trap card out here. Ritual Beast Steeds. And that's crazy considering I count 3 Ritual Beast monsters at least right now, so it's a trap card that can destroy 3. Now we know that targeting could be a problem in Fiendsmith Ryzel, right? We saw that from, well, round 1 actually. Targeting could always be a problem.
so we'll pick it Yep. So 2.
So really great use of the Arc Nemesis Protoss, banishing the Lara from the graveyard for protection purposes, calling that attribute, locking everybody out of stuff. It shows you again that when last summer Battles of Legend Terminal Revenge came out, this deck got a lot better. It just really, really did.
2 relevant effects at this point. Well, basically, the add back in normal. He has a floodgate effect that not a player can tribute cards, actual cards or effects. And once returned in your turn, I can target a Ritual Beast card of control and card you control, banish them both.
Don't get it better from Robert himself.
You do not need to be on field for it to resolve correctly. And that's just tag out for 2.
And so managing to perfectly set up the Canahawk for additional defense there, banishing, having 2 banished Ritual Beast monsters there, lets it tags out, lets it get whatever it wants.
You can only target Ritual Beast monster, or if you try to target Ritual Beast monster, it's going to hurt. So you can target Protoss as much as you want.
So let's wrap all that up, right? Protoss could be targeted. You're not targeting anybody else except the Nochi Udrago. So we are going to use the Impotent and Permanence on the Nochi Udrago. I don't think we got much we can say against that. Do we chain its effect to go ahead and special summon somebody out? No, we let it go. So going to normal summon the X-Tryzel. And for those of you just joining us, this is game 2. Our Ritual Beast player on the right side lost the first game, chose to go first, set up a great board, and now Reynaldo, who is up by 1 game, is going to go ahead and search his deck and see what he needs to do. Okay, he's going to go ahead and grab Sword Ryzel there. So very quickly getting locked into force here, and kind of have to. Because if you're going to special summon that Sword Ryzel, you are not bringing out, well, you may bring out Exciton Knight. You're not bringing out Fiendsmith Requiem. Looking at that Exciton Knight, there it is, right on the top. Light, Fiend, so good. And honestly, you know, this might actually be the out in and of itself. If your opponent controls more cards in the field in hand, well, he can even the odds with that powerful Exciton effect. Attaching a material and sending some cards to the graveyard. Ronaldo knows he's got his work cut out for him. Special summoning the Sword Rizel. And then going into the deck to grab another Rizel card. So looks like we got another ice. Ooh, gonna destroy some cards.
Yeah, pop cards on field.
So up to the number of cards he controls that are Ritual Beast monsters. He's got 3. There's 2 cards there. It's up 2, so 2 is just fine. That's going to clear the board before an Xyz summon even happens. That might be all she wrote here. I think we're locked into 4s, though, so it was appealing. Oh, yeah, I was hoping he wasn't going to make the mistake of accidentally bringing out the Superstar Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis. Can't do it just yet.
To banish, and then I'll chain one up.
So he's going to banish, and then he's going to use Cannahawk to bring out 2 different Ritual Beast monsters, and that's enough for Reynaldo. He concedes game 2, and we got ourselves a match. We're going to game 3. Robert and his Ritual Beasts are making the comeback. Now to find out what happens in the climactic finish of this 3-part anime episode. So looks like we're taking out the Triple Tactics thrusts. Doesn't seem like that's going to be too helpful for Reynaldo, so he is opting to say goodbye to those cards. But just a really great showing when you come in with a different deck that may not be favored. Still good. I mean, we know the Ritual Beasts are good. They, last year, qualified several different duelists in South America all the way into the World Championship of the TCG. So no slouch at all on this deck. Very difficult one to play against. And as you see, look at the package that Reynaldo is considering taking out. Taking out a Nibiru, the Primal Being. Looks like the Nibiru may have stayed. But we are getting rid of Cross-Out Designator and some other stuff there. There's some interesting things for sure, but... Oh, maybe those are the ones going in? Okay. So we're actually going thrust, thrust, thrust. Cross-Out Designator talents. He definitely thinks that we are going to keep going and have to push against Robert. So Reynaldo likely to go first. That makes perfect sense why you're having the Triple Tactics palette package. I guess it could be a palette.
You shouldn't be, or you can't pile shuffle in 8s. It's because it's because you can technically, with side patterns, you can cheat pretty much.
Certainly a little bit of a mathematical scholar there.
Not saying you're cheating.
He's being nice, but it is true. If you have 40 cards and you divide them into piles of 8, right, and you set them down in numerical order, are you really shuffling, though? That's why you always have to keep track of the tournament policy guidelines. There's plenty of rules in there about who gets final cut, how you can shuffle, etc., sufficient randomization. I mean, if you want to get a riffle shuffle of Benjo cards at half, that's up to you, but as long as it is sufficiently randomized. Do have a judge in the room, though, so plenty of fair duel and fair play to be had. All right. So let's get this party started with an Ice Rizel, and it looks like for the most part it's going to be all gas and no breaks in Robert's hand. Meaning they didn't really have too much to interact with, except I do see a Dimension Shifter. Maybe we're holding that off. There's also a Droll and Lockbird, it appears, too. You do have to send the Droll and Lockbird down, so that could be really difficult. Those 2 cards, you got to choose the order of that. All right, but 2 monsters combine. Ooh, going right into the Dimension Shifter there, deciding that it wasn't important to try to lock off the hand. Instead, locking out the graveyard. It's going to make it very difficult to go ahead and tribute your Fiendsmith Requiem. Because if it ain't going to the graveyard, where is it going exactly? Where is the banishment? But things are just heating right up then. I mean, you still could try to force this combo out. You can keep the Exciton Knight. There's a lot of card advantage that happens. Reynaldo shaking his head just a little bit there, kind of unsatisfied with the fact that he's locked out of his graveyard and it's all banished. But I think he's going for it. Going to banish everything. Give it all up to make a single Fiendsmith Requiem. Light Fiends. He is fiending for the light there. But now, whether or not to tribute it again, you're going to lose that. And some duelists do not have space in their extra deck to run that second copy. That's the importance of the second copy of Fiendsmith Requiem, is that you don't know what's going to happen in the first one. If you like the backpack so much, why not buy two if you're going to wear it again, right? But going into the deck here, going to special summon. It's going to be different. You notice he paused on the Lacrima and thought to himself, oh my goodness, I can't even send anything to the graveyard. I'd be banishing it. So we are going to get the Fiendsmith Engraver in defense mode, 2,400 on that caboose. Maybe just trying to hold out in the battle phase.
That's good.
Might not have been a Duel unlock, but there's a lot. I think I might have mistaken that as a Spiritual Beast Tamer Elder. A lot of magical beings in very humble cloth, surrounded in winds. It looks like we're going to set two, and that Fabled Lure stay in the hand. So Robert drawn for turn. Dimension Shifter still in effect here. Very important. If he's able to get rid of that Fiendsmith Engraver, that Engraver is gone, at least for the moment. Oh, so it is an Elder. Okay. And then you get the additional normal summon. There's the Rampango. So take a look. There's a cross-out designator and not much else. So just kind of feigning as if he can activate something. We're going to go ahead and banish to grab one of the same type. So it looks like we're banishing a Lara as a result of that. Spellcaster to Spellcaster. And now it's time to tag here. Two Ritual Beasts combined. Spiritual Beast Tamer and a Ritual Beast to make Ulta Canhawk.
Anything else on them?
No.
Okay. Canhawk fix. Targeting.
So we are going to bring out Canhawk there.
Elder
Oh, and you know, it looks like there's a Volcharmy there at the far left side of the hand for Reynaldo. Not a lot you can do with that controlling all those cards, but we are going to use Infinite Permanence on the Canahawk, who chains its own effect to banish another, or excuse me, swap into another. So, with Infinite Permanence not able to actually negate anything, now you have jumped out of the way. And this is Ritual Beast gaming. You'd be like, why would you play this deck? Well, because it's so sticky. There's no way to get around it. You keep trying to push the envelope, and they're like, hey, check this out. I'm going to banish that before you even resolve your effect. Still really not a lot that can be done there. So we are going to use the Rampango effect. Banishing an alternate art copy of Canahawk there. Looks like there's about 9 minutes on the clock left. And that is certainly something a Ritual Beast player has to keep in mind, because your one turn could take 45 minutes by itself. Thought about doing another Contact Fusion just for a moment there. Looking back at the hand, certainly has a lot of items to choose from on the menu. But going to banish a Spiritual Beast Tamer and a Ritual Beast. Oh, and now we're actually going in for the Link Summon for the ever faithful Ulti Kimun Falcos. So, of course, you get another normal summon by banishing one from your graveyard, which is really what this deck does so well. But it also has that great tag out effect, right? You know, tag in a Spiritual Beast, tag in a Ritual Beast Tamer, go ahead and special summon them in defense position. And if you notice, if you're counting cards, every one of these interactions slowly brings Robert to an advantage. He loses 2 cards, then he trades in a card for 2 cards, but somehow along the way there's a 3rd card. And just really, really effective use of this deck to show that you can outgrind your opponent while you're bound by the banishment with that Dimension Shifter, sort of proudly just pointing that hand up in the air over in the graveyard on Robert's side. So looks like Lara's going to come back. And now we're going to go ahead and send 4 to the graveyard. Could be for the... Oh, actually for another Contact Fusion, and the first time we've actually seen that on the field. And so it looks like he's got Ritual Beast Ulti Gaia Paleo. So when a spell or trap or monster effect is activated, you can banish another Ritual Beast card from your hand, negate the activation, and if you do, destroy it. Which is pretty neat because, by the way, notice I didn't say once per turn. So that gives you like Gladiator Beast Heraclinos levels of discard to stop spells and traps. You might as well be running like Dark Paladin. What spells? And that's pretty important for Rizal. It's not the end-all be-all. Nobody said anything about monster effects. But speaking of monster effects, we are seeing the Beast Apelio back on the field. Certainly has to be mindful of time. Can't just play your cards. Actually have to do something with them. And now we're going to use the Nemesis flag. So we saw how much of an impact this made before returning one of those banished cards back into the extra deck for additional turns there. And if you were waiting for this duel to change turns, I don't think we are anywhere closer to Reynaldo getting his hand on the duel. And there's the Arc Nemesis Protoss. That's a lockout an attribute here. We saw how cool this was with the Lara. Got to banish 3 there.
Beat it. It's 32. Okay.
All right, so 3,200 attacking. Time to get out the calculator here. Uh-oh. Going to reset that to 8,000, 8,000. Let's take 3,200 just from the Apelio.
11.
Nemesis flag doing another 1,100 points of damage.
We'll go to main 2.
And going to main phase 2. Just some excellent play there, putting his opponent on his back leg. Spiritual Beast Lara getting banished there for one more normal summon. How many normal summons could you possibly do in a turn? Well, ask Fluanda Rees. All right, now we're going to go ahead and banish another Tamer and Beast. So Might and Magic combined to make another Canahawk. So the Ulta Canahawk, obviously you can return to the grave. You could banish the special. Notice that you can basically get 3 cards worth of resources out of that. So Lara to the grave really heads up there, getting the powerful use of Lara. Because we saw that with the Arc Nemesis Protoss. It is genuinely cool to be able to use the destruction effect. Try to destroy your own Ritual Beast to lock your opponent out of attributes. And then be like, yeah, but I'm actually not destroying any Ritual Beast. I'm going to banish Lara. Aha. All right, so we're going to bring out Winda and the little Canahawk. Is it good? It's good. Just shows you again the insane power of this deck. It just gets so many resources, especially when the play is completely uninterrupted. If this wasn't a commercial to get you to get an Artifact Lancia into your extra deck, or excuse me, side deck, I don't know what is. I don't know what will scare you enough to think I need to stop banishments. But consider Artifact Lancia. It's a great card. One of the most, actually, excuse me, the most played card at YCS Orlando. And this is why, you know, you're not just protecting the graveyard. Sometimes you're protecting the banishment from all these shenanigans, too. As another contact fusion is performed by Robert, getting out, you guessed it, Ulta Canahawk again. So Rampengu's going to go back. And looks like so is the Elder. Gorgeous Quarter Century Secret Rare there. Again, a reprint out of, I want to say, Quarter Century Bonanza. Shuffling that deck, I think we finally have gotten to the end of this turn. Nobody's saying, I'm going back in. All right, so we're going to go ahead and banish Dimension Shifter, Rampengu. No, okay, we're going to do the Elder. And Nemesis, flag from the field. 3 different attributes for one giant Arc Nemesis Protoss. He's back. So he's calling light and can use the Lara to protect it. So now your opponent completely locked out of the light attribute next turn, which is not going to be fun for Fiendsmith. Play passes. Got that great call by the Grave. We actually may see some use of that because Dimension Shifter is finally over. This is only turn 3 of the final duel. Normal summoning Sword Rizel. And that's fine. Play's going to go ahead and pass. Reynaldo taking a look at the deck. What shall he get with Sword Rizel? Not locked into anything just yet. He normal summoned that Sword Rizel. You only get locked into 4/4/4s if you use Rizel's effects to kind of extend the turn. And speaking of extending, we do see the X Rizel ready to extend the turn there. Look at the face down for a second there. Causes Robert to do the same thing. Reynaldo, considering his options, got called by the Grave, Fabled Luria, Molcharmi Fuwalos, and an Ice. It's going to be an X Rizel.
16 or 21.
So 1,600 attack, 2,100 defense, and 3,000 defense. Setting the call by the Grave. And I think that may be passing the turn. Reynaldo's got his back to the wall. So we're going to use the Canahawk effect. If you're wondering, when does this deck stop? It stops when you activate Artifact Lancia. That's when it stops. Because if not, they can keep banishing. They're not worried about the graveyard. What graveyard? You mean the second graveyard? Well, speaking of accessing the second graveyard, let's banish these two monsters, Rampengu and a Spiritual Beast Tamer.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
So looks like we did have a procedural error minor there for an illegal action. That's okay. As long as there weren't any upgrades there. We did see some upgrades earlier in the tournament, so when you do get stopped on that stuff, do learn your lesson. We don't want to upgrade those penalties. And that's it. So that's time.
All I have to do is just get a bunch of names and
Wow, life points alone did it, but I think Robert was well onto his way to win. And Ritual Beast show they still got it. Round 3 of the tournament, undefeated. And in a moment here, we'll get to talk to Robert himself about the grandiosity of playing Ritual Beasts. And maybe he has a statement or two about his healthy fear of Artifact Lancier. Just shows that, yeah, I mean, if they're not going to draw it, they're not going to get it. So in a moment here, we'll have him for the interview. So looking forward to clearing things off to talk to him. But good stuff, just really good stuff. Shows you that there's no one deck. There's no one deck that can keep you in this format. Every single deck has something to offer. Whether it's the powerful hand looping of the Mermail strategy, the resilience of Fire Kings, the never-ending combo play of Ritual Beasts, and it's just, I don't care. I'm not worried about what you're worried about. Malice is still out there doing good numbers. And if you're a Rizel Fiendsmith fan, don't worry. There are plenty of Rizel Fiendsmith fans out here, too. Again, we had about 300-ish players. So not a bad shakeout there. And we still have Blue Eyes out there. I did see some Snake Eyes Amina. Haven't seen any White Forest yet, hoping to. We just have to see the field. Maybe I'll take a nice little walk over everyone's shoulders, see what they're dealing with. I mean, last time we had some Exodia action, too, so there's no right way to get here. Just play what you know. Play what you like. Play what feels good. So Robert signed the slip there. We'll get to see him in just a moment. I'm excited. I'm excited. This has been a good day. Good day for Yu-Gi-Oh! Hopefully it's heating up outside here. But the duels will keep on heating up. Remember, we got 6 more rounds after this.
Yeah, you know, Shifter's really good against Fiendsmith Razio because it's like, if they go for the Fiendsmith place, it's like you Shifter them after that, and it's like they can't do anything about it.
Singing the praises of Dimension Shifter right there. Knows where his bread is buttered. Reynaldo humbly say, hey, good luck, man. And you should. The duelist who beats you is the continuation of your tale. They carry your memories into the next battle. So in a moment here, we're going to get
Blue Eyes just because Shifter just abolishes the deck, and Light Locking as well.
Oh, looks like we may not have commentary audio here.
Oh.
Okay, now we got it. Thank you, tech guys. Okay, we're good, we're good. All right. Don't worry, friends, you didn't miss out anything over there. The only thing you missed out is we were just talking about the matchup itself. But let's cover that again, just so we can do it. So, the most important thing I have to say on that match is, the Dimension Shifter obviously relying on something. We talked a little bit about Artifact Lancy obviously being so important, but the Blue Eyes matchup was the thing that we were talking about last, about what it is that you can crash into, and are you afraid of the new kid on the block? So pick it up from there just so we can know what's going on. That makes sense, yeah. You know, just a little surprised if you don't want to. I guess there is a lot of wind in your deck. Oh, and sending it to the graveyard is a good idea. That is genius.
It has a couple of good picks. The first one is just sending it as
Okay. Wow, that's good stuff. Speaking of Bestial note, there's some light and darks in the Ritual Beast family, but there's not a lot. So is your plan just to bob and weave around the entire format?
Most of the time I'm like, oh,
so have you had that interaction with a Bestial and you're just like, oh, we're almost done?
I'm just,
Well, that's cool. Well, Ritual Beasts obviously are something near and dear to your heart. Is there other events you're planning to play it at? Like, is this something you're going to be at Vegas at the next month, or maybe you're coming back to YCS Houston?
I'm going to have a bit of interest in YCS. Not a big interest, but it's going to be.
Okay, well, mom's the word on that one, but I'm definitely excited for that. Well, definitely good stuff, Robert. Certainly excited to see the most of your performance. We want to make sure you still get your lunch break before you get going. So don't worry, we'll be back right after this, friends. But thank you so much. See you soon. All right, Ben, so we're back here. We just got back from our round 3 lunch break. Thank you for being patient. Hopefully you got a lunch yourself, right? Because if not, well, now's also a good time to do it. We are waiting for our round 4 pairings to go ahead and get pulled here. Actually, technically, players have already been seated. We're just waiting for our featured match to be selected. It's been a good time so far. You can always rewind in order to be able to see everything from the VOD. So round 2, not going to spoil anything. We got a Blue Eyes Mirror match for you Seto Kaiba stands. Round 1, we had Evil Twin Live Twin Fiendsmith versus Sword Soul Tenyi. Also a very exciting match. And then on round 3, we had Ryzel Fiendsmith facing off against Ritual Beast. So you can see the format is still very wide open. There's a lot of very different things over here. And I'm just waiting to see if we will grab our deck list here. I guess we don't have anybody to interview yet, so I'm going to slide you right off the field. But jokes aside, just shows you that the game is doing well and that the decks are doing well too. We haven't seen anything like too weird out there in terms of some crazy stuff. I did hear there are some Mimigol players there, so we'll try to see if we can't get some Mimigol stands on the field as well. They are voluntarily signing up for this. We're not just saying, hey, you're on the featured match now. So it depends on if they sign up, but we'd love to see it. Of course, at the end on round 9, we always get the number 1 table just so you can guys see what the best and brightest of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card game has to offer, right? Those 2 duelists that are currently undefeated trying to get that last 1 spot. But honestly, just good times, a good day here, and just going to be more great Yu-Gi-Oh! Action. I think if we take a preview over here to our main screen, you'll see that we're still waiting for some people to get here, so they haven't arrived yet, which gave me just enough time to receive this tea from off-screen so you guys couldn't see it. Jokes aside, we've got a great staff here, and it looks like the head judge is making announcements right now. So we should be seeing our player. Yep, yeah, there's our duelists. I see 1 duelist out there. I wish we guys could get you like the camera so you guys could see it too. So good deal, good deal. They're going to go ahead and rush over there. So now that I see the head judge, why don't we go ahead and tune back into our game room. So in a moment here, you should be seeing some duelists. Get on in there. There you go. Welcome to the dungeon there. I love the judge introducing it as the dungeon. It's actually really nice. It's like fully like sound supported. There's like cameras and stuff in there. There's its own fan and air conditioning just to make sure all the temperature's good. So duelists, we'll be getting in there in just a moment. So we hear them exchanging stuff, you know, just can't have the extracurricular activities on the camera feed, but all your Yu-Gi-Oh stuff, put that down on the table. We're going to re-roll the dice here. And, ooh, I like the Malice sleeves and or field center there. That is cool. It's like, if you get window locked, let it happen. So a little bit of information there, and it looks like the judge gave us a signal about to start. Great sleeves, by the way. Look at the little Sky Striker Ace Kagari up there facing down. Can't quite make out what the other extra deck sleeves are, but I definitely see Malice, White Rabbit, and Jaded and Ubel back together again for the first time since 2008. But yeah, it's we appreciate you there in the crowd who just are happy to hear us and happy to see stuff like this. We wish there were more regionals like this. I mean, not every regional is like this. There's no slouch on them, but it takes a lot of infrastructure and investment. Game Guys is an officially recognized tournament store. If you go onto YugiOhCard.com right now and you start clicking around, you'll see the featured OTS is this store. I wonder why. Is it perhaps because they have this cool setup? Well, maybe. Let's find out what the duelists are like here as they shake hands and see, we do have Malice on the left side. And on the right side, looks like Memento. So we have gotten it started. We're going to start it with Fiendsmith Tract, grabbing out Fiendsmith Engraver. And discarding the Fiendsmith Engraver. Or should we discard the Fiendsmith Engraver to get the Fiendsmith Tract, then Fiendsmith Tract to go grab Fabled Lurie. The honorary Fiendsmith there. And again, for those of you just joining us, this is round 4 of 9. Duelists competing for their invite to the NAWCQ. That's the North American World Championship Qualifier, which was announced. It's going to be July 11th through July 13th in Indianapolis, Indiana. Great city for Yu-Gi-Oh! We just had a YCS there last year. I think we had one the year before. It's a great environment for card games. We just love card games in India. I don't know what they're putting in the water over there, but it's cranking out the duelists. But just 2 set cards. Going to the standby phase. Nothing there. So let's go ahead and start. It's Memento time with Mementotlin Anguish. Anguish here to go ahead and add from the deck to the hand a Memento monster. And we're adding Mementotlin Tatsuno Otoshigo. Full name. It's the whole seahorse in one. So it gets to be special summon because there's a Memento monster on the field or no monsters on the field. Going to try to use the seahorse's effect, but oh, that is going to be difficult. Doesn't necessarily stop it because you destroy the Mementotlin Tatsuno Toshigo, but you can still use the effect when you're resolving it to destroy Anguish, so you still get to send, looks like 2 level 1s. Because I want to say Anguish is 2. She might be a 3, actually. I think she's a 3, because Sleepy is the other one. But it looks like the only thing we're going to send to the graveyard is Goblin. So Mementotlin Goblin hitting the grave there. Man, I know I can trust your opinion, Tony, when it's who's your Tony. That is some Indiana pride there. But switching over to things here in Houston, we do see Mementotlin Sleepy get special summoned, and looks like we are going to fuse immediately there. So the materials are set. And we're going to use the Creation King. It's basically a Foolish Burial X3. So you get 3 sends from either the deck or extra deck to get all those different Memento names. But he is going to chain the Infinite Permanence to stop that. We'll still see the Gaddock special summon to the field there. And then we're going to go ahead and let that Imperm resolve. So that column, make sure you're counting your columns. Top column is forbidden for spells and traps, except it's not. It just, they won't resolve with effect. And that could be very embarrassing if you lose track. But we are going to go ahead and get the Sleepy back, possibly just to do something with it next turn. Seems like we do have a lot of Memento names in the graveyard. I count Mace, Goblin, Seahorse, if you want to call it that, and finally Anguish. So 4 down, few to go. Since we do have 3 or more, we do have the Mementotlin Trihorn Dragon. And Nibiru crashing down immediately after that. So... oh, he's got a Primal Being token. Yeah, that would be the more appropriate one of the two. I love that Jaden fan art he had. All right, so sorry about the little squeak sound. We were just doing a little adjustments here behind the scenes. But does get to banish the Creation King in order to add Memento Miglan, which he'll play immediately. And I think that's a collector rare version, definitely Memento Stan. But after that, passing turn, going to end phase, and we are going to go ahead and use, looks like it's going to be MTP07, adding from the deck to the hand a Malice Dormouse. So Dormouse really can blow the combo wide open. We see there's not really a lot of points of interaction there. The Memento Miglan not able to set anything, so let's go ahead and we are going to normal summon, and then banish with the effect of the Malice Dormouse. We're going to get rid of the Malice White Rabbit. So about to pay some life points here in order to special summon that card back to the field. So use the effect, special summon, and now we're going to get to set one of those trap cards. And we already used up some of them, but it looks like we're going to go ahead and take the TB11 there, another chapter in the wonderful world of Malice. So doing a little token math here. So it sounds like 4,700 attack, 5,000 defense. Very big old boy. All right, considering the options next. Going to go and return the Requiem there. So it's kind of Malice Fiendsmith, which is very cool. I definitely see how this duel has got this far into the tournament because you don't always see Malice Fiendsmith. And it definitely gives a little bit of extension there. You're already locked into links anyway, so might as well. taking a look at the deck list here again, it's going to be Korowit with the Malice strategy, and we're looking at Kyle Salisbury, somebody who's no stranger to the stream. We had him here last time during Rage of the Abyss, and he was still playing Memento. I think the skill ceiling of the deck, very high, a lot of card counting you got to do there, but he's getting it done. Another tournament and another Memento showing this far in. All right, so it looks like we used the effect of Lacrima of the Crimson Tears there to send the Fiendsmith in Paradise to the graveyard. And it may not feel like paradise for Mr. Salisbury. Kyle just staring down, knows that he only really has that one card in the hand. Just an Nibiru token in defense mode on the field. Have a Link summoned here into the Haggard Lizardos. And then we're going to go ahead and banish. But wait, there's more. Considering exactly which to bring out here, looks like idling over, but we're going in. All right, so Red Ransom there on the field. And we are going to go ahead and add from the deck to the hand that powerful spell, Malice and Underground. Currently the only spell. Let's see if that keeps up when we hit Alliance Insight. But now we're going to go ahead and use the TB11, banishing the Red Ransom, and hasn't used its effect this turn. But we're going to go ahead and then special summon a single copy there of our Malice Chessy Cat. 900 life points down gets you a cool Link 3 monster back on the field, swapping out those attacks and defense. Nothing works as intended, right? You've been struck by ransomware. And then going to go ahead and use that to banish and special summon. So another 300 life points down. Kyle's certainly familiar with the deck, and it's really, really good. There's a lot of Malice duelists I see. There's like, well, Malice hasn't won an event yet, and you know, we got to work harder. But I think as the year goes by, Malice is definitely going to take something eventually. Could even be today. All right, so Korowit doing a little bit of calculations there, trying to figure out what it is that needs to be done next. Malice, Fiendsmith, definitely one of those decks where you kind of have to bounce between two different strategies at once, play a little this, play a little that. But looks like Link 3 here, including the Red Ransom, a Chessy Cat that had already used its effect, and the Lacrima, the Crimson Tears. Going to use that to make White Binder, and use White Binder to banish the TB11, and taking a look at the opponent's graveyard. It'd be a great time to get rid of some of these Memento names. We're going to say goodbye to, looks like the Seahorse for sure, and the Goblin. I think those are good choices. It's difficult when you're playing against Memento. There's so many things to choose, and when you got a duelist as skilled with this deck as Kyle, he's just going to learn to play without. Korowit back in the extra deck there, and now we got the Abalaku. That's right, it has to be a Fiend, so we got to go back a little. And it is a little interesting there that, you know, it is that Fiend. So we've got to make sure that don't have the procedural error minor. It's not a game loss. He was worried about the procedural error minor there, so... But, yeah, we definitely need to make sure we're slowing down to take a look at everything that we see there. So, judge is going to make sure that gets fixed right up. But again, it's just a procedural error minor. Not everything's a game loss, and that is why I encourage you to read the tournament policy guidelines. Because there's so many duelists that are so skilled, so great at the game, but not necessarily great at the actual aspect of knowing what the tournament's rules are. Just knowing what the tournament's rules are. Because then you don't have to worry. You're like, oh yeah, it's not a big deal. All right, so duel play shall continue. And let's see what they do next. All right, so no worries. Looks like he's going back into his extra deck to pick something different out there with a GWC-06. All right, so he's going to go ahead and set his card. All right, so we do have our time extension and everything. We are good there, so everything is supposed to continue. And players are good to go. So we got a white binder, we got a chested cat. But where are we going next with this?
We just returned to game state before you tried to summon Abawaku.
Proceed.
All right, so now that we've gotten that resolved, we are fine to continue. We haven't seen too much there. Corwit maybe got a little tunnel vision there, obviously, with the Abaoku. Very good card, very, very good card, but unfortunately has a couple of prerequisites there. Instead, though, we're going to see the fabled, there she is, Heart Scripture, and it looks like to be a collector rare.
Shuffle it in the deck, banish one card on field.
And so going to go ahead and shuffle one away, maybe? All right, so now that we have everything kind of figured out here, the GWC-06, of course, getting a little bit of life points, getting a little bit of rebate there, thank goodness. Because I have seen a Malice player or two pay themselves into life points, well, the bottom of the barrel, right? And when it's down to time, you don't want to have lower life points. So last card in hand, certainly revealed there, but now we're going to go think about the effects. There's only one last card there for Kyle.
How's it gaining the
600 is gaining for
So we're just making sure we calculate everything from the attack boost there. Remember, the Malice White Rabbit did cause that permanent boost there.
All right, that's game.
And that's game. So off to the side decks we go.
sorry about that, sir. It's like my first league dog.
All right, so Duelist making some very quick decisions there. Kyle was just like, nope to these 4 and nope to these 3 additional cards. Let's see what he ends up cycling out here. We can take a little quick peek under the hood. On the Malice side, you know, there's not really a whole lot you could do against this particular matchup. Perhaps if you weren't main decking Dimension Shifter, you might consider adding that in if it's in the side deck there, because obviously Memento is an extremely graveyard-intensive deck. And they got no graveyard, what we saw from the Ritual Beast matchup in round 3. What can happen there? But we actually do get to sort of peek over Corwit's shoulder there as they consider options for what they might take out. And did I see... Oh, I did not see a beginning of the end. I think that might have been a Lure of Darkness, but that was about to be insane. Imagine banishing all those dark monsters from the grave and then paying 300, 300, 300. Just simultaneous effects going on chain. Oh, you know, there is a field spell that's on the field there. Has to be really careful. Now, he may catch that. But the player needs to go ahead and put that into the deck before he presents the deck. Don't do it, fam. Not like this. But again, we can't intervene, so just have to hope that Kyle looks to his left. Come on, Kyle. You've got this. And he got it. There we go. Thank you, Yu-Gi-Oh! Judge. That is why you get paid the big bucks. So we'll need to make sure that he's still counting out the 40 cards. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then do another round right there. There's another 10. There's another 10. And there should be 3 afterwards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, wrong necklace. I was like, yep, that's correct number. Okay, so nothing fancy or nothing weird going here. That is the correct number. Good looking out. So Kyle is going to go first here, which means this is really about Korowit drawing Dimension Shifter or not, if he decided to include it. And taking a look, I do see an Nibiru the Primal Being, a bunch of Malice cards, but nothing else. Now we're going to go Pot of Prosperity. And Pot of Prosperity is still an amazing card. I know it's forbidden in Master Duel, but it's still valid in the TCG, and we don't see it nearly as much. Obviously, the extra deck space for today's top decks, very difficult to cram in, like, oh yeah, 6 throwaway cards. But what a consistency boost to whatever you're playing, so going to go ahead and consider that again. What is number 6 would be? There's 6. So let's do it. 1, Dimension Shifter. Looks like a Ghost Ogre. Also looking at 2 Ash Blossoms, a Droll Lockbird, and a Mementotlin Fusion. Taking the Ghost Ogre in that beautiful alternate art. Certainly important. Could lose a link material. Makes it even difficult to do things like Haggard Lizardos. Got a little tongue-tied there. It's a difficult name to say. Speaking of difficult names to say, how about Mementotlin Engwitch? Going to go ahead and grab Mementotlin Tatsunol Toshigo. So now that we've added the Seahorse to our hand, looks like we're going to go ahead and special summon that out. That'll be the second summon. We are aware of Korowit's Nibiru, the Primal Being in hand. And so it's just about how much you can get done before Nibiru falls. The comment is coming for us all. We are going to destroy the Tatsuno Toshiko. So that means you get to send 5 stars worth of monsters to the graveyard. Usually, you know, Gaddock and Sleepy is a good call, but there are other ways to do it too. We definitely see 3 stars used up right there. But after that, it's going to be Mason Goblin. So still manages to hit 5, getting the maximum usage there. But no Gaddock. So that could kind of give a little hint there as to what might be in the hand. Going to use the Mace. So bringing out Mace by destroying Engwitch. Technically using the effect of Engwitch, but now going to use Mace. So Mace can destroy itself to grab another one. This will be the 3rd summon, by the by. So we haven't gotten to summon number 4 or 5. Although you don't see a lot of Nibiru's charming little friend there from the recent 10s. Mostly when you're stopping 4 more summons, it is Nibiru. Well, I guess 5 or more, excuse me. But we've got Mementotlin Fusion, so we're going to fuse off these 3 monsters, shuffle them back into the deck. And that's going to be the 4th summon here. Remember, it went Engwitch, Seahorse, Mace. And now we got the Creation King. The question is, do we stop right here? Now, do we hit 5 summons?
So, chain link 1, chain link 2? That's fine.
Oh, we did? Okay, that is going to be the 5th summon. All right, well, that's still fine. Not too bad. Going to use this very adorable Jaden Yuki fan token there. Okay, but Kyle's still able to send 3 cards away, and my goodness, look at the 3 cards. The Gaddock, incredible. The Cranium Burst, incredible. the Memento. Oh, it's Mementotlin Combined Creation Tekutlika. Literally trying to do these names off the top of my head, but I'm also a Memento player too, so don't worry if you can't keep up. But it's a fun deck to play. It's a little bit vulnerable to Mulcharmy Meows, but we haven't really seen a lot of Mulcharmy Meows. In fact, I think this entire tournament, I haven't physically seen one resolve or drop down on the table. And a lot of people, you know, not sure if they want to run it. It's a great card. Maybe it'll just be a greater card later this year. Memento Mictlan hitting the field there is able to set the Cranium Burst from the graveyard. And if you're unfamiliar with Cranium Burst, it is a continuous trap that grants an Appaloosa-like effect to the powerful Tekutlika, because you can reduce its attack by 1,000 defense and then negate an activated monster effect once per chain. And you got 5 in the tank there because it is 5,000. Gigantic stats there. So really good order of operations. And it might have just been that Korowit played the Nibiru just a little too soon there, but we are seeing, based off of getting rid of the Mementotlin Twin Dragon, access to the Mementotlin Trihorn Dragon, which super powerful, kind of like a mini Dark Arm Dragon. Just need to get 3 names in the graveyard that are Memento cards. And yeah, free special summon, 7 stars. Got that, or 8 stars. Got that weird 2750, maybe it's 2850 attack from Trihorn Dragon. Each of these monsters is actually based on some classic, you know, non-effect monster from throughout Yu-Gi-Oh's history. And some of the art, you line it up one for one, you're like, oh, that is Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon, isn't it? So on the field spell, when a Memento monster is destroyed, you can special summon a Memento monster with less star levels. And so by getting rid of the Twin Dragon, go ahead and bring that out. And then there's Sleepy as well. So we have Sleepy, we have a Mementotlin Goblin, and we've got our token. So the token is going to go ahead and just kind of idle by, but not so fun for the Sleepy, who's destroyed by Mementotlin's Goblin's effect, which means you're going to send 2 cards to the graveyard from your deck. And that's going to sort of load things up here. Again, where is any of this going? Well, after we sent the Akihiran and the other Memento to the grave, it's really about getting Tekutlika there. I think that was Darkblade. But you return the 5 names to make Tekutlika. We know he's in the graveyard from the Creation King. And he's not a bad monster on his own. You know, 5,000 attack. If he's alone on the field, able to attack every single monster your opponent controls. But the real combo here is just trying to get the Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess. Because I don't know if you've been on Mass Duel for a while, but in the TCG, we don't have no Appaloosa. And so, having the Memento-only access to 5 monster negates is pretty sick, to say the least. And so we are going to get the Bone Party. And we're going to use the Akihiran effects. That's going to go and special summon itself to the field. Use the Bone Party, destroy the Mementotlin Akihiran. Korowit really doesn't have a lot he could do. Just kind of watching the clock burn down effectively. It's still early in the set here, so it's not like we're up against the wall. We're going to bring the Seahorse back out, though. So going to go ahead and get back your Banished Memento card. Super important because so many of the Memento spell and trap cards have those Banished-like effects in the graveyard. Whether it's Bone Party for the piercing battle damage or the extension you get from Mementotlin Fusion. But now we're going to perform a Link Summon. It's got to be 2 effect monsters, it looks like, because he has got his thumb on the Moon of the Closed Heaven there. And Moon of the Closed Heaven actually linking off there for Fiendsmith's sequence immediately. So let's go ahead and put back a Light Fiend. And Mementotlin Tatsuno Toshigo. Yeah, you don't see that every day. Wow, the crowd having a good laugh here about watching Kyle's play in action. Certainly some incredibly skilled dueling here. But your eyes don't deceive you. That's Baphomet, the mythical king of Phantom Beasts. And so just using that to continue the plays, now there's sprites sprined on the field. Kyle has only begun to duel. And so now it's time to put some stuff down. You can hear people cannot believe their eyes out here at the Physical Game Guys crowd. 5 monsters go back to the deck. And now it is time for Mementotlin Combined Creation Tekutlika. All right, show us that Memental. There it is. Set it. Set 4. Attempted to leave main phase. Go into the end phase. Let's set one more. 5 face down on the table. That is the power of Memento, uninterrupted. Actually had some interruptions, but hold on to your Nibirus. They are have to be perfectly timed. But Korowit brought one of the strongest decks in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game right now, Malice. Well respected across the boards. Let's see how he's able to get through this, if he's able to get through this. And you got to remember the fact that Kyle lost the first game, so Korowit, you know, maybe down and out for this one, but isn't down and out permanently. Start with the Chessy Cat summon. So there's the Cranium Burst. We just talked about that. So as you heard it, make the big guy lose 1,000 attack and defense and negate the activated monster effect on field. So he's doing it. So it's down to 4,000. That still means there are 4 remaining negates. So Chessy Cat doesn't banish for cost, so we are not going to see any banished Malice just yet. Bring it back to Trihorn. Because when you activate a monster effect, remember the combined creation can special summon one of those monsters from the grave. And now we're bone partying, destroying the Trihorn Dragon here to special summon Mementotlin Sleepy. But wait, there's more. Now you get to destroy cards on both sides of the field. So just limiting the access to even be able to bring out the Haggard Lizardos. Gaddock Effect is going to special summon itself back out. That allowed Sleepy to go back to the hand. A Mementotlin has been destroyed, so Sleepy special summons itself back to the field. And I think that was enough for Korowit. He concedes game 2, and we're going to a game 3. Both duelists are 1 and 1, and it shows you do not keep your eye off of Kyle's graveyard because what goes in must come back out. So I do see the Harpy's Feather Duster looks like it is being taken out of the deck. Korowit kind of flagging down to us here in the crowd that is probably going to go first. But just good stuff. It's really good to see Memento still doing stuff. It's had decent showings here and there, but just kind of floats around the format as a deck that doesn't do any one particular thing, but does kind of a little bit of everything. And I love these sort of toolbox decks where every monster matters, and it's not just about the big old boss, but I will say the big old boss definitely got some stuff done there. So as you take a look at Korowit's table there, as he cycles through cards he wants to take out, we know the Feather Duster's coming out. Looks like I heard somewhere in the teens left for time. Plenty of duelists out here just hanging out, doing what duelists do, wait for more duels. But now it just depends on, you know, drawing in our engine cards. I just saw the Dimension Shifter come out, I think. I mean, it's still a good card. Definitely stops and slows down. It makes Malice play weird, that's for sure. I mean, obviously they get the automatic banishes, but they don't get anything to the graveyard, and that could be helpful. Not sure where we're going with that, but we shall see soon. But not bad. Again, if you're just joining us, we are going into Game 3 with a Mementotlin Duelist. Really getting pretty far into the tournament. 3-0. Not bad, right? Now we've got Malice on the other side, so it's the battle of the banishments and graveyards. Still a great deck. I mean, it's absolutely a cool deck for sure, but we just haven't had Memento just slam through the top cut of any particular YCS. But shuffling back up here. Kyle just about ready to go here. Remember to put his field spell back this time. Fool myself once, shame on me. Fool myself twice. What am I even doing here? But passing the deck over there for a simple cut. And it's time to duel once again. This is going to be round 4, by the way. We still have 5 rounds after this, so do not go anywhere. And we're not going to have any long lunch breaks or anything in between, so this is just all downhill, uphill, good hill. It's all dueling from here. How about that? But speaking of duel, the mold Charming Fuwalos right off the top as Corwin begins his turn. Really going to have to deal with that. With over 300 players today, everybody is gunning for the top spot. No one is giving up a red cent in terms of life points, card advantage, etc. But we do see the Dormouse hit the field. Dormouse is going to go ahead and special summon, or rather banish the White Rabbit, pay 300 life points. This is where that Charming Meows would be pretty good. I know it doesn't work against everyone, but that would have been one draw right off the bat. So I guess I got to put my money where my mouth is. Next tournament, I will main deck 3 Charming Meows, and we'll see how many cards I draw. But yeah, I want to say the low 300s do not have an exact count, but we'll try to get that from our tournament organizer before next round. All right, but speaking of next, looks like Link Summon, so 1 draw, and it's going to be a combo piece there in the form of the Mementotlan Gaddock, the one that's normal summon and special from the grave, and then, if destroyed, bring it back out. Great card. Incredible card, actually. And really, a lot of the Memento have like really stable, good combo pieces. Corwit counting cards in his head. Maybe he's going to activate Allure of Darkness. Maybe he isn't. Allure not always a popular pick among Malice duels. I like it for sure. I can see why you wouldn't want to do it. But it looks like we're actually going to go Link Summon here. And Kyle already pulling the card off the top of the deck. And so, considering carefully, is it Red Ransom time? It looks like it is Red Ransom time. 344 would be a great number to have. Again, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournaments just keep getting bigger. Everyone's like, this game is dead. I'm like, I get that you're not having a good time, but we are. Orlando, huge numbers, over 2,200. I think it was 2,274 exact. Almost 2,500 players in YCS Birmingham. Great grand-sized regionals all across the board. Hopefully we see you here in Houston at YCS Houston in April. Well, that's 6 weeks away, and there's also YCS Team YCS Las Vegas. We also got, tournaments announced in Costa Rica, Buenos Aires, Indianapolis for the NAWCQ, Paris for the World Championship. And these duelists may very well be taking their next steps to the City of Lights, Paris. But we aren't there yet as we activate the TB11 here. And we are gonna take a look here. Special summoning whom from the deck. Looks like White Rabbit is who it's gonna be. Hasn't slowed down quite yet. So all part of the effect again. We are red ransoming. There it is. Right, so we're going to banish a Malice Chessy Cat. And a lot of cards in hand, but nothing that Kyle seems to want to activate just yet. Huge extra deck, but everything you bring out of the extra deck just means one more card for Kyle with that Mulch Army Fuwalo staring deep into the camera. It's looking at you, chat. Those big beady eyes. And a lot of great options, but we are going to link some in here. So Heart Scripter coming out, adding another card to Kyle's hand via the effect of the Mulch Army Fuwalos. And then Korowitz just a little stumped here, not sure what to do next. It can be difficult, but you just got to press onward. Because remember, this is the last game, Korowitz. It's game 3, round 4. What will your Malice deck do? Well, you're going to start with Allure of Darkness, and there's the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, drawn off the Fuwalos. Feeling pretty good about that one if you're in Kyle's position. Get Allure of Darkness, great card. Since it came out in 2008. Phantom Darkness, just so many great cards in that set. Dark Arm Dragon, Allure of Darkness, Yubel, and pretty much all of them except Daddy himself have come back from the past. So that's up to you, Duelist. Let's bring back that Dark Arm Dragon, and not in Edison format. Advanced Constructor only. No shade on Edison, though. No shade on Edison. Now we're going to bring out the GWC06 here. So we're going to special summon from the graveyard, and if we control a Malice Link monster, let's gain some life points. So 2,300 increase there for Korowitz, putting him possibly at an advantage here when we've got this last game that may be decided on time. Well, technically late if you think about it, but linguistic jokes aside, let's go ahead and perform another Link summon here. And, ooh, it's going to be Nightmare Griffin. Now, we've seen this before. Again, monsters that are not co-linked aren't doing no effects. So usually you bring out the Abao Aku in order to move it away, because I think it's linked, not co-linked, excuse me. And so if he can move it to the main monster zone, then obviously he won't be pointing at anything. Very strong card, though. Is he going to use the effect to discard in order to top deck something? Well, it might be a good idea just to get rid of the Fiendsmith in Paradise, but decides to set it instead. So he has to have 7 cards. He's got 7 cards, so he doesn't have to shuffle anything back. Or 8 cards, excuse me, yeah. All right, so. So we're going to start off with Infinite Impermanence. Let's forget I said anything about Nightmare Griffin. Crowd cheers for that one. What Nightmare Griffin? Now we'll see Mementotlin Anguish. Going to search from the deck to the hand, a fellow Memento. Maybe it's a Mementol, maybe it's a Mementotlin. And thanks, Tiger. I see ya. Believe me, I don't know how to spell pheromone either. But I do know how to spell Mementotlin Sleepy. So we are going to get some fusion effects here. And that was because we already had the Mementotlin Tatsuno Toshigo in the hand. So special summoning it to the field because there's only Memento monsters on Kyle's field. Of course, he's the Memento guy. Send that to the grave and immediately sending Akihiron to the grave. 5 stars for 5 stars. Remember, that's how it works with Seahorse. It destroys a Memento on the field and sends from the deck to the graveyard the same level of stars. And then brings out Sleepy, and now is going to fuse immediately. Able to bring out Sleepy because a Memento was destroyed, and able to fuse because Mementotlin Sleepy was special summoned, making the combined creation king. 3 mementos. Not only going to special summon that Gaddock back, but you get to say any 3 memento cards to the graveyard. So let's see what Kyle chooses here in the form of Mementotlin Goblin, Mementol Combined Creation Tekutlika. We had to practice saying that one. And of course, Memento Cranium Burst. So we might be bursting the brain here. So just a heap and help and a memento in the hand. Kyle very much into control. And using the Creation King there. Got rid of the Fiendsmith of Paradise. Now the Fiendsmith of Paradise wants to be in the graveyard, and I feel like that sort of set has been really kind of like a double-edged sword, right? You can't use the card, but you just hope your opponent destroys it. But Akira on the field, allowing mementos that are level 9 or lower to attack directly. And speaking of level 9 or lower mementos, let's go ahead and use Memento Fusion. Going to go ahead and put Anguish and the Gaddock back into the deck. Take a look at our extra deck, and there's a Mementotlin Twin Dragon. Akihiron going to go ahead and destroy itself. Now able to grab the Mementotlin Twin, or excuse me, Triarch Dragon. And powerful Blade, or Dark Knight. I've been putting the Cranium Burst back to the hand. That's going to be very difficult then for Corwin to play through if he even gets another turn after this. So Dark Blade and the Mementotlin Horned Dragon being added recently. Going to go ahead and banish the fusion spell there. Add Memento Mictlan from the deck to the hand. The ancient temple of prayer that all these mementos gather around to remember their creation king. It's got a lot of great effects. Obviously gives that ancient gear effect on the attack. No response from your opponent. But we're also using, skip any of the stuff I was saying, Mementotlin Bone Party, destroying the Sleepy to special summon in defense mode. Mementotlin Dark Blade. And that is definitely a collector's rare. Kyle really showing, no, this is a deck that I'm going to keep forever. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. And this was a deck that was overlooked by a lot of duelists in the set that it came out, Valiant Smashers. And we're shuffling. Oh, there they are, all 5 names, including one from the hand. Yep, we're going to get rid of 1 Dark Blade from the hand. So to the deck and extra deck we go for Mementotlin Combined Creation Tekutlika. And that's going to be rough because merely by ending the turn, you're going to have access to that Cranium Burst if you get that far. So just too big. All right, so we have banished the Fiendsmith in Paradise through the special summon of a card. Now we're trying to use the effects. And you can't turn, and there's the handshake. Kyle Salisbury walks it all the way back against Corwin. Great performance from his Malice deck. No shade at all there. And by the way, Shane, speaking of shade, it's a flat iron. That's really the secret. You got to wake up a little earlier than all your other Yu-Gi-Oh friends and take the time to just get that hair just crimped straight. That's the way we do it. So Kyle just walking it all the way back. Really incredible performance there. Great crowd here physically at Game, guys. This is a show that might be fun to watch from home, but make the trip down to Houston. I woke up in Dallas yesterday, but I woke up in Houston today so I could be here for a great regional championship featuring some of the best talent we have here in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game. Texas is no slouch when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh! The North American World Champion Qualifier, the #1 spot, Aditya, from Plano, Texas. Cameron Neal, Ultimate Duelist Series champion. Also from Dallas, Texas, I want to say. So Texas has some good Yu-Gi-Oh! It really does. And I'm not like one of those people like Texas proud because I'm originally from New York City. If you haven't noticed my weird accent. But they got some people. Put some respect on Texas' name. That's sure. That is for sure. All right, in a moment here, we're going to get to talk to Kyle. Very excited to hear from him again because we've actually had him here before. And just a round of applause immediately as he exits the door. And looks like he's coming on down. He knows the drill. We've been waiting for you, Kyle. So welcome back, welcome home. Let's go ahead and get you sitting here. And if you'll come in there. So yeah, just we've had you here before, but man, just good mementoing, just really solid mementoing.
Yeah. Game 2. Man. Well, first things first. Just once, I want to summon Winda on stream.
Oh, like El Shaddai window?
Yes. It's in the deck list.
Okay, I did hear you at the beginning. We did hear player audio. It's like, man, if you get window luck, just let it happen.
Yeah. No, you can. The funny thing about Memento Fusion is that it can make any fusion monster, provided you use one Memento monster as material.
Oh, wow, I never thought of that. So if you get one Shadow to the grave, that's all you need to use it for that, right?
It has to be on field. You can only shuffle back Memento monsters. With
Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's still really heads-up play for sure.
It's my main goal in coming here today was explicitly to summon Winda on stream.
Okay, well, you'll just have to keep winning so we see you here at the end. Let me ask you, though, Memento is kind of a scary deck to play right now because there's 2 problem cards out there. Dimension Shifter's always been a problem for you, but the #1 card played at YCS Orlando, do you know what it was?
Dweller.
No, it wasn't. The #1 played card was Artifact Lancia, which can hurt you. I'm not saying it shuts you down, but all those great banish effects you have from your Memento cards to be shut down. So what gives the courage for somebody who's already a Memento specialist to be like, nope, I got this?
Well, for one thing, I have a lot of practice into most of the common matchups. Malice is actually something I have no practice with.
Really? Okay,
Yes.
popular deck for sure. What's that? Just don't have any Malice friends, or?
By choice.
Okay, by choice. Be like, sorry, you play Malice. I'm gonna walk myself right out of here.
It's Shifter. It's Shifter.
That's fair. That's fair. The other thing I was going to ask is, the Fuwalo's did a little bit of work for sure.
A little bit, tiny little bit.
But I'm surprised to not see a Meows across the entire tournament field. And obviously that's something you have to be afraid of too. So from that perspective, as somebody who's always in the graveyard, always in the banishment, and a genius as you are, Kyle, why do you think we're not seeing any Meows?
Part of the issue is that Meows is somewhat niche. Yes, it hits a lot of decks a little bit. If you drop it versus Reagional, you will see a draw, maybe 2 or 3 if you're on Fiendsmith. And for what it's worth, that's good. But considering how dominant Reagional is, and how unlikely you are to get more than 1 or 2 draws, it's kind of... Going 1 for 1 is never bad, but you most of the time would prefer just to see a different card.
That's fair. That's fair.
You would prefer to see Droll to lock them out of most of their plays, especially if they're on Mitsurugi Reagional. If they're on regular Reagional, that works too. The only deck in the room that doesn't really get hit by it is explicitly Malice, and even then, if they're on Sky Striker Malice, or if they're just running like 3 Allure, there's a decent chance you can hit them right there anyways.
Well, it's good news for you, technically, because I know a certain deck that would hate to see Meows. Speaking of the future of Yu-Gi-Oh, though, we've got 2 big YCSs coming up soon. So I want to ask you about the first one first. Do you have a team for Team YCS Vegas?
I do not.
That's okay if you don't. Obviously, this is a nice eligible duelist here, just in case. Well, let's talk about just the solo career then. Are we going to be seeing you at the top tables of YCS Houston?
You will.
Yes,
I'm
okay.
bringing it to Houston, baby.
Well, you kind of warned everybody about the El Shaddai window lock there, but
it's okay.
That's a card that's powerful enough you can tell them, this is what I'm about to summon, and they're still going to just get locked by it. So that's cool. That's cool. Yeah. Well, we know you've got great stuff, Big Hero, but just in case you're not back up here, is there anybody you want to give a shout-out to on cam?
Okay, first things first. Shout out to Tab, The Adventure Begins, best shop in the city. Shout out to my boys over there, Robert, Brandon.
They've been cheering so loud the whole time.
Andrew, Anthony, everyone. I have so many people here supporting me today. I have so many people who have told me, hey, we're still friends, but if we go up against each other in ladder, you got it. The fact that my friendships have survived my continual summoning of Winda is funny.
That's good. That's good. I don't think I can top anything from that, so we'll just close it out on there. But always good to see you, Kyle. Good luck in the last rounds, and we'll see you guys soon right after this. are coming back to you live over here because we are about to go into the next round, right? It has been 4 rounds so far, which means we have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, total 5 rounds. I was actually counting out of my hand, being like, oh, how many rounds do we have? Well, don't worry about that because we're actually going to go ahead and switch back over to our main dueling screen here because we already have our duelists in attention here. And it's been a crazy tournament so far. If this duel is anything like the last couple of ones, it's going to be a good time. There's still a lot of weird stuff in the tournament. I've seen all kinds of stuff on our featured match request form, and can't get everybody up here, and some people do decline. So I never really know what's going to happen till it happens. But if we get the Fossil Dyna Stun deck up here, which was literally titled FossilDyna.dek, that might be something to see. So we will find out shortly here who our duelist is and what it is they're going to have in store for us. But just a good time if you are just joining us again. Houston's a little bit cold here, so it's a great day to just kind of curl up inside with your buddies and play some card games. And over 300 duelists ended up entering this tournament. I think 311 is the count that I heard is the final count. That means we have 9 rounds. And I think we're going to do top 32. Top 32 feeling pretty good. So if you are freezing cold, just kind of bundle up like we have and get ready to duel. So duelists are going to go ahead and get started here. Get 5 cards and a little respect knuckles too there. But I am seeing on the other side here, maybe a little bit of Mitsurugi. Oh, but we're starting off with the Dear Servant. Dogmatica stuff. Okay. Well, time to see what we get out of this. So, we're going to send Garura to draw a card after we resolve this. But more importantly, what Dogmatica card are we searching? Okay, so it's going to be Dogmatica Ecclesia, the Virtuous. And that means... Gonna go ahead and draw a card off the Garura? Maybe Ash Blossom it? No, don't draw. Very interesting, too. Was fine with an Nadir Servant. I need the information, but I'm going to stop the other thing. Oh, we're going to pot a duality anyway. So let's take a look here. Crackdown, Solemn Judgment, and another Nadir Servant. Okay, we got ourselves the fun one. This is going to be weird. Okay, this is going to be unconventional. You go unconventional because everybody's just like, no, I don't want to see that gameplay. It's part of the show. Ever since Maximilian Pegasus played Toon World and said, oh, I get to have my tunes and you don't get to do anything. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has always been about one-sided matches like this. Villains and heroes. Speaking of villains, we did see Dogmatica Ecclesia match her villain, Effect Veiler, so no effect for her. But after that, we're just going to set 3 cards. And during the end phase here, looks like Bestial Drua's where I'm going to go ahead and banish the Garura to place the Bestial on the field. So, so far it almost looks like a Fountain of Abass storyline clash here. And looks like there's some blue eyes in the mix. Oh, this is exciting. So it looks like we're going to normal summon the Sage with Eyes of Blue, try to use its effect to add a tuner from the deck to the hand. And so Sage, certainly a powerful card, but not so powerful that it's unaffected by spells and traps. So, considering our options here, do you Solemn? Do you pay half your life points to stop that? It's 2,500. Just looked at the attack, by the way. Didn't even look at the effect. Well, that's going to be good. So now, searching through the deck here, we definitely have a Blue Eyes deck, so we've got, oof, that might be difficult to deal with now. The Maiden of White being able to be sent from the hand to the graveyard for True Light, and that's exactly what we're doing here now. Placing that True Light face up on the field, getting a slew of cards there. Maybe this was worth the Solemn Judgment. I mean, you didn't know at the time. Hindsight, obviously, is 20/20. Let's take a quick look here. Both players being very interactive with one another. No sitting and staring at your opponent comboing in this deck, so I'm not sure which stream you're watching. Fusion laden extra deck. Looks like we're going to go ahead and send off the Sage with Eyes of Blue, a level 4 lower spellcaster monster. Perfect material for Spirit with Eyes of Blue. From the brand new structure deck, Blue Eyes White Destiny. Using that to add from the deck to the hand, the Mausoleum of White. Thinking about something on the resolution of that search. There can only be one. So you're going to have to send one of these dragon monsters away now, and you're not going to be able to bring any other dragons out. Seems pretty easy to say goodbye to the Spirit with Eyes of Blue, leaving the Druid's Worm on the field, 2,500 attack, and that great graveyard effect. But the fact that there can be only one, that is going to make this combo pretty much stop dead cold, because most of what Blue Eyes does is put additional spellcasters and additional dragons on the field, and now you literally cannot do that. You're stuck. All right, so using the Mausoleum of White, going to go ahead and target the Bestial Druid's Worm, able to send to the graveyard a Blue Eyes. And it looks like it's going to be the Dark Side of Dimensions Blue Eyes there. Everybody's got a different favorite Blue Eyes. We kind of like running the full splash there. But Gabriel is going to be on the right there with the Blue Eyes deck. And Jordan, oh man, I can't even say what Jordan's playing. It is just cards. Great cards. But activating Dogmatica Punishment. And let's see what he decides to send here. Because if it is... Oh, it's not actually. Okay. So instead, going to send Tri-Brigade Bucephalus II. And then use the effect of Tri-Brigade Bucephalus II to, oh, send the Garura for a draw. It's actually really interesting use of that card there to just get that additional advantage. Kind of a different way to do it than Elder Entity Untus. Are going to see the Blue Eyes White Dragon get special summoned off the effect of the True Light there, and it cannot be targeted. But remember, if True Light is destroyed, it takes all the monsters on your field with it. Because there was Blue Eyes White Dragon special summon in the field, Maiden of White can special summon itself. But you can't perform a Synchro Summon because you cannot put a different dragon on the field. So it's just Blue Eyes attack, and that's all she wrote. Take a little bit of life point damage there. Jordan hasn't given away all of the plot yet. Just want to see a bonfire activate. I think that would be the coolest thing. I don't want to spoil any of the secrets in his deck. But we did see that he had a bonfire as he searched through his deck. We're going to activate Wishes with Eyes of Blue, discarding the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. Probably not super useful if you see your opponent activating a lot of continuous Floodgate-style trap cards. Considering, oh, Solemn Judgment. Just saying, no. No, we're not going to do that. Now, you do get to go ahead and equip a Blue Eyes White Dragon fusion monster to your Blue Eyes White Dragon. So it's going to be Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. But you cannot even use the summoning procedure for Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon because you already have a Tyrant, you already have a Dragon on the field. And Blue Eyes is a Mighty Tyrant. But we won't see that special summon using the summoning procedure. So pass turn, Jordan draws for turn. Definitely down a couple of cards, but you can kind of see where this deck's going. This is full-on stun. Nice to see Dogmatica locked in there, but we're going to summon another Dogmatica, Ecclesia, the Virtuous. Able to search, you guessed it, maybe another Dogmatica Punishment. And there it is. Do you see it, chat? It's the Barrier Statue of the Inferno.
If you attack it, she can reborn a level 1 Light Tuner or a Blue Eyes from grave.
So what's really funny about that effect is, no, it can't right now because of there could be only one. If you attack that Maiden of White, it would ordinarily try to special summon a Dragon, Blue Eyes White Dragon, or Spellcaster, a level 1 Light Tuner from the grave, but you can't do it. Can't do it because there can be only one. Can't do it. Don't do it. Yep, he knows, so goodbye. Does open himself back to being able to play Spellcasters again. It didn't say there could be only none. It said there could be only one. So using True Light to go ahead and send another card here. And this time, it's wow. Okay. So we are actually setting Majesty with Dragons of White. able to point out a number of blue eyes on your hand, field, or graveyard and destroy that many cards. And that would be a great way to get rid of, there can be only one, to at least get another dragon on the field. So drawn for turn, looks like he is just adding an Nibiru to his hand, Primal Being. And I do not see Jordan special summoning 5 monsters in a single turn, not with just this normal summon pass gameplay. Jordan dropping the Dogmatic Punishment. And he is going to go ahead and have to send something bigger than 3,000. But you can't target, actually. So that's an illegal activation. Going to be a procedural error minor there. Got to be very careful. We were just talking about True Light. Can't target. And you gave your opponent a little bit of information. Not much. They already knew you had Dogmatic Punishment. The worst that happens is they know where it is set. So yeah, just as a reminder, we're not getting a few PE minors over the course of the day, but it's only a warning. Means it is not a game loss in any way. So going to activate Mausoleum in white. Sending a Blue Eyes White Dragon from the deck to the graveyard to power up. Blue Eyes White Dragon. By 100 per star level of the Blue Eyes itself, so it should be 800 total. So 3,800, pretty big. Not the worst that it could be. Both duels having a little bit of a laugh. They're like, okay, are we really here? Is it Houston Regional 2025, the year of our Ra? And my opponent is just like, no, barrier statue beatdown, let's go. So going to go ahead and do Majesty of White. It's 2 blue eyes to show now because the Mausoleum of White. Brand new trap card out of the brand new structure deck, Blue Eyes White Destiny. And some duelists are saying don't run this, but look at the extra utility you get here, having spell and trap removable, searchable in your deck. So 3's the max, just like he said, but it's only going to be 2 right now. Because he's not quite at Seto Kaiba status, only has 2 blue eyes to his name. I still could not imagine playing this deck with 2 blue eyes, even though that is the correct and very common amount. So yeah, 3,800 attack, we knew that, because of the 800 gain from the Mausoleum of White. And I think we're just going to take that. So poor little Dogmatic Ecclesia that could. Going to hurt just a bit. And going to be 2,300 points of damage. So we still take the damage and say goodbye to Ecclesia. Ooh, and still in the battle phase. Blue Eyes, White Dragon, back on the field from the graveyard for another 3,000 direct. That's 3,000, and that's game, unfortunately. Barrier Statue Beatdown cannot bring it this duel. So Gabriel managing to conquer things with the legendary Engine of Destruction, the Blue Eyes White Dragon, right? Few have lived to tell the tale, and maybe now we know why. But Jordan got to figure out what to do here. Lots of options in the side deck there. I do think in another universe, maybe activating the Solemn Judgment against the activation of Wishes with Eyes of Blue may have helped. But it's difficult, right? You pay all those life points, and all of a sudden 4,000 life points. We're in the anime. Blue Eyes looks real scary. But now it's side deck time. We do see the Feather Duster, the Lightning Storm, Gabriel here to make an impression upon his opponent. Be gone, spells and traps. And even looks like a copy of Skill Drain, maybe Solemn Judgment make it in there too. So some really just good trap options. And this is going to be sort of a battle of trap cards here. A lot of great targets. You can see, you know, the pattern. And wow, that's interesting, by the way. Fallen of Elbaz in Gabriel's deck. Using it to fuse off your opponent's powerful dragon monsters for things like Mirror Jade the Iceblade Dragon. That's insane. That's really, really cool. Just that both of these players, like one side is using Dogmatica Ecclesia unironically, and the other one is using Fallen of Elbaz, unironically. Neither in their like respective decks. This isn't a full Dogmatica deck. It's not a full branded deck. But branded be gone because you only need Fallen of Elbaz to make those fusions alone. But look at that side deck stack. All the spells, all the traps. Getting rid of the Mulcharmies, getting rid of the Nibiru's, understanding his opponent probably ain't going to special summon much. So those can go right to the side deck for now. Jordan mentioning it's his first time up here on the featured match day. I think it's cool. I think it's a really cool deck that he's running. Something that we want you to see. Of course, cheers from the chat for Gabriel, and not a bad person to cheer for, right? He's up 1 game, so we'll see if a barrier statue beatdown deck that Jordan is piloting going first, does it make all the difference? And it feels like it could. Set 5 pass, summon a barrier. Well, I guess it would be set 5 pass, unless you had something like Heart of Demise. But still, just good Yu-Gi-Oh! Always been a part of the game? And you're like, no, it hasn't, Pharaoh. They were always interacting with each other. Were they? Or did Joey Wheeler play Swords of Revealing Light against Odeon and he just gets stared at for 3 turns in a row? Was it interactive? Or did Bakura just play, you know, Fiend Sanctuary? Oh, excuse me, Dark Sanctuary. And just watch his opponent misplay into the Ghost of Dark Sanctuary multiple times. There's always going to be somebody like that. It's really a part of the game. It's just like in fighting games where there's characters with different methods of battling one another. Same thing in Duel Monsters. Got to be prepared for all strategies. You don't just think that you're going to run into the same 5 combo decks. People are like, that's a rogue deck. Until it wins. Both duels locked in. Both duels having drawn 5. Saddle up, duelists, because I think it is time to duel. And I think Jordan would have a great turn just by setting 5. Oh, this is what I definitely want to see. Activating Bonfire. It's good. You know it's a Pyro monster? Yeah, he was supposed to say, oh, very confusing. And then not, I see. Yes, Barrier Statue of the Inferno. That is a Pyro. That is a Pyro. Looks like he found a normal rare, too. Gabriel saying that's a first for me. Usually they search X, meaning X Rizel, a Pyro monster. Now we're going to use Pot of Prosperity. So goodbye to 6 cards here. Got to be careful because you are losing some of your Dogmatica targets. So Solemn Judgment, another Barrier Statue of the Infernos, Raigeki. Just went for the 3 cards this time. Just going to take the Solemn. Feels good enough, kind of like a pot of duality there. So 5 cards in hand. Has done some perfect hand cycling. See that Solemn Judgment. Oh, but it's Fossil Dyna Pachycephalo. Don't even let your opponent special summon fire monsters at this point. Very carefully. I'm going to set 1 here. I'm going to set 1 here. And I'm going to set 1 here. I think I caught a Solemn Judgment and Infinite Permanence and Kentai's last card, but let's see what we get here. Drop in the first card. It looks like a big old spell. I might Lordly Load. So no response there. Going to let it happen. We'll see if that turns out to be a mistake or not. But it looks like we are going to add... Could say a lot about the hand. But it's a Drill Beam this time. Trying to negate those cards and banish them. So activating Drill Beam immediately, targeting the Fossil Dyna, and there's Solemn Judgment, 4,000 life points to protect the Fossil Dyna. Can't let it happen, at least until next turn. So you will probably see a normal summon here. And that is super helpful, too, because it's going to set another Primite card. Oh, choosing not to, going straight to passing on that effect, but using it to set the Primite card. Then, activating Mausoleum of White, probably going to send a Blue Eyes White Dragon from the deck to the graveyard with the effect to increase that from 1,600 attack, plus 800, quick math, 2,400. Almost Jinzo numbers there. And a Blue Eyes is in the graveyard. So certainly powerful. Oh, it is the 300 boost. I did miss that. So it's 2,700 total because Primite Lordly Load, increasing the attack of all your monsters by 300 for each of your normal monsters on the field or in the graveyard. Primite, just an insane package. I remember picking up very early when Rage of the Abyss was first announced. And be like, I love normal monsters. This will be great. Most people are like, whatever. But we see how much of an impact that the additional cards from Supreme Darkness added. Primite Dragon, Ether Barrel, pushing this strategy to another level and allowing it to combine not only Blue Eyes, but we've even seen like Primite Fiendsmith. There are light fiends that are normal monsters. It's a pity if you don't remember. White Dust On. All right, so activating the evenly matched, it's actually set there. And so he's only going to lose one card. Just one card, I would imagine. Wow, really wants to hold on to the field spell that bad. It should just be... Oh, no, he did have 4 cards. One of them camouflaged in, that face down. So, forgot about the set Primite Lordly Load. Or, excuse me, maybe it was the Primite Drill Beam. Yes, Primite Drill Beam. Still good. Looks like next up we're going to activate Roar of the Blue-Eyed Dragons. So, not a bad evenly matched there. 1 for 2 feels pretty swell. We'll still have to worry about the Primite Drill Beam, though. I think this could be pretty difficult for Jordan, but he's doing a great job of navigating it. Down to 4,000 life points, though. Wow, Iron Thunder. So negates the activation of a card by paying half your life points and then destroys anything in the column. But there wasn't anything in the column to destroy. So still able to bring in a Blue Eyes White Dragon with the Primite Lordly Load, special summoning out to the field in defense position. Also locked out of normal monster, excuse me, special summoned monsters effects for the rest of the turn. But that'll be the second Blue Eyes there, so getting a little bit stronger. That Primite boost, 300 for each normal monster. All right, really decent hand here because, again, got Nadir's Servant. Oh, but we are going to negate it and banish it. I don't have to pay the cost because we control a normal monster. So we are going to set a single monster. Jordan smiling to himself, maybe understanding where this duel is going since he only has 2,000 life points. Drawing for turn, didn't get a quite good look at that spell card. Turning it to attack mode. Going to go in special summon Blue Eyes White Dragon in defense mode. It's got to be in defense mode. And locked out of the effects of special summon monsters. Gabriel considering his options in a great position. Just going to attack though. And that'll get rid of a barrier statue showing just how dire this is. Jordan draws one card. Not a bad one at all. Dogmatica Punishment. Going to turn that Blue Eyes to attack mode. Blue Eyes White Dragon attacks. Dogmatica Punishment. Oh, and its Solemn Judgment is out. There's the handshake. Barrier statue beat down. Blows out against Gabriel's Blue Eyes White Dragons. Who needs effect monsters when you got normal monsters of your own to summon? So really good stuff there. Certainly a lot of laughs between the duelists. And again, Jordan got this far into the tournament without dropping a single game with barrier statues. And we recently saw that at the HoloLive X Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel collaboration event, where a tournament, one that I was definitely watching because I was definitely hosting it, actually made the top cut. It was full barrier statue beatdown, and the deck really is good. The idea of it, prevent your monsters from having any opposition when your opponent can't special summon anything, and equip them with equip cards. But 7 golden letters, right? Perfect. P-E-R-F-E-C-T. Just perfect gameplay there, because Gabriel didn't drop a single game, was able to rush through that duel. And I think that showcases how good Majesty of Dragons in White is. because that's just good stuff. If you didn't have that, you would never have been able to clear that out. And look at the lightning storms and everything else, and the feather duster, really trying to go in there against spells and or traps. But now duelists are just packing up. In a moment, we'll get to see Gabriel and talk to him about how does it feel to play Blue Eyes this far into the tournament. Evenly matched specifically banishes the cards face down. Make sure to check your card chat text. Duel's having a great time just explaining, hey, I did this, hey, I did that. That's really my favorite part of any duel. It's that after the match, Everything feels good afterwards because you lost all the stress, right? You're not really worried about it. You're like, well, okay, I wish I would have won that one. It's over. What's the worst that could happen when you duel somebody? You lose?
It wasn't custom. He actually just had that to sell. But yeah, you can message him and he'll do any
Okay, cool. Apparently they're exchanging tips on how to swag out their decks.
He has an Instagram page you can follow.
Apparently catch that Instagram and you can get some swag like Gabriel got. But speaking of Gabriel, we should be talking to him soon, the winner of round 5, which means he got 4 rounds to go. 6, 7, 8, 9. Gabriel going to take a brief moment here to catch himself. Hey, friend. If you want to, we've got a seat for you right here. And then, yes. All right, so Gabriel, if you want to get your head set up, we've already got you set up here live. We've already got people cheering you on in the chat here. But I got to say, I was just sitting there with bated breath when he activated the bonfire. And I'm like, wait till he sees the pyro here. So, first off, has anybody given you any trouble about running Majesty with Dragons in White? That's the trap card that destroys based on the number of blue eyes you have.
Unironically, I kind of, when I side it out, I miss it because you need the wishes target. Because sometimes like earlier I lost a game against Reagional because I didn't have a wishes target because it's just dead. But Majesty, I think it wins games sometimes.
That was the reason I started with that card too, because I remember, Mystic Mine, everyone's like, oh no, Mystic Mine. But decks that had in-archetype spell and trap removal, like Sky Striker or even like Cyber Dragon Orcas, they just had the out. So when you saw all of the trap cards out there, are you just like, okay, yeah, I'm fine. Just set this card. Let's just wait this out and it'll be okay.
Yeah, that was definitely the plan. And then post-game, I threw in Judgments because I was like, that's like probably the only thing in my side that was worth anything. And to kind of insulate my plays. So if I go like a Harpies or something, I can at least back it up with a Judgment. Or Majesties for that matter. Activate Majesties and then use the said Judgment to protect it, to make sure it goes through.
Yeah, felt just like great Seto Kaiba play for sure. Now that you're halfway in, I assume this is your first regional, unless you traveled last week, with Blue Eyes, right?
First regional this year, yeah.
Yeah, so how does it feel, because a lot of duelists are wondering, like, should I shift to this? Should I stick with my Ryzel? Like, what feels good about Blue Eyes as you're playing it?
I love, personally, the Primite engine. It is a little pricey, but I think it's worth a good amount just because of the amount of recursion it gives. And then Blue Eyes itself, the deck plays about as low to the ground as you want. You can just set up a seals and do really well with it. But just kind of like the control aspect. It's a nice, fresh change of pace because I came from playing like Tenpai.
Oh, yeah, that is very different. Well, keeping the future Yu-Gi-Oh! Mind, since we're probably going to be seeing a lot of Blue Eyes, are we going to be seeing your Blue Eyes at YCS Vegas, the team YCS?
Probably somebody who took the deck and took the time to make a better list than
okay. Somebody else's Blue Eyes. But what about YCS Houston? That's coming up in about 6 weeks' time.
You're definitely, I think Blue Eyes will get some tops there.
What about you, though?
I'm going to try.
I'm going to try. Give it a shot.
But I'm going to try.
It's true, too, because, there's a lot of great decks to pick in the format. And what I love about this format particularly is there's no, like, lion's share. People are like, oh, it's all Ryzel. And I'm like, is it really, though? Because I just watched YCS Birmingham and Fire Kings won for some reason.
Right.
So there's some weird stuff out there.
Some friends that pulled up with Fire King. And I think that's what's nice about this format is it's not just Snake Eyes.
Yeah. Oh, I do remember the 16 Snake Eyes. I think the most samey deck format, this is like a real reach. It was actually in Houston. This is like 20 years ago. SJC, I think 2007, that was at the Houston Mall. It was 15 Dark Arm Dragon decks and 1 6 Samurai. So at least it's not in that level of the format, right? Is there anything as a Blue Eyes player, though, that you're worried about playing against as we still go through these last 4 rounds?
I mean, Malice. I have yet to play against Malice. Any kind of shifter deck kind of hurts. Ryzeal's been giving me a little bit of issues, just because if you open 0 non-engine, it's really tough to out that detonator, because they just respond, pop True Light, pop Field Spell, you lose your normal. So those are the 2 decks that I'm worried about. But at least Malice, if I win the dice roll, it's a lot better because of Majesty, being able to pop, and then the hand traps, of course.
Well, if that wasn't a sales pitch for that trap card, I don't know what is. That said, before we let you go, is there anybody you want to give a shout-out to? Because they were shouting you out in the chat.
Oh, yeah. I mean, shout out Caleb. Shout out Shelby for letting me borrow the Fualos. They've come in clutch today. And then the majority of Austin. And Alan for the last little Primite load that I needed, because I don't know why it's $90.
Because nobody wanted it when it was in Rage of the Abyss. I was like, give me this so I can play Primite Dark Magician. Like, yeah, dude, just take the stuff. And then we saw who laughed last on that one. So, well, good stuff, man. Good luck in your last couple of duels. And for those of you watching at home, don't worry. We'll be back before you know it. See you soon. You know what time it is. It is, take a look at the watch, 3:57 p.m. Central Standard Time. No, I'm joking, of course. It is time to duel. We have selected out our duelists here. We're just waiting to see who it is that we get, but we might have some dragon duelists. I don't mean duelists playing dragons because it's Blue Eyes White Dragon format. I mean, we might have some younger duelists. So definitely be kind to them for sure, but one of them has a very good record, so it'll be good to see that. But we are coming into round 6 here. That means we have 4 rounds, right? 6, 7, 8, 9. It's going to be top 48 duelists are going to make it to their invite to the North America World Championship Qualifier. If you don't know where that is, it's going to be in Indianapolis, Indiana, on July 11th through July 13th. Been a lot of great stuff we've seen so far. If you're watching live right now, you can scroll through the VOD just in case we go on another break after this round for Blue Eyes mirror matches. Blue Eyes against Burn Stall. We got to see Malice, Memento, all kinds of stuff. But there's also still some surprises out there, as I've been seeing from all the deck lists. There's just good stuff. It's just a good Yu-Gi-Oh time. I don't think we've got our duelists ready yet. Nope. So we'll just kind of hang out here for the moment. But again, just some good stuff. And let's just talk about this week in Yu-Gi-Oh. This week in Yu-Gi-Oh. What do we have? Well, we got the regionals right now, of course, but Wednesday, remember, is the Master Duel 3rd anniversary collaboration with HoloLive, and it's going to be quite a stacked event. There is a 3v3 tournament. If you're watching the coverage from my own channel, it is going to feature 2 World Championship competitors, Jesse Cotton and Mike Thomas, both who were there. And Jesse Cotton, of course, the Master Duel World Champion, are going to be in the 3v3 representing Fuamoko and, of course, the wonderful Koseki Biju from HoloLive. And then they've got their match, too, since it's the Battle of the VTubers. There's also a hashtag contest going on. Fabulous prizes, cool stuff, all kinds of stuff. But that's just Wednesday. Thursday, February 27th, on Steam and the Nintendo Switch, you're going to get to see the early days all over again. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days collection is coming out. I definitely can't wait to get my hands on that because it features some of my favorite games from the old school era of like Game Boy Advance, Nintendo, and stuff like that. Disney Board Traveler, they've got Dungeon Dice Monsters, all the cool old school World Championship games. Rashid for Destruction, I know there's a lot of fans of that, and some of it has online support actually. So for real, if you're looking for like a real GOAT format simulator, unofficial term, of course, there is online support right now for the 2004 game. I do see our judge going over there, so I think we should have our folks in the room soon. So I'm going to go ahead and switch over to there. But yeah, just good stuff. Like, again, just a great Yu-Gi-Oh! Day, and hopefully wherever you are enjoying yourself too. And hopefully you're warm, by the way, because it is freezing everywhere, and it's been kind of raining over down here in Houston. But luckily we still have, like I said, the 300+ players who showed up here, giving us that top 48. And our duelists, there they are. Wonderful duelists dropping the biggest deck box I have ever seen in my life. But just some fun stuff here, and we'll see exactly who our duelists are. And yes, we did get, okay, so we've got somebody who's already got their regional qualifier map for Supreme Darkness featuring the brand new Tenyi Synchro Monster there. We'll be using that, but at least we got to see it. So it's a fabulous playmat. And our players are playing for them now. And actually, there is the orange deck box you get from the Regional Championship right now. It's really cool, by the way. It's got plenty of space for your dice, your extra deck, fully sleeved, your side deck. Now, don't use that extra space to include anything that isn't a Yu-Gi-Oh card. I do not want to have anybody have any issues. But other than that, it is very spacious. You can double sleeve to your heart's content. You can throw some dice in there, etc. And so, oh, we definitely could hear them. We definitely could hear them. So let them know. All right, so getting on in here. It's going to be some good stuff. Dylan, no stranger to our feature match stage, kind of a little local legend. Not just because of his age, but also because he really gets things done in an amazing way. He is coming into this round 4-2. So 4-2, obviously on the bubble here, and as we get closer and closer, we'll feature some of those duelists who are just about to make the top cut, but may not make it all the way. So it's very important for either duelist, if they're trying to get their invite here for the Indianapolis NAWCQ, that they win these duels. And so we are going to see the 5-card drawn here. Now, you can already see some of the Blue Eyes support in Dylan's hand, but he's playing an interesting version of this deck. But his opponent will be playing some Ryzel, so he's going to start off with the normal summon of Ice Ryzel and X Ryzel there, and use that to search out the Sword Ryzel. And now go ahead and combine two monsters and actually Moon of the Closed Heaven right into Fiendsmith Requiem. Just kind of speeding through there one after the other, not even trying to hide. Not using the Exciton Knight, just going for the Moon of the Closed Heaven just because, yeah, feels good. All right, so going to use the Lacrima of the Crimson Tears. Sending Fiendsmith Engraver to the graveyard. So all of that off that single Ice Rizel normal summon. And so we are going to go ahead and equip there the Fiendsmith Requiem and put that on Lacrima the Crimson Tears, and that'll be the materials we need for Necro Quip Princess. Necro Quip Princess, what a cool card. By the way, just its summoning condition, you know, being able to special summon it out by sending a monster equipped with a card. And it's a level 6, so you do get to see Triple D, Wave High King Caesar, 2 negates, no Nibiru's here, and managing to get that in a timely manner for sure. So great start there. Looks like we are going to see the Ext Rizel being special summoned here, and we got to send something to the grave. So it looks like, didn't quite catch that if it was a Mirror Logic Aggregator or an Eclipse Twins, both great targets. We also will see a Sword Rizel, right? You got to have a hand for the sword to be held in. And Ext Rizel is here to clutch it tightly. So now there's 2 level 4 monsters on the field. You're going to go ahead and search out an Ice Rizel to get this whole combo started again next turn. Dylan just watching what's coming. Still has 5 cards in hand. May be able to get this done. It's an uphill battle for any duelist when they are playing against Rizel, just because of how consistent it is with the power of Rizel Detonator. Kind of difficult to play against. And it shows you that you're going to need multiple options. You can't just have like, oh, if I have to play this card and it has to work. If the card has to work, Rizel Detonator is just going to tell you no, and you are going to find yourself pretty edged out of the competition fast. But we'll see if Dylan's able to do that right now. Hit an effect filler on the duo drive to make sure that there aren't any extensions any further. So just having to worry about the cards on field right now. The duo drive not doing much, but you still have that Wave High King Caesar. And looks like we're going to draw. We're going to start off with the Infinite Impermanence on the Wave High King Caesar, so nothing doing anymore with that. Chose not to do anything with the Forbidden Droplets there, but not really a reason to do that, right? There's no reason to negate the duo drive, at least at this juncture, unless you need to get your attack points going. So we might end up seeing it go away, but it looks like instead we are going to activate the Roar of the Blue-Eyed Dragons. Smile on Dylan's opponent's face as he checks his face downs. Not going to get a whole lot done, but Dylan able to just sort of charge into this duel with Blue Eyes. And you can get a little bit of a deck profile there. Do we see any of the cards that make his deck particularly special? I didn't get to see it just yet, but there's some stuff in there. I promise you. It might be in the hand. Looks like we've got an ultimate rare Blue Eyes White Dragon, the tablet version. I think that came out of the Structure Deck Kaiba Reloaded special edition pack. If I'm not mistaken, there's a lot of Blue Eyes out there. You got to keep them all in your mind. We do have 1 Blue Eyes on the field, and really nothing stopping. So this is very much Dylan's chance here to push forward. And has to decide if he's going to discard the Ultimate Fusion with the Wishes for Eyes of Blue. I almost feel like you haven't normal summoned yet. You may normal summon the Sage. See if you can add an additional card to your hand. If not, worst that you could do is discard with the Wishes for Eyes of Blue. But this is a way to get additional resources here so that the discard, if hit with an Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, doesn't feel as bad. So, looks like he is going to normal summon. Activate the effect with Sage with Eyes of Blue. Using the Detonator to get rid of it immediately. And then using the Infinite Impermanence. So for some reason I thought it was Duo Drive before. Guess it's been a long day of Yu-Gi-Oh-ing. But that effect filler was used to negate the ability to attach another material there. So now, as we continue to wait here, see what we've got next. We are going to go ahead and bring out Lacrima. Do have the Fiendsmith in Paradise in the graveyard, so it could get pretty difficult from here. Dylan making it to this far in the tournament with a special surprise for Dragon Duelists, being a Dragon Duelist himself. But doesn't necessarily mean that he's down and out. Just haven't seen, again, his special surprise. But I guess we'll see it later. Oh, when it's in there, wow, I just got a copy of the deck list now from our handy-dandy judges, and there is some stuff here. Let's just say this is not just Seto Kaiba fighting here. It might be Yami Yugi at the table as well. Now remember, your Ryzel monsters do allow you to detach from monsters on the field sometimes. Not necessarily just its own. But let's go ahead and use that Wishes with Eyes of Blue. And this is critical here. An Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring would shut this down and leave no resources other than the ability to banish the Wishes for Eyes of Blue from the graveyard to attach a Blue Eyes fusion monster to Blue Eyes White Dragon. And then you can actually use the summoning procedure of the wild and crazy Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon, who can be special summoned from the extra deck by tributing a Blue Eyes White Dragon equipped with a fusion monster. How weird is that? Well, not that weird. At least if you're watching Season 4 of the anime. This ain't no anime. Looks like we're looking at the hand. And going back into the deck as well. Probably going to grab a Maiden of White here for the level 1 Light Tuner. Still need a Speller Trap. And it's actually going to be Bingo Machine Go. Of course, for your friends trying to put it all together at home, you can activate the effect of Triple D Wave Hiking Caesar to detach and get those materials to the grave. And remember, there's a Blue Eyes White Dragon on the field, and it didn't tribute summon itself out there, did it? Now, we are going to go ahead and attach the Blue Eyes White Dragon with that new equip spell. It's going to be the Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. And it's a powerful monster, but it's actually got a great graveyard effect to negate a targeting card and destroy it. It has something to do with Blue Eyes, and let me say the whole deck does. Fiendsmith in Paradise sort of lurking in the graveyard there, able to bring the Desiree, send it down, be able to get rid of another card. But I think we're big on machine going, so let's see what random cards we've got here. Reveal 3, and your opponent randomly picks 1. It's got to be a Blue Eyes White Dragon or a Speller Trap that mentions Blue Eyes White Dragon. Oh, I think that's going to be all she wrote for that one. Dylan conserving time for the next game, maybe not wanting to reveal some of the special surprises. We did not see anything crazy here. So they're going to go into the side decks. Dylan is going to get a chance to go first and maybe get to see the powerful combo that led him this far in the tournament. But so far, his opponent doing just good numbers. Remember him winning the first game here of round 6. Round 6. Can't believe how fast this day is going. So Mitchell doing good work there with his Ryzel deck. Ryzel Fiendsmith, certainly powerful. Obviously, Bystial's added to the concoction as well because, well, it's a good time to be a Bystial. If your diet consists only of light or dark monsters in the graveyard, oh, man. Have I got good news for you or bad news for your opponents, depending. But we're going to go ahead and place those cards back in, and some really interesting choices there, actually. I thought I see a fusion deployment? No way. No way. No, I did not. Okay, specifically. That's what I thought it was. Okay, it looks like a Metal Tronus just came out there, and I was like, fusion deployment. Well, wait a sec. But detaching seized materials in order to get cards to the graveyard certainly helps. Negating the monsters doesn't stop them from being able to pay their costs. You would have to prevent the activation of those effects. So going to go ahead and pack up there. Pretty quick answer to the side deck shuffle there. Knows exactly what he's doing. Going to go ahead and begin some pile shuffling here. Able to catch the effect veiler before his opponent even saw it. The first thing I saw when the card went face on the table, seeing the eyes, but literally did not see anything there. Mitchell just tunnel visioning into his own deck. Even taking the time there to shuffle the extra deck here. The Dragon's certainly doing work. Blue Eyes definitely making an impact here on the format. Was just talking with some duelists. There's some really great personalities here in attendance, even if they haven't made the feature stream yet. You might remember Trell from Team APS. He's out here in the crowd. There's a lot of great Texas-based competitors here as well. Trell being from Louisiana. That's why Texas had to be highlighted there. But it's just a good time. A lot of people here for the first time. And crowd is still very large considering that we have been here pretty much all day, right? Round 6. It's already 4 in the afternoon. The duelist just getting ready there. All right, so. Looks like we are going to go and get in here to the X Rizel, sending to the graveyard after we get the Molcharmi Purulia, by the way. But we will send a Rizel detonator to the grave. Going to go search through the deck here. Grab yourself a Sword Rizel to keep the combos going. And it looks like after those 3 set cards, this is going to be wild. So you may think, oh man, did he brick? No, he might not have. There's some crazy stuff in Dylan's deck, so we're hoping we get to showcase this. Is this his moment? Him setting 3 is not bad. Now, we do see the Molcharmi Meowls. That might be the first time we get to see Meowls resolve on stream. All right, so we do have a Bestial Druisworm. Going to target the Rizel detonator there. It is a light. All right, so are we finally going to see it? I've been so excited. Please, please, please. Oh, just an infinite impermanence. Now, what trap card could Pheromone be head over heels for in a Blue Eyes White Dragon deck that isn't any of the consistently seen Blue Eyes cards? We'll see. And we got the Eclipse Twins out here. And actually, we haven't seen too many Eclipse Twins, just been lucky in that, but it was a true light that was set. We'll talk a little bit about what it is that we might see, but I was just hoping to naturally see it. But it hasn't happened yet. Maybe if we get a peek through the deck. I was hoping it would show up in the hand, but we just haven't seen it. It's about 5-card package here, and it really makes this deck special. But we are going to see Eclipse Twins crash through the Bestial Magnemite. Setting a card. We're going to go search the deck. Do we see it? Oh, let's go and cut the deck first. Make sure that we are playing a nice fair game of Yu-Gi-Oh! There we go. All right, but looking through. Oh, he's still shuffling. Okay. Oh, grabbing the Neo Kaiser Seahorse. Okay. So leaning a little bit more into Seto Kaiba than Yami Yugi here. Neo Kaiser Seahorse, an excellent starter. Dragon monster that's searchable off a Bestial Magnemite, but a 1-card show. 1.5 cards. I mean, you really do need at least something for the discard. But very easy to go Neo Kaiser Seahorse into Dragon or Spirit with Eyes of Blue. And then send the Maiden of White to the graveyard to get that True Light. Don't quite need it right now, but maybe could use it. So let's see that combo in action. Neo, Kaiser, Seahorse, Link summoned off into Spirit with Eyes of Blue. Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2. So what does Neo, Kaiser, Seahorse do? Where you're going to send from your deck to the graveyard a level 1 light tuner. And that could be Maiden of White if you needed to use it to special summon alongside Blue Eyes White Dragon, have a great tuner monster. But it looks like we'll use Infinite Impermanence just to stop the effect of the Spirit with Eyes of Blue. As we continue through game 2 of round 6. Now, Infinite Impermanence is going to be a little painful here because notice it's also going to get rid of that True Light effect. Got to be able to do something here. So going to chain the True Light to set something. And that's going to be Roar with Eyes of Blue. Then it's negated. That's fine. So 2 negates 1 card. Infinite Impermanence does a lot of work when it's set face down on the field. But we'll also send the Maiden of White to the graveyard. So far, for the most part, the format has seemed like a mishmash of Mermail, Fire King, Fiendsmith, Rizel, a little bit of Bestial, everywhere, Malice, Blue Eyes. But there's also Memento out there. There's a lot of viable decks. This is going to be one of those formats where it's not really like a big 3. There's a lot of different stuff out here. And that's kind of the beauty of this format. We've seen a lot of wild decks out here. I can't wait to see the deck profiles after we get through this tournament. There it is. Do you see it in Dylan's hand? It's Buster Blader. He's doing it, and he must have that trap card set. Or not. It's Wishes with Eyes of Blue, but we're just going to say goodbye for Buster Blader for a while. All right, so back to Wishes. Go ahead and grab a level 1 light tuner and a spell or trap mentioning Blue Eyes. So we are going to go ahead and grab Effect Veiler. Remember the effect there of the Spirit of Eyes of Blue was negated. That's exactly what happened. Infinite Impermanence going to stop it and stop the True Light. So just good stuff across the board. Now that lock, if you're curious about what was going on with that, there is that additional effect on the Spirit of Eyes of Blue. Because you can't special summon effect monster from the graveyard if you tribute that Blue Eyes. But it's only that, by the way. So, yeah, not locked into Dragon Monsters because the effect is negated. You can almost hear that Master Duel. We got our Blue Eyes. We got our Maiden of White. We got Buster Blader. Oh, it's so cool to see Buster Blader. So, obviously, there's the other part of the surprise. Buster Blader, the Dragon-destroying swordsman. Really, really heads-up play. We've actually seen Buster Blader win national tournaments last year. Believe the Greece National Championship was won specifically by a Buster Blader Tenpai deck. And that's just incredible. But now we're actually going to activate Ultimate Fusion, making a Blue Eyes Fusion, and destroying cards for every card that you use that was Blue Eyes White Dragon from your field. And getting out the Megaton copy there, a Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon, destroying the Eclipse Twins. No other Xyz monster to get out there. So Dylan slowly working it back up there and having the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon having a powerful way to negate some of those graveyard-based effects. Ultimate Fusion, very powerful. Probably the leading way to actually see a Dragon Master Magia. Faster than you could say Roar of the Blue-Eyed Dragons. We have Blue-Eyed Dragons actually running it back. Remember that extra deck lock of Roar of the Blue-Eyed Dragons is only 4 dragons. So it's an extra deck lock of that too. So you can special summon all the spellcasters you can eat from the grave. Or the deck, or more. But it's a brand new format, brand new deck. We've all been playing with these cards for, let me check my calendar here, 8 days. So no one's surprised that we don't all have them memorized, but play is perfectly legal at the moment. And making a Seals. Seals pass may actually be the vibe here, but in a pretty commanding position as he lets his opponent to draw another card. Taking a quick look at the graveyard. Obviously, it'd be so cool to see the Dragon Destroyer Swordsman, but it hasn't happened yet. Pretty funny way to enter the Blue Eyes format to be like, ah, I remember my anime here. Oh, looks like we're going to start with the Mulcharmy Fuwalos. And that could be pretty difficult to get through because you have so many different special summons that you want to do. But we are not doing it just yet. That Ice Rizel, wow. Infinite Impermanence, negating the effect, and Ice Rizel to bounce it. And in that order, too, making sure to get the special summon there off of powerful effects of the Heraldic Seals of the Heavenly Spheres. Or actually, Heraldic Spheres of the Heavenly Seal. But nomenclature jokes aside, looks like we're going to go and activate the effect of True Light as a chain to Seals. So we're going to set Wishes for Eyes of Blue. And keep things moving here. Dylan hanging out for dear life. X3 maybe could make the top 48, but you want to keep your tiebreakers as late in the tournament as possible. So it's going to be 2 draws there, by the way. Special summoning from the deck. And it looks like Harpy's Feather Dust are going to drop down. All right, all eyes on Dylan as he goes ahead and uses the effect of Spirit to go ahead and bring out Ultimate Spirit. His graveyard is safe from Bystials for the moment. He's got a great target for the Crimson Dragon in the form of a level 12 Synchro Monster, just in case that comes up. You never know. Blue Eyes has a lot of different combos it can perform. And I think we just see the Mulcharmy Meows there. It's destroyed at the end of the turn, by the way. And then since it was destroyed, get to pop out another friend here. And Dylan taking a quick look. Looks like we're getting the Buster Whelp. It's the Whelp. So cool to actually see this happening. I was really hoping to. It's one thing to hear that a deck topped. It's another thing to actually see a weird deck in action. So Buster Whelp of the Dragon Destroyer Swordsman. Added from the deck to the hand. Structured Swordsman cards, again, have won national championships. So it's wholly possible that this could be something that people continue to cook on. And by the time they figure it out, we could be seeing it at bigger and brighter stages, like the upcoming Team YCS or YCS Houston. Well, we got our judge over there, hopefully, to resolve any disputes here, but seems like play is continuing uninterrupted. It's an accepted game state sometimes. Let's go back into the deck here. Oh, and there it is. Good, good stuff. We really might be seeing it. Dylan doing a great job of navigating things. Again, remember, he did have that true light that was threatening to destroy his whole field, but if you're paying attention, you would notice the Blue Eye Spirit Dragon has the ability to negate the activated effect of a card in the graveyard. And that's a great way to say, hey, you know what? I don't want to destroy all my own cards. Thank you. I know I tried to. I changed my mind. But focusing on the duel at hand, Mausoleum of White being activated. Going to go ahead and target. No response there. Let's send Blue Eyes White Dragon from the deck to the graveyard. Looks like another one of those fancy tablet copies. Trimming off the special summon. Ooh, and we see a Mud Charming Meows finally. Oh, but the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. That is unfortunate. And that's all she wrote. 3,400 and 3,000. That's all you need. We're going to a game 3. Blue Eyes White Dragon, definitely an interesting deck. We've had a lot of duelists playing the deck and playing against the deck over the course of today. Also seen some regional gameplay from Europe last week. If you're familiar with the wonderful German commentator Sebastian Lemke, he was hosting a regional over there too, and we saw some different looks at Blue Eyes, sometimes winning, sometimes not. A lot of different things going on in the format right now. A lot of experimentation too. We're in this very early stages of the Supreme Darkness format, but we're about to enter Maze of the Master. Remember, there's a lot of really cool cards there expected to help things like Dragon decks, Ryzel, and we still don't know what any of those cards do that they've advertised are from Odeon's sort of trap monster strategy. So who knows? By the time you hear my voice next, we might just be talking about Argo Stars. But right now, both duelists just accessing the side deck. Now we just got to figure out what they're going to do next. Both duelists locked in here again as the duels continue. We will only have 3 more rounds after this, 7, 8, and 9. It's just been a good day so far, honestly. Hopefully you're having a good time wherever you are. If you're not, that's okay too. We hope you have a good time soon. But, you know, if not, that's okay. Maybe we could turn that around because we got 3 more rounds to do so. Or at least we can dual try them. Both players in the chat. Excuse me, in the chat. What am I saying? Both players in the room there having a good time. Hopefully that can be infectious and contagious to the chat. But we shall see. As we get ready for the final duel here, decent crowd out here in the audience. Still got most of our 300 duelists in attendance, although some of them have dropped from the main event and are entering things like Time Wizard tournaments. I think we heard Time Wizard maybe, want to say 3 or 4 is where they're at. A lot of Edison players out there for April 2010. But now it's 2025, and we are seeing a very stacked hand drawn as Mitchell goes ahead and starts things off with Fiendsmith tracked, and Dylan can do nothing to stop it. We'll go ahead and add Fabled Lurie, discard Fabled Lurie, link off Fabled Lurie to make Fiendsmith Requiem, tribute Fiendsmith Requiem. And then we will use that to special summon Lacrima of the Crimson Tears. And after that, gonna go ahead and pick up the deck here to send. Looks like the Fiendsmith and Grave are already ready to be sent to the graveyard here. And then after that, linking off or fusing off. Contact fusion there. Kind of a word, right? I mean, contact fusion is a game term-ish. But Necroquip Princess out. Going to go ahead and discard the Fiendsmith Engraver to add another Fiendsmith track, and then get you draw off of the effect of the Necroquip Princess. And so going to go ahead and return that Fabled Lurie back into the deck. Getting out Fiendsmith Engraver. I feel like, you know, it's game 3. You've seen what your opponent has. You have got to do the Triple D Wave High King Caesar. Everybody do the wave. Well, thinking about it. 2 monsters. It's already got the Fiendsmith in Paradise in the graveyard. Yeah, let's overlay. Build the overlay network. And now we have opened it up so that Triple D Wave High King Caesar can appear. Definitely getting it done. But there's Infinite Impermanence to open up the turn. Changed your mind. You are not going to be able to do that. But a cross-out designator in the nick of time. So now, going to have to normal summon out a single copy there of the Neo Kaiser Seahorse. And going to be kind of difficult, depending on which way we go here. Got a hand with what appears to be not another Infinite Impermanence that I saw, but another one of the traps. I think that was going to be possibly Majesty of the White Dragon, just based on the angle that I caught of it. Taking a quick look at Neo Kaiser Seahorse. Gets to special summon itself, of course, if you got a Blue Eyes White Dragon. Gets to modulate its level up or down of a level, excuse me, of a Light Tuner. And also when it goes to the grave, go ahead and send a level 1 Light Tuner. We're going to special summon Blue Eyes White Dragon. And, well, maybe not. Maybe we'll just attach instead. Oh, but the triple tactics thrust, forcing your opponent into an obvious move to go ahead and grab something you need. Wishes for Eyes of Blue, feeling like a pretty good search target here. Dylan keeping it close at hand as he looks through the rest of his deck. Also unique to this build that Dylan is playing, you can use the Triple Tactics Thrust to set some of those powerful trap cards, even if you're going first and your opponent does not control any monsters, to set things like the prologue of the Destruction Swordsman. So you can fusion summon out, I can't believe it, Buster Blader, the Dragon Destroyer Swordsman, turning all your opponents to dragons into defense mode and preventing them from activating their effects. Well, what is he going to place? Man, that Bingo Machine go. It is viable for sure, and you could just use it to search out another monster, right? Think about it. It adds you Blue Eyes to the hand in a weird situation where you've got True Light. You add that, and then, yeah, just reveal some weird Blue Eyes monsters. But speaking of weird, ooh, thunder actually overhead. A little bit of a storm coming our way. We did almost have a power outage earlier, but we are so fortunate that we haven't dropped a single frame of this stream. Firing on all cylinders. But we're going to get Ultimate Fusion and Maiden of White, speaking of firing on all cylinders. But you've got to be able to push through the Triple D Wave High King Caesar's effect. Going to discard the Maiden of White to set True Light. Looks like True Light coming off the hand there. Painful, but still practical. Going to go ahead and link summon off the Neo Kaiser Seahorse for the Spirit with Eyes of Blue. Chain Link 1 Spirit. Chain Link 2. That now we're going to banish Fiendsmith in Paradise. Taking a quick look at the graveyard there. And so looks like could not quite see that. Thought it might have been a Mirror Logic Aggregator, could have been an Eclipse Twins. But we are going to go ahead and return. Okay, so it was a Desiree. There we go. So return the Fiendsmith Engraver, trying to get rid of the True Light. And that could be dangerous, especially if you're cheering for Blue Eyes in this matchup. Players conversing amongst themselves for a second. So the True Light is sent, of course. So we do lose everything else. So yeah, True Light sent on a new chain. You don't have a Blue Eye Spirit Dragon to negate it this time. So unfortunately, we do lose our monsters. Now you can't order the chain there correctly, so you can go ahead and bring out the Maiden of White. Take a look quickly at the hand. Beer of the Primal Being. We aren't quite summoned enough for it this turn. Just kind of talking it out there. Trying to put 2 and 2 together. What's going on? Ooh, but check this out. Gonna chain and negate, unfortunately, the Ultimate Fusion. That leaves just a single card and pass. Oh, it's looking like the sun's getting real low for Dylan here. Shuffling back the Lacrima. This may be all she wrote. Definitely a good showing. But now as we see the Bonfire, likely to grab an Ice Rizal out of the deck. The lightest, iciest flame in the business. Burn blue, right, Dallas? But we're in Houston now, and, well, it actually is pretty cold, so Ice Rizal is on brand. All right, and there's the handshake. Dylan conceding the game there after the recycling again of the Fiendsmith strategy, trying his best to break out with Buster Blader and make the crowd pleased with his interesting deck type. Did a good job showing off some interesting stuff, and Mitchell certainly got a look at that, but never enough to actually close the duel out, unfortunately. So he'll be going X3 into next round. He could still make top 48. Doesn't mean you are down and out, not invited to the NAWCQ. But we'll be talking to Mitchell soon, and just about what it feels like to face that down, and why he is continuing to pilot Rizal. What gives him the confidence there? It's a great deck for sure, but to each their own. We got to hear from the winner themselves. And there's that smile. Right, I always told you it's the best part of the duel when the duel's like, okay, I won. Oh, okay, I lost. Whatever. Just time to duel. Do you see some of the side deck choices there? And some powerful stuff. Whoa, I definitely saw a Secret Village of the Spellcasters. Such a great card. But just a little late there. Did not show up in the duel, did not influence it. Don't know that it would have done too much against Rizal. They're not very spell dependent. I mean, you're certainly stuffing Fiendsmith tracked there, but not much else. You see some Molcharmi Fuwalos come out of the deck there. I guess maybe we're putting that back in the side deck. I always love the deck profile atmosphere here, too. Talking things over with your opponent. Be like, oh, yeah, I tried this. Yeah, I tried this, too. We're all duelist friends, right? Right? We're all friends, chat, right? I'll wait for the response. Wow, that play mat. Oh, my goodness. So many signatures on that game mat. Dylan, certainly a hero in his own right to the community. All right, we'll be seeing and hearing from Mitchell soon. So we'll go ahead and pull up a seat with him shortly. But just good stuff. Just great, Yu-Gi-Oh! Again, we still have 3 more rounds. And then, before you know it, we'll be done. Our judge is coming here to collect the sacred necklace. And then Mitchell, why don't you come have a seat next to us? Go ahead and get you on camera here. If you'll go ahead and put the headset on. They can already see you here at home. Hey, home. And we could talk about some very interesting gameplay there for sure. Now, we didn't get to see too much of it, but did you catch the fact that that wasn't just a pure Blue Eyes deck?
No.
That's fair, that's fair.
No.
What we got to see from the benefit of being overhead is that there was actually a full Buster Blader core in there.
Oh, you're right. He did dump that, but that is very annoying. Like whenever it resolves, but he wasn't even close.
He did get a chance to resolve it there. So again, you got to play Ryzel experience, but you know Ryzel still what a lot of people think is the top contender. Was that your first Blue Eyes matchup of the day?
No, that's actually my third one today.
Third one, okay.
Yeah.
Well, then you're the expert. You got to tell us in the chat. How's it feeling playing Ryzel? Like, do you still feel like no, this is the choice, or is Blue Eyes tempting you to switch over?
Yeah, so I won a regional last weekend, and I played Fiendsmith Ryzel, and then today I scrubbed out, and I played Fiendsmith Ryzel. It's the best deck.
Okay.
There's no contention. Fiendsmith Ryzel, best deck, most consistent, most powerful, best recursion. You can play the most hand traps. It just does everything.
Definitely has a very strong thing. So, you know, we're coming up on Maze of the Master. I don't know if you saw, it's got like a whole bunch of pictures in there. One of those definitely looks like a Ryzel support card in the form of that Rank Up Magic card. Are you excited to continue to push Ryzel, or are you just going to kind of play it tight to the way that you got it now?
Yeah, so I've definitely been like changing my deck list and stuff. In terms of like new cards for Ryzel, I don't think any of the new ones are looking like too good. I would probably stick somewhat similar, but I think there's a lot of innovation being made within the Ryzel Fiendsmith deck. You know, people are changing up the extra deck, the main deck, their staple choices for the non-engine slots. So I think there's innovation to be made in the deck.
I was going to say, I noticed the packages getting kind of bigger and smaller. At the first part, we were running 3 of every Ryzel name. They were running like 1 of every Ryzel name. With that in mind, since you're obviously sticking to Ryzel for the foreseeable future, let's talk about the 2 next events we have. Are you going to the Team YCS in Las Vegas?
Yeah, I am.
Ooh.
I am going to Team YCS. You know, I've never been to one, so it'll be cool. It'll be cool.
It's a really different vibe. Remember, you can actually talk to your opponent, or excuse me, talk to your fellow teammates, but you have to say it out loud. So you're just like, hey, his field sucks. Get him, right?
Yeah.
We've seen some definitely some high energy up there, but jokes aside, are you also going to be at YCS Houston then?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, this is where I'm from, you know, so I'll be here 100%.
That's cool. That's cool. Well, it sounds like you're all locked in. You know what you're playing. Ryzel, you know where you're going. Vegas, Houston. Is there anybody that you want to shout out to the chat while we're here?
Yeah, shout out my testing group, David, Braden, Rennie, Gio, everyone. Shout out my friends from Houston, friends from Austin. Yeah, shout out Game Guys for hosting this.
Yeah, I gotta say, for anybody who hasn't been to this venue yet, they can't see it, but just the vibe of this. Is this your average regional?
Yeah, for Houston, this is like
yeah. But you went to the other regional last week. Was this the vibe?
No, yeah. This place is big as a heck, and it's really nice. There's plenty of space, which isn't common. So you can definitely appreciate that, right?
Yeah, well, we hope to see you next time. And I was going to say, Mitchell, you still got 3 more rounds to hang in there, but we've also got 3 more rounds, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this. So, sun's getting real low, but duels are still heating up. We are about to go into round 7, so we still got 3 more rounds. And as we continue through here, the tournament vibe is pretty much just the same, right? It is a marathon, not a sprint, but we had some great gameplay so far. We picked out a few decks that we haven't seen just yet, so hopefully we get to pull those players. If not, well, we'll just have to figure it out as we go along. It's been really interesting. I think the general vibe of this tournament is, yeah, Blue Eyes are out there, but they're not the end-all, be-all. We've seen some Blue Eyes decks win. We've seen some Blue Eyes decks lose. We've seen some interesting combinations. I think as we continue to go out through this format, we're probably going to continue to see Blue Eyes decks figure things out. And some of them are like a Primite combo deck, and some of them are more anime Blue Eyes. But I think the Seto Kaibas of the world have their work cut out for them, right? It's not just that you have the shiny cards, it's that you know how to use them. And for those who are playing decks they're already really familiar with, everything from 2 weeks ago, we saw at YCS Birmingham, people just winning with Mermails and Fire Kings, stuff that people weren't expecting. Both of those are great decks. I am not throwing any shade at either of those attributes, fire or water, respectively. But it does show you that there's some unexplored territory. We had some questions in the chat earlier saying, do we see any Mimighoul duelists? Yeah, there are some Mimighoul duelists, and when there were even some Mimighoul duelists at YCS Orlando that we got to put on stream. So a lot of your favorite decks still work. A lot of the newer decks are still being figured out, so I don't think it's going to be, all Blue Eyes all the time just yet, but watch out. It's a coming. We got to see some really neat gameplay in the last duel, by the way, some interactions between things like True Light and Blue Eye Spirit Dragon. Take a look here to make sure that my judges haven't started. Nope, so we're still working and waiting on that. Again, we started with 311 players. We're going into round 7, but when we get to round 9, we'll be featuring the #1 table. And remember, it's going to be top 48. Top 48 getting their invite to YCS Indianapolis. A lot of great duelists out here just figuring stuff out. Hopefully you're having a good time at home, whether you're just hanging out. Maybe you're sorting out your card collection, trying to steal deck ideas as you see them on stream. Maybe I'm on somebody's phone right now. Maybe I'm on your PlayStation, your TV, whatever it is. We put on the show for you, and a big shout out to Game Guys for just some great tech. As you can see, this is not a normal regional championship. That is not something, not to say there's anything wrong with other regional championships. There's not. But Game Guys does go above and beyond, and that's why they're one of the featured official tournament stores on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card website. There is the judge. He is dragging his players there, so we are going to be able to see that soon. Very excited to see what we got. All right, we're good on that. They're going to go ahead and get started soon. So I'm going to go ahead and switch over to our other camera here. So because it is time to duel, got to go to where the duels happen. So in a moment here, we will see everybody come on. Come on down. Now, we'll say certainly is a just dominating format for Ryzel right now because of their powerful Ryzel detonator, but there's some ways to get around it. I think the infinite impermanences really helping things out, but it's true that, you almost just need a Smashing Ground right now. Now, I understand Smashing Ground, not a good answer to Ryzel Detonator. Why? Because it could detach material in order to protect itself. But these different answers we're seeing, the sort of offensive infinite impermanence, really important. I think Book of Moon probably could still get some use out of this format, or Book of Eclipse. It's non-targeting, and that could be really important, especially against Blue Eyes. So it looks like they got 45 minutes. It's time to duel. Let's see what we got. All right, 5 cards. Let's see them. Oh, they did get the first choice. Okay, cool. So we haven't seen any Mitsurugi Ryzel yet. And, well, spoiler alert, we about to. It is the year of the snake. We'll start off with some Ryzel gameplay using X effects to search. Going to go ahead and send the Eclipse Twins to the graveyard. Search out Sword Ryzel. Put the Sword Ryzel in the hand of the X Ryzel. And going to go ahead and play, wow, the Ryzel Cross in the opening hand. That could feel like a dead draw sometimes, but that is really going to help for some of these powerful combinations here. Because now you can use the effect there. Go ahead and detach to go ahead and add another. So, looks like we're going to grab the Ice Ryzel. And now we're going to normal some of the Ice Ryzel. And after that, ooh, it's Nibiru the Primal Being just crashing on down there. We're done. 1 + 2 = 3 + 4 + 5. That's your 5th summon. Bringing the beautiful field center of the Chamber Dragon Maid. Or House Dragon Maid, excuse me, House Dragon Maid. Now we're going to go in special summoning Node Rizel. So Node effect, going to go ahead and discard. Looks like Mitsurugi no Mikoto Saji. And now that we got 2 4s on the field, it's reptile time. King of the Feral Lips attaching to grab some snake. So slither on down with me, friends. As we have the first ritual monster, the Futsu no Mitama no Mitsurugi. Going to go ahead and use the second effect of the ritual there to send cards here. Or tribute them, excuse me, tribute. That's why it's so powerful. So goodbye to Saji and Kusanagi. And so because the Ame no Murakumo no Mitsurugi was destroyed there, or excuse me, was special summon there, you do get to destroy all monsters the opponent controls. So finding a powerful way to play through there. Mitsurugi, obviously a great deck. 1 YCS Orlando. So if this is your first time engaging with the Year of the Snake, certainly worth finding out about these cards. Now this is the Futsu no Mitama no Mitsurugi. Mitsurugi basically meaning like 3 holy swords. 3 Tsurugi swords. And a lot of these based after just some very interesting parts of Japanese mythology. Going to go ahead and shore up our fields here. Make sure you're placing everything in the right side. You can always ask for a left-handed combination, but you can't move your graveyard and your deck like that. So good on the judge for getting that fixed. So we're going to activate the Mitsurugi prayers there. And so just good stuff so far, as Tyler shows us exactly why Mitsurugi is so powerful, even though it's been pretty understated throughout this tournament. Haven't got to see a lot of snakes. All right, but we are going to Xyz summon Abyss Dweller. So looking pretty good. Now, probably the coolest thing about the Mitsurugi ritual monsters here is Ame no Murakumo no Mitsurugi's effect that, you know, when your opponent activates a card or effect, you can make them discard a card or that effect is negated. It's got that Magic Drain vibe where, oh, you want to do that? Do you really want to do it? And it makes your opponent have to really just like, which card is he going to make me pay too much for? All right, so Robert drawn for turn. Also going to be playing a Rizel deck himself. No snakes here, though. It's going to be Rizel Fiendsmith. So we're going to start with that bonfire. Does he make him do it? No, not going to make him discard just yet. I think that's probably my favorite effect is the optional, not a negate per se, but just the expensive card effects. Yeah, so we're doing the Ame no Murakumo no Mitsurugi. Got a discard. Looks like that was easy. I'll just drop Nibiru. I'm good. And sometimes Magic Drain was like that. So we're going to use the Futsu effect. Futsu no Mitama to bring out Mitsurugi no Mikoto Kusanagi. And since that was brought out, we get to add in the ritual spell back to the hand. Shows you the resource loop of both of these decks combined. And it really is the Year of the Snake. So again, just taking a look at the Ame no Murakumo no Mitsurugi. Again, ritual summon with the Mitsurugi ritual. Check. If it's special summon, destroy all monster your opponent controls. Check. We got to see the Raigeki effect already. Of course, we also got to see the Magic Drain effect. But finally, if it's tributed, you get to add another Mitsurugi card from your deck to your hand, and then you can special summon this card, which means you get to Raigeki again. Just run an enemy controller. But we are going to see triple tactics talent here, and we're chaining the Mitsurugi prayers. So we're going to tribute that card. And grab another copy of Ame no Murakumo. I want to say it's like Storm Cloud of Rain in Japanese, if I'm remembering correctly. but you know, it might be Chigao this year. All right, back to English, though. We're going to go ahead and I think, yeah, it's just going to clear things out with the Amano Morokumo. So, big ol' thunderclap there. Makes sense with its name, actually. Ooh, and look at the gorgeous, gorgeous Sword Rizel there. Quarter Century Secret Rare. Both these duelists definitely styling. They're going to go and special summon the X Rizel, sending to the graveyard a Rizel Detonator, actually. Okay, so we're going to Exceed Summon. Nothing on that. Duo Drive appears. I think it's coming down. We're going to go ahead and get rid of the Rizel Detonator there. Trying to be real careful, not letting anything for free go by. But detach 2. Rizel Duo Drive, of course, able to add 2 different Rizel cards from the deck to the hand. We're going with the Field Spell, Rizel Cross, and the Node Rizel. So both these duels kind of locked in, but a long day. It's round 7. Both playing very standardly strong decks that have proven themselves. No one's going to ask if Rizel is good, whether it's a Mitsurugi blend or a Fiendsmith flavor. But it doesn't automatically win you the game, right? Still got to actually play it out. Man, having that extra material, so good. Being able to drop the Rizel Cross just feels great. Now I'm going to go ahead and return 2 and draw 1. It does go to the bottom of the deck, too, so you don't have to worry about drawing it again. I mean, grind games happen. That is a real risk with these Pot of Avarice style effects. But speaking of extension, Node Rizel here to plug things in. And going to discard to try to special summon. And bringing back that gorgeous, gorgeous one. So it looks like so far we've searched Ritual, Prayers, and the Amino Morokumo no Mitsurugi, but you were paying attention, Holmes, you know. But Tyler doing a great job, just being honest, you know, giving away publicly available information. Can't lie in Yu-Gi-Oh! But speaking of lie, we're going to lie these 2 cards on top of each other for an Xyz summon. So Rizel Detonator makes its way to the field no matter what. Do try to attach. And going to throw another Rizel under the board as well. And going to the battle phase. Attacking the Abyss Dweller. Got to get rid of those graveyard effects. All right, so a Bestial Druid's Worm being grabbed out. Druid's Worm just putting an amazing amount of work here. It is wild to think. I always have to like check. I'm like, really? Really? We still have Druid's Worm? Because it's so good. But looks like, speaking of good cards, I'm just going to grab the Ritual, use it. And we'll see. I think we're going to detach here from the Detonator to get rid of the Ame no Morokumo no Mitsurugi. And Shane, ooh, Mitsurugi Prayers, tributing it. And of course, we are going to attach again to destroy another card. Take a look at the graveyard. Robert, not sure which one he wants to get you. Okay, now we're going to go and get rid of the field spell. Very smart there. So getting used to what we got here. Now we got to resolve all these card effects. So 800. Bring back the Amano Morokumo, the Mitsurugi. And then swap that out immediately with the Ritual. So going to blow things up with the on-field Amano Morokumo. no Mitsurugi, and then go ahead and search and special summon with the one that was recently tributed. So we will grab another copy of the ritual there. And excuse me, prayers. It shows you, think about how small both the packages of these decks are. You know, not that many different cards you can run. You can run a lot of them. But there's really not that many different types of Ryzel cards, and there's not that many different types of Mitsurugi cards. But it's just enough to make it one of the most consistent decks ever printed. So we got the duo drive. Doing a little calculations here. Figuring out what we have in terms of attack, defense. Token sounds like it's going to be 5,700 defense, 4,000 attack. Going to the battle phase. So 200 damage off the detonator attack. And just a heap and help in there. Magnemut's going to crash in for 2,500. And I think that's going to be it for now. But what a great pushback. I mean, imagine what you were staring down and just be like, nah, I can do this. It looks like during the main phase, going to go and shuffle 2 cards back from the field spell. But the Amoi no Murakumo no Mitsurugi's on the field. All right, not going to force anything. Had plenty of cards to discard. I guess it'd be a very silly one to use the effect on. Lacrima of the Crimson Tears. Effect Veiler to stop it. Just dead in its tracks. Now we're going to link summon it off. Doesn't get to set up the Fiendsmith in Paradise in the graveyard, but still is a light fiend. That's all you need. Oh, going to make that discard. So making the discard of the Infinite Permanent's a really easy decision for Robert there, considering he already controlled the card on the field. So you're not really doing a lot with that Infinite Permanence this turn. You might miss it later, but you still have the Ryzel Cross in order to get additional negation there. So using the Drua's Worm to get rid of the Fiendsmith Requiem there before he could strap itself as a backpack to the back of Fiendsmith the Graveyard. If you actually look at Fiendsmith the Graveyard, there it is. You can see Fiendsmith Requiem literally on his back. But, yeah, unfortunately, those straps were not as tight as you thought they were, and that backpack is over there in the banishment. We will see the Eclipse Twins sent to the graveyard for the X'd Ryzel. But no Chaos Angel here. You are locked in to rank 4s and level 4s. Tyler considering that face down card, deciding not to use it. Well, sun's getting low for him because, man, this Ryzel Detonator just having a single material on it can spell a lot of hurt, but with 2 materials, including Eclipse Twins, that could be scary. Special summoning a Sword Ryzel as well, and searching to add from the deck to the hand. Adding another Ice Ryzel for a follow-up play. Kind of don't need any monsters right now, though. I mean, 4 zones filled. Even if you had a double summon, that Ice Ryzel's not doing a whole lot right now. But it will follow up turns from now. But speaking of follow-up, we're going to see the Mitsurugi Prayers. Going to go ahead and tribute. And yeah, here comes a big explosion. Going to go ahead and stop that, though, with the Ryzel Cross. Mentioned that Ryzel Cross just so powerful there because you could choose when to use the effect on resolution. Don't even have to activate as a chain, unlike the Ame no Murakumo no Mitsurugi, which does have to declare, no, hey, now I'm going to do it. We don't have a lot of negation on resolution effects. Ooh, by the way, we got an Exciton Knight. Detaching, yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 versus 1, 2, 3, 4. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay, but oh, it's Subiru anyway. It don't matter. So we're going to get rid of everything. It's very big, yes. We're trying to do the math here on Nibiru.
Yeah, it's just massively big.
Massively big. Nobody even wants to count that high. So the Aminomoto Kumo did not use its own effect. It was summoned off of Mitsurugi Prayers. So he is going to appear back there. Kind of a unique interaction every now and again, you know. It's like, oh, if you're tributed, Nibiru tributes. That's helpful. So it will be used to bring back the Mitsurugi no Mikoto Saji. We did get a little sneak preview that more Mitsurugi cards are on the way from Yu-Gi-Oh! Europe. They just released a glorious art about 2 weeks ago, I want to say. We don't know what the card does. We don't know what its rarity is, what its name is, what its type is. But it looks like a big old monster, so I would think Ritual. But maybe, hey, maybe it's a fusion. Maybe it's a Synchro. Let's go ahead and see the draw for turn. Focus on the present, not the past, or the future. Taking a quick look at the graveyard. I guess that is Dueling Past. Right here's all the cards we have played. Let's go ahead and Bonfire. Bonfire's fine. So adding from the deck to the hand, probably an Ice Rizel. And there it is. All right, let's see the dry ice. Right, the light pyro. And that'll be used to special summon another Rizel. And that's going to be an X Rizel. Going to go ahead then and make another detonator. Very interesting to see this. Oh, okay, yeah, that's going to be a concession there. So going into the next game, Tyler takes it. So just really cool stuff there again to see the sort of full package of what it is that Mitsurugi can do and why it has so many resource loops and how it can keep pushing the opponent out of the duel. How many times can you Raigeki and Magic Drain your opponent to like, okay, I don't have anything. I don't. And definitely could see why it won YCS Orlando. We do see some swap outs here from Robert. Looks like he's taking out some little Charmies there. And a Nibiru, okay. Different game plan here. Just want all starters. Can't completely slow down. I think I saw one Nibiru stay. Maybe that's for something like a cross-out designator. Just so you have that target so you can keep pushing forward without anybody slowing you down. What rock? Speaking of rocks, as we go into side deck mode, don't forget the Battle of the Rock Rocks versus the Bow Bows. And you're probably like, Pheromone, what did you just say? Well, I said the chants of fans of Hololive's own Koseki Biju and Fuwawa and Mokoko, they'll be playing at the 3rd anniversary tournament this Wednesday for the Master Duel 3rd anniversary on the official Yu-Gi-Oh! Twitch and YouTube. And there's going to be some great usage here of the wonderful 3x3 term teams. Because if you don't know, not only are VTubers fighting in that event this Wednesday, but so are World Championship competitors in a 3v3 team. Not all World Championship competitors, they had to compete for their spot, but obviously the best and the best made it. And then after that, you'll be like, oh no, the Master Duel event's on Wednesday. I'm not going to have a chance to watch that. Well, that's okay, because the early days collection comes out the very next day. So there's just so much going on in Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Good times ahead. Hopefully you get your chance to shine. So far, so good. Oh, you know what? You're right. I'm thinking of there's second place winner. Second place winner. Thank you, Mr. Beresol. Hey, with so much Yu-Gi-Oh going on, how could you even keep up? Even if you were physically there. But jokes aside, yeah, there is a lot of stuff going on. It's going to be a good week. Good month, too. We've been talking to everybody about the upcoming Team YCS Vegas. Remember that Team YCS Vegas is in less than 30 days. And if you're a local, YCS Houston is really all about 6 weeks away. It's going to be April, I want to say the weekend of April 5th and 6th. Let's get right on into this duel as we see a very quickly made Necro-Equip Princess off of just a beautiful use of Fiendsmith Engraver and friends. Now charging on into, possibly feeling out the Nibiru. Yeah, you've got to. That's the Nibiru check. Oh, and it's the cross-out designator. We saw Robert take out 2 of the Nibiru from his deck, leaving a single one in just for this situation. And looks like it paid off so far. Now, that does mean for the rest of this duel, he is playing without Nibiru the Primal Being. But he got exactly where he needed to go. Special summoning his Rizel. There's an Xyz monster on the field. That's all you need. Oh, actually, excuse me, yeah. Then, X Rizel. Do you need to go ahead and dump somebody? Technically, you're supposed to do a little bit different, but we're all friends here. We know what's going on. So Robert dropping down the Rizel detonator to the graveyard and then building the overlay network, combining X Rizel and Sword Rizel for Rizel Duo Drive, attaching a Rizel monster, and then detaching to grab the Rizel Cross and the Node Rizel. Activating Rizel Cross, feeling pretty good right now. Have an additional negate, can push through more points of interaction if necessary. Special summoning the Node Rizel out. Considering which card to discard. He hasn't found it yet. Slowing down things, just trying to figure out what he wants to do. But there we go. Going to go ahead and build the overlay network one more time for an Xyz summon. Stacking those materials to drop down a detonator. And using detonator to attach another card as an Xyz material. Looks like he's going to slap an Ice Rizel down there. Sometimes nice just to clear out the cult by the grave target so your opponent just can't get to him. Looks like then we're going to set 2. And use the effect of the Rizel Cross. And not going to respond to that. Okay. So draw 1. Is it a card that Robert can use? Looks like he's going to go and pass. All right. So with a hand of, ooh, I think I see duplicate Nibiru's in the hand. Did he draw 3 Nibiru for his opening hand? He might have. Tyler is the Primal Being. But multiple copies of rocks are not going to help. So, starting off with Mikoto no Mitsurugi Saji. It's going to be destroyed. They'll still get its effect. Oh, going to stop the resolution there because you can do it on resolution. So we've already used up Rizel Cross, but that's maybe all it needs. Oh, that hand, yeah. Just showcasing it. He's done. Nibiru, Nibiru, Nibiru. Just a little difficult there. Again, what can you do? Tyler smiling to himself. He knows it wasn't his fault. Every now and again, you just get one of those hands. So taking a quick look here as they shore up any sided cards. And you can definitely see that both of them sided quite a lot there. The Nibiru's clumping like that, very painful. How are you supposed to play through it, right? Both duelists still completely locked in. I mean, definitely a cold day here, so it's good that they are managing to keep themselves warm. But Tyler still has one chance to do it here. Obviously, we know Mitsurugi is strong. It did make it to the finals. The finals of the YCS. That is right. I got to correct myself. It didn't win. But that's still great. Can't think of the last time a TCG World Premiere deck just came out of the deck box and just jumped to the finals of a tournament that fast. When you think about it. Ashen, cool deck. But didn't get as much done as it needed to do during the format where every Pyro was everywhere. Gold Pride, love that deck. Love that deck. But I don't think it's made it to a YCS Top Cut yet. And Spiral, probably the most powerful of the World Premiere archetypes now that I think about it. Spiral dominating during its own format with a very powerful card in Circuit Break, who shall remain nameless so you don't have to relive your dangerous years as a 00 agent. Man, Circuit Break was crazy. And now we're in this era of Yu-Gi-Oh! Who knew? All right, well, looks like duelists are about shuffled up and done. Tyler's saying, well, I've got this far, but I've just heard all kinds of noise, so. It is crazy that the duelists are so determined, but you do it for the love of the game. Why else are you here? To become the Game Guys Regional Champion, or at least the top 48, so that you can show up in Indiana about a couple of months from now and try to quest to go to that World Championship. Because duelists from all walks of life made it. We're in Texas. Our national champion, the person who made it through the North American World Championship qualifiers, the #1 person, is from Plano, Texas. Aditya from Team Inspire. And talking about everyman. If you didn't see Marshall, the duelist who made top 4 at the NAWCQ, only by virtue of missing his own flight, not knowing whether or not he would actually go to Worlds. Finally, think to yourself, oh, I guess I can make it. I could miss my flight. I could be him. He's a great guy, by the way. I'm not throwing any shade on him, but it is absolutely true that he bet his entire flight home on a World Championship ticket. And let me say, he didn't get home that night, but he definitely got to Seattle. Now, speaking of getting back in there, that's 2 Bolcharmi Fuwalos that are chained there. That's going to be painful. Let's see if Tyler's going to give his opponent 2 cards, or just say, you know what, Ryzel monsters are enough. Well, he still searches out the Sword Ryzel. Activates the Bonfire. Do see an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Robert being very careful there. Obviously, the Ice Ryzel was enough to get 2 cards drawn off the top. Now we've got Sword Ryzel as well, so I think Tyler smells the blood in the water. He knows he's got to go in no matter what. Maybe he feels confident because his opponent didn't activate an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Little does he know, Robert has Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. So special summon the X Ryzel. And we're going to send Myriologic Aggregator to the grave. I feel like we haven't seen Aggregator this entire duel, and it is literally a Ryzel mirror match. Sometimes it doesn't happen. Sometimes you go to a football game and you know what you don't see? Football. Imagine that. But there are 5 monsters on the field, and he is going to make a 5-material Ryzel detonator. Oh, excuse me. 6-material Ryzel detonator as it uses its effect to try to get the Myriologic Aggregator under it. So again, remember with your Molcharmi Fuwalos, if your opponent has more than 6 cards above you in terms of hand advantage compared to what you got, they got to shuffle it back. If they have 7 cards, you have 1. 7 minus 1 is 6, you're safe. 8 minus 1 is 7, you're not safe. You randomly have to shuffle 1 back. And this is not Master Duel. You're going to have to manually shuffle, send 1 back, shuffle, send 1 back. We're not doing any of that. Robert draws for turn. And we're going to use our own copy, Bonfire, Searching here to grab out an X Rizel. Now this could be dangerous because all you got to do is use the X Rizel, send the Meteorologic Aggregator, and the 6 material detonator does nothing. Look at the smile on Tyler's face. He knows. He knows. He knows. Game respects game. Both of these Rizel duels are like, yeah, it's a pretty good move. Keeping the aggregator, by the way, holding on to that, not, you know, trolling too much, but Tyler definitely leaning back in the chair, smiling. He knows he can just twiddle his thumbs there and let Robert play, who equally is smiling as well. Oh, there isn't a beer with the Primal Being in the hand there, I do see. We are going to normal summon the Ice Rizel, and it's good. So remember, it is top 48 here, so either of these duelists, they could take a loss, and then they still end up in the top cut. We're going to say the Ice Rizel bring out an X Rizel. Now it's time for an Exceed summon for the Rizel Duo Drive. We already got the Rizel Cross. I feel like that thing is just glued to Robert's hand. I'm not accusing him of anything, except being a very lucky duelist. But now he's got the Sword Rizel. Must be nice, right? Tyler combined all his cards to try to prevent any additional stuff from happening with the Molcharmi Fualos. Really stopped the bleeding, but it may have backfired. Special summoning the Ice Rizel in defense mode. Oh, he doesn't want to discard the card. And he commits to it. Goodbye, Molcharmi Porulia. Tyler having a good laugh. Oh, okay, I drew all the Molcharmis. That's fair. That's fair. And you're right. You know, I don't think Houston does have an NHL team here, friends. Hey, but Dallas does. So the joke's not lost on me. But we do put the Meteorologic Aggregator underneath the Rizel Detonator, able to negate again. Very scary there. I think the sun may be getting low for Tyler. But this is definitely a determining factor, right? We've seen Rizel mirror matches before. This is particularly Mitsurugi Rizel versus Fiendsmith Rizel with a little bit of a bestial touch there. So it kind of helps you figure out, like, okay, which deck do I want to choose and why? So whenever duelist walks out of this duel alive, we'll have to ask them, hey, why this version? And they'll probably say, oh, yeah, because it's the version that wins. You saw me play against the other guy. So just a big old stack of cards. Aggregator going to go ahead and negate the field spell. What a great idea. Going to attach a material there to negate. Basically just force that out so that you can try to get the draw later in the turn. I mean, it's certainly something. You got to do something. Ooh, Nibiru. So Nibiru the Primal Being shown back up, clearing all of that hard work out. Both players going all the way in with every Rizel monster, and now it's pretty much a simplified game state. So Nibiru is staring down the House Dragon Maid token there. So still in main phase, it is true. He was going to end his turn. Now he doesn't. Node Rizel, summoned to the field. Using its effect. Discarding to special summon in defense mode the Sword Rizel. And then one last Exceed summon to end this turn. And it's going to be a Rizel Detonator in attack mode. Finally, I think we're going to use the effect of the Rizel Cross Field spell to put to the bottom of the deck 2 Rizel cards. And I think I see what appears to be an X Rizel and an Ice Rizel going to the bottom. Just cut the deck real fast. Throw those 2 down, put the deck on top, and draw 1 card. didn't catch what it is that Robert had, but he's got a pretty clear advantage. Tyler isn't down and out yet. But he's going to have his work cut out for him on this next turn. So we are going to use Bonfire. Oh, but the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring at the ready. And there's still the Rizal Cross Field spell. This is going to be difficult with only 2 cards left and one of them not activating and the other possibly destroyed by the effect of the Rizal Detonator. This is going to be difficult for sure. So Ice, going to go ahead and chain to target to destroy. And then uses an Effect Veiler to save the Rizal Cross, still threatening that. Now there's only 1 card left. What can Tyler do? Just 1 card left. We'll smile from Robert. I think he's feeling his strength. Ooh, but we did see 2 cards from the extra deck. So here comes Super Star Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis. Tried to bounce. It got negated. Still in defense mode. Can't lose an additional life points. Tyler offers the handshake. And Robert moves on with 1 less loss on the record. So just overall really good gameplay from both duelists. Both making gigantic Rizal fields. And now we'll get to talk to Robert, not only about Rizal Fiendsmith, but we'll also get to talk to him about why not Rizal Mitsurugi? Why this particular build? But I think we see why. Gets it done. Very cool stuff here. And again, we're round 7. Up next is round 8. And then finally 9. Then we got to send y'all home. Seeing all the different side deck cards. Just made the biggest detonator of all time. And I love that both duelists are just so chill that, man, if you were going to do this, man, you just punish me. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Game respects game. And those are the good vibes you can have, too. If you come out to Game Guys, really any regional championship. I think, you know, maybe the Book of Eclipse isn't it, but that offensive infinite impermanence is becoming just so important. Maybe we need something else to turn off these giant stacks of card effects. Reason I say Book of Eclipse may not be it, you can just stop with Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. And that's everywhere. Maybe Dark Ruler no more, who knows? But getting a chance to play against just these gigantic combinations of cards, just some insane stuff. Got to have some answer, and the format is still young. Okay, I just saw a bunch of goats coming off of Tyler's phone there. And he is the GOAT. Great performance. But it just wasn't in the cards for him this time. 2 Rizal duelists go out. Only one of them can emerge victorious. And there he goes. I guess he forgot about his interview. Come on, Roberts. Do you hear us? Do you see us? Maybe not. Maybe so. Come on, Robert. Now, you don't have to, but I know the people at home definitely want to hear from a skilled Rizal duelist like yourself. There should we go ahead and put on that headset. And, wow, that was the biggest 6-material Rizal I had ever seen until it was the smallest pile in the graveyard. Yep. So I got to say, Rizal mirror matches, obviously, you probably have played more than one before. But after all of that Rizal experience, what keeps you coming back to Rizal Fiendsmith instead of your opponent's Rizal Mitsurugi?
He's the most consistent.
Feeling it? Here, let's get that, just so I can hear you home. Get the microphone just a little closer to the mouth there. There you go. Perfect, perfect.
He's the most consistent, and it's a lot easier to play.
Feeling it, feeling it. So obviously this is round 7. How are we going in the record for the next round?
X1.
X1, that's still good. You're probably top 48. Do we already have our invite, or are we just kind of playing to hang out?
I already have my invite.
Okay, so just got to get things done. Well, speaking of upcoming events, since you already do have your invite, are you setting your goals loftier at maybe one of the upcoming YCSs? Vegas, Houston?
Oh, Vegas and then Houston.
Oh, so you're doing both. Okay, so you
Yeah.
already got the team locked in and loaded? Okay. I'm not trying to spoil anything, but do you feel like Rizal is definitely going to be what you continue to play through the format?
More likely, yes.
A lot of tempting options. With the other decks out there, what is it? Is it just that consistency that every time you put Rizal on the table, it does what you want?
Yeah, pretty much is like the lot. It's way too easy to play than every other version that I play.
Makes sense. Is there anything you're worried about running into? Obviously, this tournament's almost over. You're likely to top your fine. But when you go to Vegas and you put the Rizal on the table, what are you like, oh, no, it's this deck?
Blue Eyes. I haven't really tested as much against that deck, but I kind of understand some of the lines. So.
It's fair. Blue Eyes, certainly, it's good, but as you see, it's not just cruise control for Duel. Everybody isn't just showing up here like Seto Kai, but whipping it on the table. Why aren't you playing Blue Eyes? No wrong answers, by the way, but just what is it that you're like, nah, I'm good?
I'm not a fan of the Blue Eyes deck. Just not as consistent.
That's fair. I will say that it's very much like a 2-card combo deck, and in a game where you just need 1 card to win, as we saw from that, certainly powerful. I noticed, with the back and forth with the Mitsurugi stuff, you did a great job navigating around the, gosh, I'm going to try to say, Ame no Murokuma no Mitsurugi. That's the Raigeki and, like, the hand stuff. Have you played against a lot of Mitsurugi stuff? Because it seemed like that was just fine for you.
Yeah, I played the deck for when it first came out. I was testing it, playing it, locals and everywhere. So I kind of understand how to play against it and how the combo lines go. So I kind of know my way around it.
Makes sense. Sounds like you're going to have a good time in Vegas and a good time in Houston. Before we let you go, though, so you still got 2 rounds, is there anybody that you want to shout out in the chat there?
Shout out Dennis Nadas, Jesse Flores, Cheese, Dorta, Cam the Manil. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, we got some great duels down here in Texas. I was like, yeah, that's kind of a Mount Rushmore of Texas duelists, so you are well connected. We'll let you get back to it. Good show as always, but don't go away, viewers. We'll be right back right after this. Hello, friends. We are back again. It's going to be round 8. We are literally climbing through the tournament. Now, we are going to feature some bubble matches. What is being on the bubble? Well, it means that if you win the duel, yeah, keep on moving. But if you lose the duel, that bubble may pop. So both of our duelists here, I believe, are X3. X3 definitely could still top. We're doing top 48 in a 300-person tournament. So it is possible, but it's not guaranteed. And why isn't it guaranteed? Because you need to win every single game. So let's go ahead and cut over to our duelists down here to see them try to win every single game here. Great sleeves, by the way. Rocking out the new Sky Striker Ace, just standing upon a pillar of energy there. Ray obviously being prevalently featured in the Master Duel anniversary. And the opponent not to be left behind, rocking out some great IP Mascarena sleeves. But just some good stuff here. And we've been going through, again, tournament venues starting to get a little quieter, right? A lot of these matches are starting to wind down. People have dropped me. They got to drive home. There's actually a storm down here in Houston. So please, man, if you are in Houston, if you could hear my voice, drive home safely. And drive home safely if you're not. Looks like duelists are getting all shuffled and cut here. We're going to roll and get it going. Now for next duel, that'll be the final one. We usually pick the top table. And as long as they don't decline, we'll be able to showcase the best and brightest. That's right. 1v1 me, bro, at table 1. Oh, wow. Rock, paper, scissors. We're doing this. Okay. I think they're going to do Neuron because they can't get their rock, paper, scissors together here. Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron, of course, the official app. You can see that Konami red there. It's just been a great time. I will miss this regional when it's done, but that's okay. Maybe we'll be here again when Alliance Insight comes out in May, if they get a regional, right? Because that is pretty close to the North American World Champion qualifiers. I want to say that we'll certainly have a lot of insight about Alliance Insight. But speaking of which, we got Bestial Malice here. So starting the turn off with a normal summoned Dormouse. Going to try to ring that bell to banish one of the additional Malice names from the deck. Haven't gotten to see a lot of Malice products here, but we are going to go ahead and activate Infinite Impermanence to negate that. So then we'll link someone off for Link 1. Now I want to say it's going to be Lingaribo. No, this time it is going to be Link Decoder. And then because we had the Bestial Druid's Worm in the hand, let's go ahead and just banish that Dormouse, pay 300 life points, and now we got 3 materials for the Link summon of a Malice monster of your choice. So we're going to go ahead and link 3 off. And since it's going to be a Cyburst monster with 2300 attack, that being White Binder, do get to go ahead and bring back the Link Decoder, but it'll be banished next time it leaves the field. Dormouse was banished there, but it already used its effect, so we're still at 7,700 life points for now. So let's go ahead and use the effect here to set a Malice trap card. And let's see what we get. Looks like we're going to use the GWC-06, and you could banish a Malice monster to activate it in the same turn here. But maybe not. Maybe just going to store that up for later. We are going to use Malice and Underground, so I think I'm dead wrong here. We're going to take a little U-turn. Malice and Underground, of course, when it's activated, you can banish a Malice monster from the deck, or Malice card, rather. It looks like we're going to banish the Malice White Rabbit, pay 300 life points. And so we are going to use the effect of the White Rabbit to go ahead and set another card here. And we already got the GW06 down. So this one's going to be the TB11. A lot of fun Malice trap cards. Of course, if you banish 3 with different names, that field spell gives a 3,000 attack bonus to all of your Malice Link monsters. But we haven't actually seen that in a while, actually. But let's try, shall we? So TB11, going to go ahead and banish. Ooh, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring slows that down, but you can still just pay 900 life points. 900 life points, of course, is going to get that back onto the field. into a main monster zone. So Rodrigo doing a great job here, just proceeding through the card effects there as David sort of stares him down. He's used up an Infinite Impermanence. He's used up an Ash Blossom Joyous Spring. There's certainly plenty of action within his deck that he can use to interact with his opponent. He might need it soon because Heart Scripter is on the field. And pass turn after setting an additional trap card. All right, so Pot of Desires. Going to go and banish 10 from the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And another Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Hey, you did to be first, friend. No Let It Resolve Bestie here. Going to use Bonfire now that the coast is clear from Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. And that informs the opponent here that you might be facing a Rizal deck. So Heart Scripter, of course, has a non-targeting banish. It's not pointing to anything, so we don't have to worry about the negation there. All right, so GWC 06, going to go ahead and special summon the White Binder. And we got a Link Monster, so let's gain 2,300 life points. Still using Binder, by the way. This is all in the open game state. So banishing the trap names. Ooh, and Druid's Worm. Interesting. Might be doing that just to avoid a call by the grave later. But paying 300 life points of that newly gained 23 to bring out the White Rabbit and then use White Rabbit's effect to set a trap. David continues to read, but it looks like he's given Rodrigo the okay. So going to set the MTP 07. Finally able to bring out the X Rizal here. And I think we'll probably see, I guess it's anybody's game at this point, but maybe the aggregator. Of course, you get target. Okay, so nothing there, nothing to worry about. So still pushing through, but looks like a trap card is going to be used here. We're going to go and banish. So we are going to add, then banish. And that trap card was set this turn, but it is being activated via the effect, the sort of special condition there to banish a Malice monster to activate those traps the same turn they're set. Going to give us this deck a light Labyrinth feel. I haven't seen Labyrinth in a while. Definitely missed that deck. But almost feels like a spiritual successor, right? You have this slim package of monsters always interacting, always affecting your opponent. Basically, Labyrinth with an extra deck. Speaking of the extra deck, we might be going back into it soon as Sword Rizal clashes down on the field and will be used to search out a Node Rizal. David considering his next option here. Haven't seen any shenanigans, so this may actually be a pure Rizal deck. Kind of a nice little crossover breakers format we got right here in terms of the two strongest decks out of crossover breakers. Sorry, I played Ryuge. I love Ryuge. But I haven't seen too many Ryuge tops at tournaments. Don't worry, I'm working on that list. We'll get it done. Dinosaurs, worms, sea serpents, dragons. But for now, it looks like it's going to be Cyburst versus Pyro and Thunders. So all that to banish. The Node Rizal finally got him.
Is it shuffled or? It's shuffled in, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, because you put it in the middle, but yeah.
We need to go ahead and still cut that deck. Very observant on David's side. Passing that over. All right, so we're going to special summon. And considering what to do next, David thumbing through the extra deck there, but decides to do an Exciton Knight. Still powerful, plenty of materials there detaching. Are we going to send everything? I think we might be. Rodrigo already looking like he wants to put those cards in the grave. Yeah, just stacking everything and it's gone. Managing to clear through the board completely, including a Dominus Impulse down. So going to main phase 2 here. I wonder if that was a Zeus setup, actually. Don't worry, if David's the winner of this duel, we make sure that he definitely can read this. We are seeing Bestial Magnamut banish the white binder there. So paying 900 life points, white binder back on the field, but also will be searching for a dragon during the end phase with Bestial Magnamut. So with white binder, looks like we're going to say goodbye to Heart Scripter. I think we're going to lose the Ice Rizal for sure. And play continues from there.
Oh, that's right, that's right, that's right.
Can only be used once per turn. Can't do it again. That'd be too good. That was exciting for a second there, but not there yet. So Binder is going to use that effect to go ahead and set the MTP-07. Going to activate it once we get it out from underneath the table. All right. So it should be banished on the white binder side. There we go. They caught it. And then now we're going to summon the Malice Chessy Cat. Seen a lot of different variations on Malice today. Some using Allure of Darkness, some not. Most getting the Chessy Cat's effect off of Allure of Darkness too. So maybe Allure of Darkness back in style again. Banishing the Malice White Rabbit there. So maybe paying 300. Certainly strong combination of cards here. For those of us who are just joining, we're in round 8. This is a bubble match. Winner likely will still be able to make the top 48, but the person who doesn't win may not. So we're bringing you a little bit of drama here as two duelists fight for their tournament lives. Up next, though, in Game Guy's typical tradition, we're going to show the #1 table. Undefeated duelists collide. So as these two duelists struggle to hold on, the next two duelists are really just fighting for first and second place. And that's enough. David finally conceding. Rodrigo moves up in the first game there. So let's go on to game 2. It's been a long day here for all duelists, right? Everybody here. Sign-ups closed at 9:30 a.m. local time, and now it is 6:14 p.m. Duelists considering their side deck options. Definitely matchups that are very familiar to both of them. If you play Rizal, you've been playing in a format full of Malice. And if you play Malice, you're in a format full of Rizal as well. But again, for those paying attention at home, it is a crisp round 8. So 7 in the books. This is round 8, and 9 will close us out for the evening.
Yeah, it happens, man. That was also on me for not catching that. Didn't have much, further than that. So. Yeah.
Duelists just having a little friendly banter there as they get everything sided out. Again, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Man, I love being at wait. That's the wrong catchphrase. What I mean to say, illusions aside, is that I love that energy once a duel is done. Once duelists kind of relax a little bit and they say, okay, that was a good game. It was a good game. Because every duelist in this room loves Yu-Gi-Oh! Without question. You don't wake up at the crack of dawn wherever you are to fill out government-level paperwork, your deck list, wait in line, get everything done, be on time for a game you don't love. But sometimes, in the middle of all that, it is kind of hard to remember that you like this game too, especially 8 rounds in. But these duels still have a good sense of humor, and as the duel gets done, as you learn that your opponent's just another fan of the game trying to earn their invite just like you are, that's kind of chill. But chilling is over. It's time to heat things up. So we start off with Ice Rizel. No, it's going to be X Rizel right off the top there, sending the Rizel detonator to the grave. And it looks like that search is going to be good. So we'll grab the Sword Rizel. Sword Rizel special summon because there is a Rizel monster on the field. Do you see that called by the grave in the hands? Searching out an Ice Rizel as well. Everything in defense mode, but let's go ahead and build the overlay network. Love the way that David makes that little cross there. Ooh, but Effect Veiler right off the top. Oh, but there's the called by the grave we were just talking about. Ooh, Bystial Baldrake chaining to called by the grave. A monster is controlled on the other side, so Baldrake goes to defense mode. So called by the grave will negate the effect of the detonator. Or, excuse me, Duo Drive. Gonna normal summon the Ice Rizel. It's gonna be difficult here. Gotta make a decision. Definitely wants to do something. Ooh, Dominus Impulse completely locked out of light, earth, and wind effects for the rest of the duel. And that could be relevant because notice that Effect Veiler. That's a light. No more Effect Veilers where he's going. And there's also some other monsters too along the way. We'll have to be very careful to see if there's that coveted Nightmare Griffin loop. We're going to see the Node Rizel in defense mode there next to the Ice Rizel. Go ahead and Xyz summon. A lot of great choices in that extra deck, but we're going with the Rizel Detonator. There it is. So now play's kind of simmered on down. Rodrigo just rubbing his brow there, not sure if he needs to get rid of this. Oh, that Bystial is going to switch to attack mode. And going to attack. Looks like it's crashed. It clears the field. Is this an evenly matched in the waiting? And make sure to do that correct math. That is right. Duo Drive, increasing the attack of those Rizel and decreasing the attack of the opponent's monster based on each material it has. Sort of a gap of 200, right? 100 for my guys, 100 less for your guys, increasing for each of those. So it's actually a 600-point gap. But is this for the evenly matched? No, actually it's for the Druid's Worm. Banishing the Bystial Baldrake during the battle phase. To put the opponent in a bind, Druid's Worm attacks. If it's sent to the graveyard, it's taken down some special summon monster with it during the damage step. And it's sent to the graveyard, so the Rizel cannot protect itself. So it looks like Detonator is going to be destroyed. Well, sent to the graveyard. I did say it can't be destroyed, my bad. Now we're activating Malice in Underground. We're going to banish a Malice monster from the deck. Get something going here. And it looks like a Dormouse is being banished. So pay 300 life points. Beep, 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 beep. And now it's back on the field. Now, if that Dormouse is uninterrupted, should have said nothing because now that Effect Veiler is coming down. Commentator's Curse still works no matter what game you're playing. if it could banish, that'd be 300 more life points in exchange for another Cyberse monster on the field, another link material for something like Haggard Lizardos. But unfortunately, that lizard is going to, well, if it's Haggard, no one's going to see it. We have to hope for the heart of the cards at this point, but we are going to link one into Link Decoder here. Materials are one Cybers, and oh, just had one last Bestial in hand. Magnemut able to banish the Dormouse. Now we can act both of these effects in sequence. Oh, wait. Couldn't quite see it, but it looks like it's going to be a Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit being sent from the hand to the graveyard to destroy the Bestial Magnemut. Rodrigo feeling it. Oh, man, that was a turn. Actually, David saying that, Rodrigo echoing him. And it has been a turn. These two duelists are hanging on for their tournament life. They know. The winner continues on to fight for their destiny, and the loser just has to see what they can do for next time. Practice makes perfect, though. It's always worth staying in the tournament, even if you're not going to top, because how else are you going to get experience against hungry duelists unless you show up to your regional championship and keep on fighting? But speaking of fighting, looks like we're going to get Ryzel Cross and Ryzel Plugin. We haven't seen Ryzel Plugin all tournament. But another Bestial Baldrake at the ready there. So it looks like it may be good. At least there's two materials on the field. That's all Rodrigo is hoping for. Just get me into this game. All right, carefully summoning that X-Tryzel in attack mode. And the Xyz monster will pitch over to the graveyard is. Ooh, didn't quite see it there in the stack, but it was definitely something. Plenty of Xyz to go in his deck. Searching through the deck for another card here. Looks like we're going to go ahead and grab the Sword Ryzel. That X-Ryzel doing its best to extend the turn. And speaking of extending, greatest extender Sword Ryzel on the field. We're locked and loaded into level 4s and rank 4s, but it seems pretty appropriate for the Ryzel deck. I think they'll manage. And special summoning the Sword Ryzel in defense mode. Pretty stacked field there. I think we've seen every Ryzel in the books except Palm Ryzel. Don't worry, we remember you, Palm Ryzel. Our hats off to the forgotten Ryzel monster. It is another name. You never know. We are going to use Ryzel Cross on a more serious note to recycle some Ryzel resources, putting them on the bottom of the decks respectively. And drawing one card. And I think I just saw a Pot of Prosperity there. Gives you a little bit of extra extension if you don't quite get the combo pieces you're looking for. So I think we are going to go ahead and use that effect to stop things. And I think that was enough there for Rodrigo. So packing up for the moment. Smiling, saying to himself, that's a misplay. Quite a day we've been having. Certainly something to look back on. But wonderful tournament experience as always. I was really looking forward to this one. But now both duelists just accessing the side deck. As they get ready for game 3 here on round 8, do we really have to go home? Do I have to leave the tournament? Can't we just have another 9 rounds? Let's all sign everybody up for another 9-round regional. I'm ready. We could do this all day. And not just because my name's Steve. But allusions to other franchises aside, let's focus in on this game. Again, we're seeing everything that Crossover Breakers has to offer and more. A very important set. You know, these deck building sets are very powerful historically. When you think about Punk, that was a very powerful engine that came from the Grand creators. You think about Centurion, that's from Valiant Smashers. Well, Crossover Breakers did not disappoint. I say as the one Ryuge player in existence. Hey, they're going to get more cards in Alliance Insight. I'll see you there when I get my DLC package. The problem is that the March Hare is also going to be released at the same time for Malice monsters. No worries, though. I got big old dragons. And worms and sea serpents and dinosaurs, excuse me, dinosaurs. I'm like, what is another thing that is also a giant terrible lizard? Ah, the thing that's named Terrible Lizard, dinosaurs. All right, Latin scholars in the room can laugh at that one, but back to all things Yu-Gi-Oh! So doing one last pile shuffle here. Looks like we might have dropped a card. Don't worry, there is a judge in the room. These guys are not just by themselves. Certainly looking forward to all the decks that are going to be supported in the future. We did just talk about Punk. And Orcust. And Dragon Maid's going to get some new stuff, too. And there are some new decks. We don't know what their official names are going to be, but if you've been following the game in Japan, you might have seen the Yummy deck. I don't know if it's going to stay that way, but it's a series of monsters that just look like frozen parfaits and other treats. Not trying to make anybody hungry, sorry. But I cannot tell you how many fans I've seen create little cupsy yummies. And you can already, like, in the way that when a new character is released from a game and people make that day one fan art, people are already making day one cosplays of cupcakes. Welcome to Yu-Gi-Oh! And speaking of which, round 8, game 3, starting with Allure of Darkness from Rodrigo. Oh, and the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Okay, nothing ventured, nothing lost. I lost a card, you lost a card. That's fair. Now, if you really needed to extend and banish some Malice monsters, it may not feel as fair as you wanted it to. But there's the Chessy Cat. Going to use the effect. Rodrigo just tapping that. Injustice. Drawing 2. Oh, and the banishment slightly off the table there. There we see it's the Malice White Rabbit. Like, what did he banish? There's the banish. So using the Malice White Rabbit to go ahead and set a trap card from the deck to the field. And pace of play still good here, but we are getting kind of late in the round here. Setting the GWC 06. Nothing like a little graveyard. Action, but looks like we're going to Lizard Haggardo, so we are going to go into the graveyard. And using the effect, Chessy, she's back. You thought she was gone, but a blast from the past of what, earlier in this turn? 300 life points will convert that into a new body on the field for another Link summon. Link 2 plus a effect monster makes Link 3 White Binder. And for those who are just joining us, remember this is on YouTube, so you could rewind. Maybe you're not interested in Malice versus Bestial, and you're like, where's the Blue Eyes? Well, we've had 3 Blue Eyes decks on stream. That's going to be around 2, 5, and I want to say 7, but you'll recognize a Blue Eyes White Dragon when you see it. But there was a lot of Blue Eyes players out there. People still figuring Blue Eyes out. Primite Blue Eyes good. Pure Blue Eyes good. But Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists need to be great, and so they are still workshopping those decks. I won't spoil the other duels, but I will say for you Blue Eyes fanatics, a Blue Eyes deck did win the Blue Eyes mirror match. Can't see me, but I'm making a cute face. All right, jokes aside, White Binder on the field here, ready to banish some Malice cards.
Well, it's still part of the summon, or does it?
It's part of the summon, like when it comes back.
Oh, triggers here, right?
Ooh, Nibiru the Primal Being showing up. And so let's do it. Going to go ahead and say goodbye to those monsters. Put them in the graveyard, tributed. So goodbye White Binder, goodbye Dormouse, hello Nibiru token, which is not the biggest Nibiru token in the world, right? 600 off of the Dormouse, 2,300 off of the White Binder, so it should be like a 2,900 attack token with not much defense. There we go. That could be a token. Anything that can't be confused as an element of the game could be a token. Paper clips. It's literally under tournament policy guidelines. So, staring down the Nibiru. Looks like he's going to enter the battle phase and try to clear out the token. Just Primal Being attack. Let's rock that rock. Now, David considering his options. We know he's got a Ryzel deck, but we haven't seen any Ryzel cards played yet. Clutching all 4 cards in hand very closely. Probably an extra Ryzel at the ready as he thumbs through the extra deck. Maybe a good time to send a Myriologic Aggregator. Maybe you want to send the Eclipse Twins. Certainly a very funny shirt for Rodrigo to have, saying Project Rock when you were staring down the rock. But speaking of what the rock might be cooking, X-Ryzel does appear on the field, special summoned by David as he sends over, I think it's going to be Myriologic Aggregator. Oh no, actually we are just sending the Ryzel Detonator again. Rodrigo just considering what's next, but looks like, as we look quickly at the X-Ryzel, locked into 4s and 4s. David vibrating in his chair as he tries to come up with the perfect move to pounce on his opponent. This is a great time to get in there. It's main phase 2, no battle phase now. But it looks like we're going to see GWC06 special summoning a Malice monster from the graveyard, and if you control a Link monster, let's gain some life points. So yeah, 2,300 boost there. So we're going to banish. Pay 300. This is a lot of moves, obviously, in a very short period of time here. It's not even Rodrigo's turn. All this in main phase 2. So setting down the MTP-07. And they're going to immediately activate it. Going to go ahead and add and then banish. So goodbye, Nibiru. And say hello to, looked like a Dormouse flashed pretty fast. And I think going to go ahead and shuffle, then draw for turn. Remember, it's not even Rodrigo's turn yet. And he's off to a pretty good position, just staring down a defense position X-Ryzel as we're in game 3 of round 8. Both players at 4-3 at the record. If they're going to have a chance at squeaking through the top 48, they've got to win this duel. So cheer on your favorite champion. But things are looking pretty good for Rodrigo as he banishes with the Dormouse, a White Rabbit. Paying 300 life points, special summoning in defense, not trying to risk anything. Dormouse had to be in attack mode, but the White Rabbit doesn't necessarily. It looks like we're going to link 1 here. Haven't seen the full link climb. No Neo Tempest Terahertz just yet. Unless that is 5 link materials for the monsters. But maybe just a little excited for nothing. It's Heartscriptor, also a great card. So bringing back the Link Decoder. Certainly no Firewall Dragons to be seen, but plenty of Cyberse monsters from the extra deck. So now, let's go and link again. Ooh, and it's access code Talker this time. And it's going to be 5,300 attack, gaining 1,000 attack for each of the link arrows from the chosen link monster. Now it's time to banish the Haggard Lizardos. Be gone. So using its effect to go ahead and destroy the defense position X tries L. Not doing too bad otherwise, but... So I think we're just going to crash for 5,300. No further attacks, but a strong monster passes the turn. David draws. Has to dig his way out of the graveyard here. It is still going to be 5,300. That's pretty much all it does at this point. But we're going to start off with Lightning Storm. No face-up cards. We're going to go for the spells and traps. We're going to go for the monsters. It's the traps. Goodbye, cross-out designator. Also looks like an additional trap card as well. But that's it. Offers the handshake. Doesn't have much else. So it looks like Rodrigo advancing in the tournament. Still hanging on for dear life. We'll get to talk to him about how it felt to get through that game. Quite a grind. We haven't seen anybody win a YCS yet with Malice. Maybe soon. Signing the sacred slip here. Sign the bottom name. Yep, that's confirming Rodrigo the winner. You can tell because he signed the bottom part and the bottom check mark is checked. The good stuff. They're actually instructing them now that they're about to be here, so that'll be very cool to see again. This show isn't about us. This show is about duelists. So, get to talk to Rodrigo just briefly about his performance in the tournament. We are looking forward to stuff. He'll be here in just a moment. And there he comes. Just giving Rodrigo a second to sort his backpack out. Come on down, Rodrigo. We just watched quite the duel there, fam. If you wanted to put on your headset and then go and showcase this, so you can actually see it. So, gotta say, that was quite the duel. Certainly as somebody playing Bestial Malice, that's not your first matchup against Rizel. But how do you just summon the energy to keep going on and on like that?
I don't know, man. Honestly, Malice just has a really good grind game. You know, they can keep going as long as you have the engine to do so. Like, if you have your Bestials, you know, you can keep going. Access code really helps. Yeah.
Yeah, the access code talker certainly, that's a surprising card in the deck for sure. But when I saw it, I'm like, okay, we're definitely getting somewhere here.
It works.
But I got to say, you know, as you're playing, we haven't actually seen anyone win a YCS with Bestial or Bestial Malice. So what is it that attracts you to that particular deck above all the other choices in the format out there?
Personally, I just really like the play style of it. I think it's really fun. It does have its drawbacks. You know, you can auto-lose to things like Lancia, but there's answers to it as well. I'm going to try for my next tournament to play Nightmare Cerberus to be able to out Chaos Hunter.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah, because otherwise you don't really have many solutions to it. But, yeah.
Makes sense. Well, you said your next tournament, is that going to be maybe YCS Vegas? We got YCS Houston coming up.
I'm looking forward to YCS Houston, man.
Ooh, that's going to be good. So you're on the bubble right now. There's a possibility you still make top 48 if you win out the next round. Have you topped before?
No, that'd be my first invite in both seasons because I started playing in, I'd say about Legacy of Destruction.
Okay, it's a relatively newer duelist actually to be making it this far.
Yeah.
Well, I got to say, I'm not trying to jinx anything, so I'm sorry if it doesn't happen, but what would it mean to you to be able to go to Indianapolis at the NAWCQ? That's where you're topping for,
yeah.
So.
It'd be amazing. It'd be an amazing experience. I went to Nats in Austin last year. I couldn't get my my last chance qualifier through. So if I'm able to get my invite now, saves me a whole lot of stress and gives me something to look forward to, man.
We only got one more duel. Before we let you go, though, just in case we don't see you again, is there anybody you want to shout out there in the camera world?
Yeah, definitely. I'd love to shout out my testing group. They have helped me so much. Some of my friends even stayed up with me until like 1, 2 in the morning to help me out with hand traps, interactions. So biggest shout out in the world to them specifically. Other than that, yeah, just my friends. Shout out to Omega Gaming. You know, they always have the cards that I need for them. So yeah.
All right, well, good deal, man.
Good
You only
deal.
got one left. Let's see if
Yeah.
you can make it in the books.
Love
If
to win
not,
out.
hey, we'll see you in YCS
Yes, sir.
Houston. But don't go away, friends, because we're going to be back with one more round. Take care. Is it over? Who you think is over? It is not over because we got one last round. We are going into round 9. And in Game Guys tradition, we always take the number 1 table. We always want to show you after all of this Yu-Gi-Oh action, right? We showed people on the bubble. We showed new decks. We showed all kinds of stuff. But for now, the only thing we're going to show you is literally table 1. The duelists are already sat down, so let's go right to it. Because again, both of these duelists are completely undefeated. So let's see what the best and brightest for the Houston Game Guys Regional Championship has to offer. And so it is time to duel. It's the last round. It's been a long day. Thank you so much for everybody who has been hanging out with us. And whether you're hearing my voice live and in concert at 6:56 p.m. Central Standard Time on Saturday, February 22nd, 2025, or you just heard all of that weird time code stuff on a YouTube VOD later, that's fine. We love you no matter how you got here. But this is it. Time to spend it, right? No more duels after this, right? So you can't take the energy with you. Cheer for your champions, get loud, chat, or you could just be like, you know what, I'm just going to sit here and just relax and watch the duel. That's okay too. That's okay too. You do you. You do you. Because it ain't about Yu-Gi-Oh. It's about Yu-Gi-Oh. And we didn't get to see either of the duelists, so we have no idea what they're playing until I get deck lists or we start to see cards flying. I do think we probably have Malice and Centurion just based on the sleeves there. I think that's Centurion. Think. Can't quite tell on the lower side, but that's definitely Malice White Rabbit at the top. And yeah, pairings have been posted, so yeah, we're getting right to it. And again, spend it, son. Spend it. This is where tournament legends are made. Again, both of these duelists are definitely being invited to the North American World Championship Qualifier this summer in Indianapolis, Indiana. So you may be seeing the start of our World Champions journey. Again, Texas, big on Yu-Gi-Oh! If I recall correctly, even the TCG World Champion, Ruben Penaranda, excuse me, didn't mean to butcher your name, Mr. Champion, is a Texan native, I believe. Let's go ahead and shuffle up and draw. Looks like we're seeing... Ooh. Okay. All right. So, yeah, we do have the Malice on the left side here. Let's start with Malice Dormouse. And we might actually be seeing some Bastille Centurion, actually. That's cool. All right, but staying focused. I'm going to go ahead and banish. Pay 300 life points. Let's go ahead and move that over here. Special summoning Malice White Rabbit. Immediately setting a trap card there. You figure by this point in the tournament, you know your combos. You've been doing them all day. Probably do them in your sleep. You may feel like you're asleep right now, just because you've been at this for a blistering 9 rounds, this being the 9th round. Now let's go ahead and perform a link summon for everybody's favorite honorary Malice monster, Lizard Haggardos. Or Haggard Lizardos, excuse me. It has been a long day, hasn't it? But we will go ahead and link summon that. Go ahead and pay another 300 life points. And bring out White Binder. All right, so Chessicat, Collector's Rare there. Going to go ahead and bring itself back alongside the White Binder. Let's draw some cards. Been a crazy series of tournaments. And again, for those of you just joining us, this is the top table of the final round. We will not be playing out the top cut. We don't do that for regionals anymore. We want you duelists to get home safe, right? Can you imagine, let's start a top 48 at this hour of the night? We'll be playing until the cows come home. You want a Texas talk here since we're in Houston. But just taking a quick second there to formulate his plays. Let's take a quick second here to look at the deck list. So, again, it's going to be Aaron on the left side there, sitting in the red chair, rocking out the Bestial Malice. And your eyes don't deceive you. That is a Centurion deck on the right side. Ryan, both of these duelists undefeated. Both playing 40-card decks. Got to love to see it. And it's nice to see the Ghosts from the Past Firewall Dragon Ghost rare there. If you're going to show up with Firewall Dragon, you can got a number of options, right? There's Ultimate Rares, there's Ghost Rares. I think I'm partial to this one. We are going to see Bestial Magnum come down there to banish the White Rabbit. But set 4 is that Firewall Dragon by itself, and very well may be. So during the end phase here, we are going to pick up a Bestial Druisworm from the deck. And Ryan running a very Bestial heavy package here. No secrets now since we are coming to the end of the tournament. All right, looks like Ryan's going to go ahead and draw for turn. And so it is Centurion time. And it shows you there's so many different decks you can play in the format. Everybody's like, no, it's got to be this, it's got to be that. But I think Ryan's showing, nah, just play your favorites. We'll have to see if he happens to win this duel. If he was already playing this deck, but these two Bestials are going to combine. Ooh, don't see that every day. Goblin Crazy Beast. All right, well, I don't know if we're going to see Goblin Biker's Big Gamanga today, but we are seeing the Goblin Crazy Beast. So, going to be an interesting, very interesting duel since he got this far. And was able to pull it off this decently, right? But again, the Crazy Beast does have the targeting a spell or trap on the field, attaching 2 materials from a monster, and then attach that target to this card as material. Certainly helpful for a lot of different things. Also, you know, if a card would be destroyed, a monster card would be destroyed by a card effect, you can just attach material from this card instead. So, very powerful there. But this is not a Goblin Biker deck. This is a Centurion deck. We do see Eric go ahead and get things sort of reset there, banishing the Goblin's Crazy Beast. So it looks like we are going to have the Malice White Binder use its effect, getting rid of both of the Bestials in the graveyard and banishing the Malice Jessie Cat, paying 300 life points or in a special summon itself to the field. So Eric's got an additional monster there. But now we are actually getting in there with Centurion Trudea. So if you're unfamiliar with Centurions, I don't blame you. We haven't seen them too recently outside of Master Duel, but the whole idea of this deck is to place monsters in the continuous trap zone, right? Now, a spell and trap zone as a continuous trap, and special summon them back and forth in order to make some powerful level 12 synchros. And there's a lot of level modulation between 8s and 4s, etc. Very powerful deck, great engine. It is another deck building pack deck. So it's kind of the battle between Crossover Breakers and Valiant Smashers here. So Firewall Dragon is co-linked. You could bounce, and he's going to do it using Firewall Dragons once per while it's on the field effect to bounce per co-links. But now we are going to go ahead and see the Emblem of Oath. So sort of pledge an allegiance there to grab the stand-up Centurion field spell. And I think we're going to go and place a card into the spell and trap zone, right? We were just talking about the sort of main mechanic here. And we are discarding. So it looks like we said goodbye to another copy of Trudea there. And they're going to put the Primera in the spell and trap zone. And we can jump out pretty fast, but oh, Dominus Impulse as it tries to do it, and there is a trap card in the graveyard, so that is going to destroy it. And it was set, so Eric has not put himself in the awkward position of losing access to things like Nightmare Griffin because it's a light monster, so just really good looking out there. Same with Firewall Dragon as a light monster too. So play passes back over, going to activate the effects of the Malice White Binder there. Eric, even if he's locked in for his invite, doesn't want to mess this up. You don't want to be second place going home. You want to be the king of games from the Supreme Darkness Houston Regional here. We are going to banish with the Chessy Cat. Draw 2 to say goodbye to that Dormouse. Special summoning the Dormouse. And there's another banish there, the White Rabbit. Additional life points paid, special summon that back to the field. We may go all the way here. The one thing we haven't seen the entire tournament is something like Firewall Dragon Dark Fluid. We might not see it in this particular duel, but big links. Very, very big links. Eric taking a moment here to consider his options again. Want to do his best here. And it looks like we are going to link. Maybe not. Thought about it. Let's take a brief look here. There's a bunch of different options here. Could do a Link 2 into Splash Mage, but instead we're going to go Link 3 all the way. And say hello to Quarter Century Secret Rare Heart Scripter. Just gorgeous. Entering battle phase. And now we've got another Emblem of Oath. I think I caught a Called by the Grave there in the card closest to the deck, furthest from the extra deck that is set. And yep, to a degree, this is our final. Again, this is the last round, the top table. Winner becomes our undefeated champion. The last undefeated duel is left in the tournament. And we're not going to play Top Cut, so this is going to be your last Yu-Gi-Oh! For that. But hey, we had a great full day. If you're just joining us now, you can watch that full-on VOD, video on demand, or video of duels, depending on how you want to say it. And we do have the Centurion Gargoyle 2 there in defense mode. But it looks like we're going to go ahead and use the effect to go ahead and try to target. Malice Dormouse C. No, there's no response here, so I'm going to shuffle it back in and say goodbye to Gargoyle. And I think that's it. Okay, Ryan packing it up on game one. Just a little bit too much from that very strong opening. A commanding lead with that Firewall Dragon. And it actually paid dividends, being able to bounce the card there. But now they're going to go access the side decks. And again, since it is the end of the day here, we can talk about what is in both of the side decks. So Eric rocking out a pretty decent package that could influence, some of these Bestial plays. Oddly, an Artifact Lancia in a Malice deck, you may not think it works, but sometimes you want to protect your own card to stop your opponent's plays. He's also got access to Fantastical Dragon Phantasme, which is certainly helpful in here because you know your opponent probably is going to bring out a Link monster at some point, but not as likely in a deck that's full of strong synchros. Remember, he's playing against Bestial Centurion, so the links are not as important as the synchro monsters and the other cards in the deck. But switching over to Ryan's side of the field, he does have access to things like Artifact Lancia, Chaos Hunter, Droll, and Lockbird, all very good. Also using Solemn Scolding, kind of incredible. And Ixie's Encore, not relevant here, but you can see that both of these players are running some very interesting techs. And speaking of interesting techs, I did skim over the Mischief of the Gnomes that Eric could add to his deck. And if you change the level of your opponent's monsters, especially in a synchro deck, that could be an issue. So, maybe something to consider. It's a great target for Triple Tactics Thrust. And yeah, you may just be able to win enough games. You're like, hey, did you bring anything that's rank 3? No? Okay, well then, you're not going to exceed Summon Rizel because you can't anyway. You're locked into rank 4. So that might have been exactly how Eric was able to progress this far. Because again, we talked about it earlier with Rodrigo, our sort of beginning player, right? Started from Legacy of Destruction. Speaking of beginning, though, let's get the chatter for now because Centurion Trudea is going to hit the field here. Being placed in the spell and trap zone, it's going to move itself along another monster. Imagine me, Primera. And there she is. Some really great cards there. We see that he is hesitant to activate the Dominus Impulse in his hand. It's good, but you don't want to lock yourself out of all those powerful effects. So, now that we've got Primera on the field, go ahead and grab, wow, Quarter Century Secret Rare there. Wake up, Centurion. Definitely woke me up. Considering Ryan is going to go ahead and got to play something. His back is to the wall. He lost the first game. So he will play the stand-up Centurion field spell. And he's going to go ahead and discard. Kind of a bold gambit there. But Triple Tactics Thrust is discarded, and that's fine. So no monster effects from the opponent here. So we'll put the Gargoyle in the spell and trap zone. Try to use this effect. And going to leave it as an 8. So Synchro Summon into our Centurion Auxilia. Maybe? Maybe not. Seems like instead, we're going into the Lagasha. So, going to go ahead and recover some resources. Probably want to cut that deck real fast. And draw one card. So, decent set of cards in the hand, but looks like another Emblem of Oath just glued to his hand for the most part. Going to go ahead and special summon another monster here, just slowly but surely, just pushing and pushing and pushing. It looks like we're seeing another Trudea here. Or maybe not. The light's hitting kind of weird there. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, that's Atri. That's Atri. All right, let's wake up. This is not a dream. If you can hear my voice, it is Centurion in the finals, and that is amazing. All right. So we're going to go ahead and send Atri away. Bringing out the Auxilla. Auxilla's effect here. Back into the deck. Eric, certainly observing. This is a great time to just see the highest and finest class of Centurion gameplay you've seen in quite some time. But now adding the Centurion bonds here, actually. And placing Atri back into the spell and trap zone. All right, so drawing a card for turn, Eric is going to enter the duel with Allure of Darkness, quarter century secret rare. Definitely going to draw two. I feel like we've seen a lot of Allure of Darkness. Eric choosing to run 2 here as he banishes the Dormouse. Definitely paying off immediately. Paying the 300 life points. Special summon a Dormouse. Does Ryan do anything in response? Ooh, and there's the Dominus Impulse. Tried to special summon and locking himself out of light, earth, and wind for the rest of the duel. Was it worth it? Well, we're going to find out soon. Oh, but there's the Infinite Impermanence being chained. Remember that Imperm column? We're going to see Malice in Underground. Going to go ahead and banish one of the different Malice names from the deck. Only 3 right now from the main deck, but we may be seeing more in Alliance Insight before you know it. So Eric continues his combo. And it looks like Chessy Cat is his selection here. Maybe White Rabbit. Looks like it's going to be White Rabbit banished. See if we end up paying some life points. Oh, but maybe not. Looks like we are immediately going into the Emblem of Oath quick play spell. So it looks like he's going to set. He could place. Chose to place. So we got Primera on the field. So Primera and Trudea on the chain link here. Maybe seeing a Crimson Dragon shortly. All right. So there's Primera. It looks like he may end up passing here. We shall see, I guess, in time. Hey, but don't worry, there's no time on the clock just yet. We are still very young into this game 2 of our final round. Again, this is top table. This is table 1. Crowd here all has their eyes on this duel. Studying that Emblem of Oath just for a moment there. Going to go ahead and set that card with the White Rabbit. It is true that that's in the Imperm column. We just mentioned that. Sometimes it's all you can do. It can activate it, but it doesn't resolve. Remember, it's been a long day, friends. It's easy for you to be at home. I'm like, man, I would never have done that. Easy to say that from the position of the comfort of your own home, your living room, and not in round 9 on the featured match stage. Normal summoning the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, a 3rd material there for some kind of Link 3. Oh, wow, but we are actually going to stop that dead cold with a Centurion Phalanx, destroying it before the summon even happens. So we are going to put a third monster on the board anyway with Bestial Druis Worm. Banishing the Primera there. And so our powers combine after a quick appearance from Link Decoder. Say hello to. Looks like we are going for just that gorgeous Heart Scripter. Again, not every day that you get to see Centurion this far in. But Eric could be carving out a name for himself. At Infinite Impermanence is infinitely important. The same Master Duel, you ain't get no bubbles on the field there. But now it looks like we're going to take a look at maybe another Link 4. And, oh, he's considering it. Out as much as he commit. Doesn't quite feel like it. Set the materials to the grave. I need to see some kind of Link monster. I think that's what it's going to be. It's up, then it's down. It's in, then it's out. It's hot, then it's cold. It's yes, then it's no. Okay, going with the original one. Access code talker. Going to power up just a bit there to 5,300. Banishing the Heart Scripter. And now has to decide which card to destroy here. Looks like, oh, just uncertain. Shows you that even if you've won every single duel this regional championship, you still get nothing for free. Hard decisions. But we are going to go for the extra copy of Centurion Primera. We're going to pay 900 life points. Heart Scripter back on Eric's field. Setting a card. Or at least thinking about that set card. Looks like we are going to go in the battle phase. Heart Scripter will attack the Lagasha. Eric certainly showing a lot of pride in his deck with those rarities. But hey, man, if you're going to play a deck that you love, might as well enjoy it to the best of your capacity here. So we got to feel like we flipped that up. Maybe we couldn't do it. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and attack there. Access code talker getting over that monster. And not sure what he's doing next, so. So again, Eric certainly having a great tournament run here, but Ryan making it all the way undefeated to the finals with Centurion. Even if his dueling career for this event stopped here, second place with Centurion ain't no joke. And I think this is a friendly reminder that Bestial Centurion is a deck. Plays around a multitude of different cards very well, including the Mulcharmies. Because you're mostly special summoning from your spell and trap zone. You can really time when you're special summoning from the extra deck. We are going to see the Centurion Phalanx banished. So we're going to special summon it back, but it's going to be a little smaller. Still thinking about it. Eric's had a long day, but you're still going to play Yu-Gi-Oh! At a reasonable pace of play. Been thinking about that trap card right between the extra monsters stacked in the extra deck and the lone one sitting in front of the Centurion Atra. But finally we see it. Malice, GWC06, special summoning the Malice White Rabbit. And because they control a Link monster, 2,300 attack, might gain just a little bit. think he's clarifying to see if he gets to gain that huge boost there. Off some life points, feeling pretty good. So we will see another Malice card set. And the Ash Blossom back on the field there. Wasn't destroyed, just temporarily banished, but that's good enough. Eric going to go ahead and flip over the MTP-07. Let's go ahead and add and then banish. So goodbye. Yep, we're going to say goodbye to the trap card, Centurion at tree. I mean, it feels like a trap. Special summoning with the TB11, the Malice Chessy Cat. With a Cheshire Grin, we might see a banished Malice in the hand. Draw two. Finally, remember whose turn it is here. We are going to see the Centurion Gargoyle, too. Back on the field, eating up that card. And now, Link 2. I think the SP Little Knight is all you got. Made with a sacred card from the extra deck, it can banish something on the field. Ryan got to consider his options here. It's got the triple tactics talent. Just trying to force it out. So banishes. Finally getting rid of the Heart Scriptor. And then destroying. So nothing too crazy here, Eric. Just trying to decide what's next. Just good, consistent Yu-Gi-Oh! As they work their way through. Ryan fighting for his tournament life. If he loses his duel, that's it. Eric still has some time, but there's Nibiru, the Primal Being. Big numbers, big rock. Having a Playmaker token, by the way. A true Cyberse aficionado. Just doing a little calculation of Nibiru the Primal Being's attack there. Also verifying our life points here with the judge. So 4,000 attack token. This is definitely, you know, the Comet is coming for us all. Nibiru is putting in work. If your deck doesn't contain some meteorites, you may consider other options. But we do see other options right now. Centurion Primera going to the Spell Trap Zone and advancing here. To go ahead and grab another Centurion card to back it up. So Trudea. Ooh, and doing the triple tactics talent. Attacking with everything. And that is game. We got ourselves a match. Ryan takes one. Eric has one. Neither duel is celebrating because it ain't over yet. So the quest continues. A little bit of a misstep from both duelists, right? You can see that they didn't quite have everything locked and loaded, but when you are facing an opponent of equal skill after a 9-round regional, right? Both of these players 8-0. Remember that once a duelist concedes, it's important not to concede a match. Because you're right, SP Little Knight did prevent direct attacking, but no damage was dealt. The opponent, seeing a series of giant monsters, conceded, but those monsters couldn't even have attacked. Eric throwing the game there, but maybe also knowing that he couldn't have come back the next turn. Using the rest of his time to make sure that he was able to get through. That's why you always play it out. You get Yada locked in the day? No, I need to see you normal summon Yadagarasu 20 times, whittling me down 200 life points each, because something could happen, and this is one of those moments. No, at the same time, you know, you see the rock and the token. You think, okay, he's got me. Dead to rights, dead to rights. He's probably not going to be able to get back. But he made that decision. Let's see if it pays off. So again, both make a little bit of a misstep. Eric conceding a little early because the SP Little Knight. Forgot about that effect. Ryan trying to activate something in the Infinite Impermanence column. You could see that the day has gotten to both these duelists, which means that this is just Joey Wheeler versus Merrick at this point. First one to fall down and not get back up, well, that'll be it. And absolutely right, for those of you keeping track of the chat, he didn't do anything wrong. He just took the token. But a show of force was enough to get Eric to concede. Let's talk about this show of force after we got to see the Artifact Lancia crash down whenever the effect of the Malice Dormouse was activated. Immediately the Triple Tactics Thrust comes down. Let's see what card is set from the deck to the field in this critical last duel, as both duelists are just gasping for air. That duel disc hasn't ever felt heavier. Triple Tactics Thrust kind of gets an extra little bonus in this deck because you are setting a trap card. Ordinarily could be activated the same turn. It's Malice and don't care. Banish the Malice card and keep playing. But look at that. It's Mischief of the Gnomes. A trap card that modulates the levels of all monsters on the field. Meaning if you're trying to synchro summon, unless you brought something that just doesn't make sense for your extra deck, this big brain play may keep it. Yeah, I need to read that. Give me a second here. Trap card, okay, numbers, levels. Now it's really big brain if Ryan happens to have something. So let's see, you'd be reducing all the levels by 1. So 4 and 8, that cuts it down to 3 and 7. So you'd have to have a 10-star synchro just in case. We also think Lingarimo on the field, which is actually really funny because, you know, to getting a trap card, kind of a big deal against the Centurion deck. But let's start off this Bestial Centurion turn with a Bestial. And immediately going for that Mischief of the Gnomes. So that's just permanent. Everybody's a little littler.
So this was summoned from hand? Yes. No, that's not one of them. Yeah. The summoning, if you place it.
Again, I'm going to read this card very carefully for everybody who hasn't seen Mischief of the Gnomes in a while. I usually only see this in Duel Links, but this turn, reduce the levels of all monsters in each player's hand by 1, even after they are summoned or set. You can banish this card from the graveyard. This turn, reduce the levels of monsters in each player's hand by 1, even after the turn they are summoned or set. That's not crazy. I literally read that card twice because its effect is printed on it twice, once from the field and once from the grave. But now we are seeing the quest continue as we get our next Centurion, Primera Primus. It is a slightly smaller monster for just such an occasion. Gonna go ahead and clean the clock of this Bestial Baldrake. Very heads up to have the Primera Primus. Don't see Primera Primus every day, but it is a level 8. So not impossible if you've got a 5 from the Bestial Druis Worm and a 3 from the Centurion Trudea. So, yeah, we got weird numbers. No mischief here. The inmates are running the asylum, that's for sure. If you hear the chatter in the crowd, everybody here with eyes locked on the giant screen that we project everything you're seeing on stream for. It's like a movie theater. Are going to go ahead and try to use the effects. Bring Trudea up, then bring Trudea down. Then go ahead and bring Atri to the Spell and Trap Zone. Move Atri to the front of the line. Remember, Centurions, they are Centurions. This is not madness. This is Sparta. So Atri attacks, gets rid of the Dormouse, sets a card. And I think Ryan may be out of moves for this turn. Taking a quick second to confirm his opponent's cards there. And drawn for turn. Eric's back in the game. Has the Sacred Dormouse. Normal summons Malice Dormouse. And going to immediately chain to the summon. Thinking about what his extra deck options are. Looking at the Mischief of the Gnomes. Really got to pay attention to that. So Synchro Summon from the effect of the Stand-Up Centurion field spell. And Primera Prima's back in action. Really, really helping out. Again, can't be destroyed in battle unless it was special summoned from the extra deck, which is important. Because it was summoned from the extra deck here, so you got to place it back in the spell and trap zone and move it around. But if it was Synchro Summon, and it was, you can add an emblem card from your deck to your hand, or your graveyard too. Then you can destroy 2 cards, 1 on each field. So, really helpful there. And Ryan draws, holding Eric at bay, playing the Emblem of Oath right off the top of the deck. And bringing out another strong Centurion. It's Gargoyle too. Going to modulate the level and make Centurion Auxila. Grabbing Gargoyle back. And also getting another Emblem of Oath to boot. Finally, Centurion Trudea makes her way to the Spell and Trap Zone. To the Monster Zone, back to the Spell and Trap Zone as continuous trap. And then there we go. Primera grabbing Wake Up Centurion. Again, wake up. This is not a dream. Ryan running it all the way back, even through Mischief of the Gnomes, making strange choices, but that gets it done in Duel Monsters. So trying to count up the cards, trying to put as much pressure on his opponent as possible. And again, Wake Up Centurion. Trade in for the Crimson Dragon. Crimson Dragon trading itself out for very powerful Cosmo Laser, and that's the game! Ryan going undefeated with Centurion and Bestials. But just an insane match there. Clearly out-navigating the Mischief of the Gnomes. And really rocking the Primera Primus. Now, spoiler alert, he has 2 of those, so it was never going to work. But Ryan having a little laugh there as he points out the Mischief of the Gnomes there. Just incredible, incredible stuff. You can all hope to play your favorite deck this far in the tournament and be able to shine as brightly as Ryan did. And look at the side deck choices. The Chaos Angels, the Artifact Lancias. He was not trying to get anything that Ryan wanted to do. He was not trying to let that happen. So we'll get to interview our winner. If you got any questions for him, you should type them out in the chat right now. I will read them to him. Because this is going to be the last interview of the day with our undefeated Game Guys #1 player. We'll see where he's going as he kept up card for card with a great Bestial Malice deck. And he said, and I quote you, "You were the only Bestial Malice player I played." Played a lot of Blue Eyes, played a lot of other stuff, but finally got his Malice matchup and came out on the other side alive. What a great way to close things out. And we ain't done yet. Don't go nowhere. Because we are going to get all this info directly from our duelist himself. Undefeated. This is his deck.
I almost played Malice, but I'm much more comfortable with this.
And we'll make sure to thank him for his representation. Shields up, friends. Centurion is still good. All right, so it looks like they are coming. We got a round of applause from our crowd here. And we are paging Mr. Ryan. Your throne awaits, my good sir. You want to... Oh, yeah, fam. Good to see you because they're thanking you in the chat for your representation. But go ahead and get the headset on so we can hear you. Make sure this is pointing at you. You're good. Just raise that up. So that was an incredible matchup. Let me ask you, as you're putting the deck list together, you're like, I'll need this Primera Primus just in case I get hit with none other than Mischief of the Gnomes. Or was it just like already there?
It was already there. So after I read Mischief of the Gnomes, I thought it was a lot more. I thought it did everything on my field and in my hand.
No, it's only just from the hand, luckily. So when you were special summoning them from the trap zone, that's fine.
Yeah, I noticed. Oh, if I just normal Primera, I can make Primera Primus and just out part of the board. Along with getting follow-up.
Yeah, we were doing the math. We're like, wait a sec. 4 minus 1 is 3, and 6 minus 1 is 5. Wow. So really crazy stuff. We had to slow and unwind this whole day out. Did I hear that right? That was your first Bestial Malice matchup of the day.
It was. I played against 6 Reagional players today.
Well, you got the experience for the next YCS, that's for sure. But let me ask you then, since you know how it is that you play against Ryzel, we all kind of see him. Is there anything particularly different about the Centurion Bestial matchup than maybe some of the other decks out there?
Yes. So part of it's the mindset. Having to, if you know that you can Bestial during the end phase and play around talents instead of Bestialing trying to hit Eclipse Twins or Aggregator and trying to get your opponent off more negation, then you can. Okay. I am playing a very, very fun card off of recommendation by a good friend. Goblin's Crazy Beast.
We saw that immediately. I'm like, is this a Goblin Biker deck? And after it was gone, I'm like, okay, no, it's not. But why Goblin Biker's Crazy Beast? We know that it attaches materials, the spells and traps they have, right?
So, fun fact, it detaches materials from any Xyz monster on either player's field.
That's funny. So you're trying to grab Ryzel cards in order to seal other Ryzel things like Ryzel Cross?
The idea is you make Crazy Beast against the Ryzel end board.
Yeah.
If they rather have Caesar or just pure Ryzel, you go effect target cross. They are forced to rather cross negate it, or if they didn't read the card, or like refuse to read the card, or let it go through, you detach materials off of the detonator and take cross.
That's cool.
Or if they do negate it, or they try to pop it, Crazy Beast says, if your monster you control will be destroyed by card effect, detach the material from this instead.
Some really, really good stuff. So I got to say, have you been playing Centurion for a while?
Yes.
Okay, so that's why you were in your comfort zone. This wasn't like, I guess I'll cook something different.
I almost brought Malice to this event. Centurion is I've been playing Centurion since it came out.
Okay, so like since Valiant Smashers popped out of the box, there you are. I was a Memento player myself. Seems like you're having much better results, though. Jokes aside, though, with a performance like that, are there any other YCSs that you're going to be attending in the near future?
I intend to. I can't remember. Is it?
We got
San
Vegas as
Antonio?
the team YCS. Then we have YCS Houston in April. Then we have Providence in May.
I'm definitely going to Houston. I may see about Providence.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Well, are you a Centurion for life, or are you just like I'm just gonna leave this in the deck box till April, and then wake up that morning?
If I'm going to any of the events, I'm taking Centurion again, especially with how it played today.
We love ourselves a character deck enthusiast, right? And that is such a strong deck. I got to ask then, since you've had such a great experience here, is there anything that you want to tell the crowd as far as how do you prep yourself to just be undefeated?
Slayer in the main.
Slayer in the main. Okay. So it was definitely the ultimate Slayer. That makes sense. Very good card. And
when I saw it, it came up. When I saw it and it didn't come up, it was discard fodder. It's fine.
We're not in a fusion format, so I just gotta spoil under the hood. Are you running anything like to get the full thing? So it's just the link monsters, the Xyzs, and the Synchros?
I'm running 2 links, 3 Xyzs, and the rest is Synchro.
That makes sense.
In an older build, I was playing Snake Eyes Doom Dragon
for
a fusion target because I can just send my Centurions out of spell trap to summon it.
Yeah, you can actually.
It's a board breaker. It's great.
It's not just Crystal Beast support, right?
Yeah.
What a crazy run, though. Did you already have your invite already?
I did.
Okay, so this was just playing to see if you were still good at Yu-Gi-Oh. You are, by the way.
I came here mostly to just support some of my friends. Go, hey, I'm gonna be here with you guys, so you're not having to deal with this alone, because not everyone likes to be here alone.
Sure, it's a long day. It's a full marathon. We did see a little bit of the long day showing. You tried to activate one of your Centurion monsters in the in-perm column. You were very crowded in space, though. That happened. That happened.
I could have played around that too, and if I remembered the in-perm column, I could have played around it and then stopped his plays much earlier.
Well, you did a great job. We still got to let you obviously get your top cut, your picture, your mat, everything. Do you have any shout-outs to your friends, testers, or whoever?
Oh, absolutely. I got a list. All right. Big thank you to my boy Alan. He recommended Goblin's Crazy Beat. He's the one who originally showed it to me. He showed it to me at the OKC Regional 2 weeks ago.
Oh yeah, Epic's Regional. Yeah.
Yeah. After that, I said this is going in my list. This is he got me on more Bistials, and it was the best thing ever. I think I summoned Crazy Beast more times than I summoned Blazar.
Nice, dude. Yeah, the Blazar Dragon at the end, I'm like, wow. So this was something that the chat caught. The SP Little Knight prevented you from attacking directly, but you didn't attack. That's the thing. We were all listening. You didn't declare an attack. Your opponent just kind of collected the cards up there. So that was kind of an interesting display. Sometimes you see a big rock and you just have to say, today is a good day to duel, right? Don't just concede because you see that. But it shows you the level of energy that you have across the board. So when you're going into a YCS, how do you keep going through all those 9 rounds and still kind of look alive and stay alive like that?
I've been playing in regionals since 2019. I'm kind of used to it at this point.
So kind of muscle memory, your body is doing the dueling. You're like, I do win.
I'm also from DFW, so it's like a 5-hour drive over here. I slept on the drive over here.
That probably helps. Well, we'll let you get some rest, but again, good stuff, man. So, we'll go ahead and let you get going. I'm going to close out the show here, but everybody say goodbye. All right, friends, so let's talk about everything. And congratulations again, man. Good stuff. We're going to close it out here because we have had just an incredible show. Again, if you are watching from home and you just came in onto the chat now, that's okay. Because all you got to do is just scroll back. It's on YouTube. It's a VOD. We had plenty of great gameplay, of weird stuff, and also really classic stuff. So you'll get your Bistials, your Malice, your Mitsurugi, your Ryzel, but you also get Blue Eyes, you'll get Evil Twin, Live Twin, Fiendsmith, and so much more. Thank you guys so much. Big shout out, obviously, to the Houston Game Guys. This is an incredible venue with great energy. It's a featured official tournament store. You don't see a stream of every regional like this, so if you can make the trip out to Houston, you're like, why would I go to Houston for a regional? I got a regional up the street. You don't have a regional like this, I promise you. And if you do, that's awesome. Please tell me about that. I would love to know about that too. Also, thanks to Konami for sure for letting us stream this. This is a privilege, not a right, so we definitely love it. Make sure to shout out Game Guys for sure. I'm Pheromone. It has been a great time being here. We will probably see you at another upcoming YCS soon, whether it's at YCS Vegas or YCS Houston, maybe Providence. But wherever dueling action is found, I will try to bring you the best stream I possibly can. But sorry, friends, at this point, we are all out of duels to showcase to you, so you don't have to go home. But you know what's coming, friends. You are all free now. Have a great rest of your night, and we'll see you in the next one.